Okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is July the 20th, 2021. Looks like it's going to be a warm, muggy day today. But the atmosphere among council is bright and cheery and clear, which I appreciate, and I know that that will continue. First of all, I want to acknowledge that the Halifax Regional Municipality is in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people. Our municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory, and we believe that we are all treaty people. In the spirit of that last night, I want to thank all the councillors who joined us on the beautiful Dartmouth waterfront to say hello to the Jabuktuk, the new fire boat that Chief Stubing and his team have bought us. And it was a wonderful ceremony yesterday with Chief Deb Robinson, with Elder Jane Abram, with the chief, and a whole number of other people. And I think I can't think of a better name for the new fireboat. So thank you to Chief Stubing, who, by the way, I also swore in again yesterday and in the International Order of Fire Chiefs, I believe it is. So thank you for that. I'm going to go to Tim, Councillor Deputy Mayor, for a special acknowledgement declaration to begin our Committee of the Whole Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm pleased to read this on your behalf. Whereas, for over 400 years, more than 15 million African people of all ages were the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, one of the darkest chapters in the histories of humanity. African people were forcibly removed from their homes, separated from their families and communities, and alienated from their culture and traditions. Millions of Africans died in transit, even as slavery became a lucrative venture and source of nation building in Europe and the Americas. Whereas the Halifax Regional Municipality recognizes that people of African descent have been part of Canadian society since the early 1600s, and that their enslavement occurred on this land for centuries. Whereas on October the 1st, 1834, the Slavery Abolition Act became law and effectively made slavery illegal in most British colonies, resulting in the freedom of over 800,000 enslaved Africans in the Caribbean as well as in Canada. Whereas the province of Nova Scotia has, as of April the 19th, 2021, legislated August 1st as Emancipation Day. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 68/237 proclaimed 2015 to 2024 as International Decade for People of African Descent and designated people of African descent as a distinct group whose human rights must be promoted and protected in alignment with the pillar of recognition, justice, and development. And whereas Emancipation Day is an acknowledgement of struggle for human rights made by freedom-seeking Canadians of African descent, the day also provides an opportunity to acknowledge the legacy and history of slavery in Canada while celebrating the rich contributions that people of African descent have made to our city and country. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of Mayor Mike Savage and behalf of the Halifax Regional Council, do hereby proclaim August 1st as Emancipation Day in the Halifax Regional Municipality.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, let's do our round table to see who is with us, beginning with Councillor Daigle-Gammon. How are you doing?
Very good, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Welcome from beautiful Fall River, representing District 1, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley.
Great to see you. Councillor Hensby, District 2.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Those immortal words of 52 years ago by Neil Armstrong as he stepped on the moon. I'm sure we'll be over the moon today on a few of the topics on the agendas. So let's have a great day, folks. This is Councillor David Hensby from District 2, Preston, Chesapeake, Eastern Shore, signing in. Houston, over to you.
Very good. Councillor Kent, You can take it now.
Thank you. To infinity and beyond. I couldn't help it. I had to. Coming from here from beautiful Eastern Passage, it's still a little overcast, but it's getting brighter out there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm ready to do lots of great work.
Ready to go. Councillor Purdy, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good morning, good morning everyone. Here, happy, ready to go. District 4, Cove Harbor, Westfall, Cherrybrook, Lake Loon. Looking forward to today.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Austin, who was our home councillor last night for this wonderful announcement of the Jabuktuk. Good morning, Councillor Austin.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm here and ready to go.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini. On mute.
On mute is, I know that's the way you like me the most, Mr. Mayor, but good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, and everybody watching at home.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Good morning, Mayor, colleagues, residents. Calling in from beautiful District 7. Looking forward to a day's good work.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Smith, how you doing this morning?
I'm all right, Mr. Mayor. Hello, colleagues and watchers and listeners. Mendel Smith from District 8, Halifax, Peninsula North.
Beautiful. Councillor Cleary, how are you?
Doing very well, Mr. Mayor. Hi, colleagues. Hi, residents. Just wanted to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Mayor, not just for your land acknowledgement when we began the meeting, but and to the Deputy Mayor in your office for reading that proclamation for Emancipation Day. I requested that from your office about a year ago. And it's funny, I didn't even know Emancipation Day was something that was celebrated here in Canada. And of course, it wasn't officially, but now the province, the federal government, and us are celebrating this year. And a big thanks to IO, who actually researched and crafted that proclamation, who's unfortunately leaving us for, some might say, greener pastures elsewhere. But we know that Cornwallis brought slaves to Halifax when he landed here. We know in the early days of Halifax, slaves represented about 20% of the population of Halifax, and literally built the early city that we all now enjoy and reap the rewards of their unpaid labor. And so I just wanted to thank you for that and say good morning to my colleagues.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morse, how you doing?
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. And I think we're off to a great start with that proclamation about Emancipation Day. And I look forward to working with you from Halifax, Bedford Basin West here in Clayton Park. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Cuttle, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and my council colleagues, and to all those viewers out there. Glad to be here on this somewhat overcast morning. And I too just want to say, how proud I am of our city right now and the direction that we're heading, between the naming of Jabuktuk yesterday evening, the proclamation this morning, and, just the general dialogue that we're having amongst ourselves and with our constituents. I think it's something we can all be proud in. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome, Mr. Mayor, and colleagues and those watching from home. I'm coming to you from a little cloudy, damp District 12, which is Timberlea, Lakeside, Beachville, Clayton Park West, and Wedgwood. I'm very proud of Halifax and the proclamation. I think we've done a wonderful job, and as I said, I'm very proud to be here as a resident myself. And I'm ready to go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace, how are things with you?
Just super fantastic, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Coming to you live from Hammonds Plains, St. Margaret's, and it's really fitting. It's nice to know that we're going to be talking about Upper Hammonds Plains today after that great proclamation. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that. And just, considering Upper Hammonds Plains was first established in 1815, just wonderful. Looking forward to the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, Beaverbank.
Hello there. Good morning, everybody, from beautiful downtown Beaverbank. And it was so great to see so many of my council colleagues yesterday afternoon on the Dartmouth waterfront for the unveiling and inaugural sailing of the Jabuktuk. So thank you so much, and looking forward to more of those events where we can see each other in person. Thank you.
Isn't that true? Councillor Russell in Sackville, how you doing this morning?
Good morning. I'm having a great time representing Lower Sackville, not necessarily in Lower Sackville. Yeah, currently on the other end of the province. Would like to, no, I'm just looking forward to the day and would like to wish Sarah Brown on this Saturday a very happy 100th birthday. Congratulations, Sarah. There is a scroll on its way to you. And this Saturday, I think there's something else going on. I'm not sure what, but it will be starting a week of vacation for me. So I will not be available for next week. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We normally get Councillor Austin to sing happy birthday on occasions like this, but we'll forego that. Anything special happening up in the other end of the province the next little while, Councillor?
There might be a marriage or something happening on this Saturday as well. And if Councillor Austin wants to practice, there will be another 100th birthday for Lower Sackville next month.
Well, listen, we all wish you very well in the days and weeks and months and years and decades ahead. And
thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Glad to be here, and I wanted to add my congratulations and best wishes to Paul as well. He even got new glasses for the occasion, I see there. So that's unusual for him to spend money like that. That's great. But best wishes, and looking forward to a nice day.
All right.
And so the dogs.
We will, for those who have other things to say, we'll have a chance to do that at regular council meeting. If you have other acknowledgements, I'll acknowledge you then. So the councillors that are buzzing in, perhaps we can do that when we begin regular council meeting. Okay, so this is committee of the whole, and I'm going to look for somebody to approve the minutes of June the 8th.
So moved, Tim.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Stoddard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. The approval of the order of business has been circulated. Does somebody want to move that?
Moved, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, seconded.
Moved by Councillor Mason, I think, seconded by Councillor, was it Cuttle or Kent maybe?
I
Lovelace?
think it was Lovelace.
Lovelace.
Lovelace, okay. The way you were pointing, I think it was to Ireland, Councillor Cuttle from my direction, but we'll go with Councillor Lovelace then. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
We have an order of business, calls for declarations of conflicts of interest. Our business today is item number 5, which is the effectiveness of the front-end processor and waste stabilization facility. We have some presentations this morning. I believe Mr. Dubé will begin with Brad Anguish, Andrew Philopoulos, and perhaps Bruce Fisher, Colin Taylor, and others. I think Andrew Philopoulos, who, folks, by the way, is on vacation with his family right now, believe it or not. If you can't tell, this is what vacation looks like if you're in his business. So we'll have a presentation from Andrew, and then we will hear from the Community Monitoring Committee, who have some verbal comments that they want to make, and then we will take this away on discussion. So Andrew, if you're okay to do it, we're ready to listen.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hang on one second here, and I will share the slide deck. And then what I'm going to do is stop my video. Mr. Mayor, can you see the slide deck and can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can see you and hear you. We can see the slide deck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Regional Council. Andrew Philopoulos here, Director of Solid Waste Resources, to present to you today on the effectiveness of the front-end processor and waste stabilization facility, or as you'll hear me refer to today, the FEP-WSF. I'm also joined today by Dylan Consultant, namely Scott Kyle and Chris Shortall, who were the authors on the consultant report on the FEP-WSF closure review. and they are also available to answer any questions as needed. The agenda for today's presentation is to review background information on the development of Otter Lake, review the effectiveness of the FEP-WSF, touch on staff's consultation with the Community Monitoring Committee, or CMC, and review recommendations and next steps. Here's an overview of the Otter Lake Processing and Disposal Facility. It is located off of Highway 103 at Exit 3. The majority of waste that is ultimately landfilled at Otter Lake is first processed through the FEP-WSF, which is located on the northern end of the facility. And then material that is outputted from those facilities generally is landfilled in what we call the residual disposal facility. Taking a closer look at the FEP-WSF, the FEP is similar to a recycling facility in that it consists of a lot of mechanical equipment like conveyors and shredders and bag breakers. It achieves two major functions in that it separates material less than 6 inches and greater than 6 inches. So the fraction that is greater than 6 inches undergoes very, very minor recovery, with the vast majority of the output being landfilled. The fraction that is less than 6 inches is intended to capture organic material, and that material is sent to the WSF. The WSF is similar to a composting facility in that the biostabilization process consists of a composting technology. That material undergoes biostabilization with the output being landfilled at Otter Lake. Here's a picture of the material that we're currently biostabilizing at Otter Lake. So this is the size fraction that is less than 6 inches that is outputted from the FEP to the WSF. This is the material that we're biostabilizing. It's intended to capture organics. As you can see, the vast majority of this material is inorganic in nature. In 1995, an integrated waste resource management strategy was completed, ultimately adopted by Halifax Regional Municipality. It was completed at a time when only 5% of waste was diverted from landfill disposal. And at that time, it was the concept of an FEP-WSF was envisioned for the purposes of community protection as part of a future landfill operation. You fast forward to 2014, HRM now has a national leading solid waste program in terms of keeping material out of landfills. And staff completed a strategy update. At that time, the effectiveness of the FEP-WSF was called into question as a result of the success of our program and due to the high cost of landfilling at Otter Lake. Ultimately, Regional Council decided to pause any decision-making around the FEP-WSF, and that was to allow time for other changes that were made as part of the 2014 strategy update to play out so we could see their impact. So for example, we implemented clear bags in August of 2015. That was a very successful policy that resulted in a 25% reduction in residential garbage. Additionally, we eliminated commercial garbage flow control, meaning that we allowed commercial garbage to be exported to other provincially licensed landfills. That was as a result of the high cost to landfill material at Otter Lake and resulted in significant savings to both the municipality and to the commercial sector. 2016, the municipality entered into a new contractual agreement with Mirror Nova Scotia. Mirror has been the operator of Otter Lake since day one. The new agreement replaced the original design, build, operate agreement for Otter Lake. As part of the new agreement, HRM received an all-in processing fee of $125 per ton. That replaced a cost-plus model that was part of the old agreement. So that was very favorable to the municipality. Additionally, Mirror was allowed to establish a transfer station at Otter Lake to manage commercial waste to export that material to other licensed provincial landfills. The financial terms of this agreement are dependent on removing the obligation to operate the FEP-WSF. And if that cannot be achieved, Mirror has the option to provide a notice of early termination and early terminate the agreement. So the way that that works is that Mirror has until the end of this calendar year to provide a notice of early termination if the legal entitlement to operate the FEP WSF cannot be removed. If that were to occur, the processing fee would increase from $125 per ton to $170 per ton, with the contract expiring at the end of 2023. So if this were to occur, what staff would do is prepare tender documents for the next operating agreement and tender the next operating agreement and have that in place to coincide with the contract expiration if that were to occur. Moving on to the effectiveness of the FEP WSF. As a result of the changes made with regards to the 2014 strategy, we witnessed a significant reduction in the amount of material being processed and landfilled at Otter Lake. So back in 2014-15, we received and processed through the FEP WSF and landfilled approximately 134,000 tons of material. You fast forward 2 years after the changes that were made, and you can see there was a significant reduction in the amount of waste being received and processed down to the order of 45,000 tons, with the balance being exported to other provincial landfills, namely being commercial waste. Dillon Consulting was retained to complete an FEP WSF closure review. Dillon's conclusion was that there does not appear to be any increased risk to public health and the environment if the FEP WSF operations are terminated. Key assumption that Dillon made as part of their recommendation was that commercial waste would continue to be exported to other licensed landfills. So why is that? Dillon Consulting estimated the quantity of putrescible organics received and processed at Otter Lake. So when I say putrescible organics, what I'm referring to, for example, is food waste. So you look at 2004, and we were receiving and processing close to 30,000 tons of putrescibles. You fast forward to 2019, that number has dropped significantly as a result of the success of our program, as a result of the changes that we made in 2014, the changes to commercial flow control, and you can see the quantities of putrescible organics has dramatically declined.
Yeah, I just interrupt for just a moment. Are we still supposed to be reviewing your screen? Because I no longer have the screen.
Okay, I can see the screen. Are other people not seeing the screen?
I can see the
are
screen.
seeing the screen.
Yep. Working for me.
Okay.
Can
So
we,
there is.
Maybe we should try to get Corey to touch base with Councillor Stoddard again and see if there's some issue with her screen.
We will reach out to Councillor Stoddard and get her some technical support.
Great, thank you.
Should I continue, Mr. Mayor? Or should I wait?
I think so. Councillor Stoddard, do you want us to just wait a second till we get your screen connected?
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, just to give me the opportunity to see the presentation. If it takes too long, of course, I won't hold the meeting up.
Is the presentation available on any other platforms?
It was sent to us, Mr. Mayor. We all have it in our rest of our documents.
It's in our packet.
And I can confirm that this is what is being, the YouTube broadcast has the presentation on it.
So maybe Councillor Stoddard, if you go to the Teams website, the Teams, what do we call it? The Teams website, the presentation should be there. I have it printed out here, but it would be on it would be online as well.
Okay, I'll give that a try. Ian, I believe Corey Smith is in this meeting. Would he be able to assist?
So Corey has indicated he is currently reaching out to you, and I am the presentation is being emailed to you directly as we speak. You should have it momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
That would be great.
Mayor Savage, Corey has contacted the councillor and the presentation has been sent to her directly.
Okay, Councillor Stoddard, have you got the presentation?
Krista just sent you the link by email.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and councillors, they are currently working on my system. I have Corey on the line. If you wouldn't mind continuing, and I will catch up.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. So continuing on with the Dillon Consulting report. So Dillon's key findings were, as a result of recommending deactivating the FEP WSF, that they anticipate no offsite impacts, no odors, no litters, no vector environment issues, no change from where we are today. They did identify some potential for on-site impacts, which they quantified as low to medium risk, related to the landfill tip face, which can be mitigated through best practices. So for example, and let me just explain for a moment, when we talk about the landfill tip face, we're talking about the active area landfill. So that's where we're actively disposing material. I would add that the nearest resident lives 3 kilometers away from the landfill. So for example, what Dillon is referring to is they're referring to things like, say, for example, truck traffic. Currently, trucks, collection vehicles tip their loads in the front end processor building. With this change, they will need to tip their loads directly in the landfill tip face, meaning that we'll need to set up haul roads and facilitate safe transportation and disposal of material similar to all other landfills. Another example would be the attractions of birds. So currently we use indirect and direct methods to mitigate birds. So an example of an indirect method is that we apply daily cover on freshly placed landfill materials to keep the birds away. Additionally, we use direct mitigative measures such as falconry services and noise mitigation measures. And upon deactivating the FEP WSF, those best practices and others will be available to us to use in case conditions change. Of note, I wanted to mention to Regional Council, if you were to visit other provincial landfills, you may encounter more birds than you do today at Otter Lake. The reason for that is most landfills in the province are located in rural areas. Not all, but a lot of those landfills don't perceive birds as an issue. So they use no direct mitigative measures, such as the practice at Otter Lake. I wanted to thank the Community Monitoring Committee for their time and allowing us to formally engage them on this matter. Staff announced the CMC in November of 2020, the proposed plan to deactivate the FEP WSF. In January of 2021, staff, Mirror, and Dillon Consulting presented the proposed plan to deactivate the FEP WSF to the CMC. On March 7, 2021, the CMC indicated they were not supportive of the proposed plan. In April of 2021, staff proposed what we called a phased deactivation plan. This was an alternative that we pitched to the CMC, including deactivating the FEP WSF as a pilot and striking an oversight committee such that we could review the findings on a month-to-month basis. In May of 2021, the CMC deferred the decision to the Halifax Waste Resource Society, and ultimately May 30th, 2021, the Society indicated they were not supportive of the phased deactivation plan. So in front of you today is a staff report with the following recommendations. For MIR and HRM to jointly submit an application to Nova Scotia Environment to deactivate the FEP-WSF under the following conditions. The FEP-WSF will be placed in standby mode and will be maintained in an operable state as a contingency, meaning we're not going to decommission or demolish the facility. Our plan is to maintain them as a contingency measure. Commercial waste will continue to be exported to other licensed landfills, and the CMC will be consulted on any future proposed changes at Otter Lake, as is our obligation. Additionally, staff are asking authority to negotiate with MIR on extending contract timelines, specifically related to the notice of early termination. If you recall, that timeline comes to fruition at the end of this calendar year, and we want a little bit more time to allow for the regulatory process to play out. So if Regional Council were to accept staff recommendation, the next steps would be to submit an application to Nova Scotia Environment. That review process would take in the order of 2 to 3 months for review. And NS Environment may require additional work, such as public consultation. So the process could take longer than 2 to 3 months, depending on NSC's review. Additionally, in parallel, staff will negotiate with MIR on extending those contract timelines, namely the notice of early termination clauses, and we will return to council with a recommendation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. Thank you for that, Andrew. Is there any questions of clarification at this point? Not seeing any. Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. I'm just curious. You're talking about the plant going into standby mode. Is there a time frame on that? How long would it be in standby mode? I don't know if this is the right place for this yet, but that was one of the key things that I was wondering is how long it would be there and what it would take to get it back into fully operational mode.
Andrew?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. We have no timeline. The intention is to be long-term. And the reason for that, councillor, is our focus is to see if we can get the facilities deactivated, get to the point where we could demonstrate that we are continuing to operate the facility in an environmentally sound manner. And ultimately, the decision as to how long we would maintain the facilities in standby mode will be a decision Regional Council will make at a later date. I would suggest to you at a minimum, we are looking at a 5-year period.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for joining us on your vacation. It's very much appreciated. I just have a question about the contract for exporting the ICI. Do we have an agreement for exporting that with other provincial landfills? And how long are those agreements for? And do you foresee any changes in provincial policy or other municipal policies around those landfills that might in some way alter our agreement for exporting the ICI?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. So no, we do not have contracts with commercial waste. We don't, it's out of our jurisdiction. It's fair open market. So MIR, operates that transfer station to their account. So we have no agreements with the other sites. It's an open market for waste disposal. Just in terms of like changes in the future, what I would say to what I know today is that we have a high cost to landfill material at our site. and it is more cost effective to export that material to other landfills. So I don't see that changing anytime soon. Additionally, I can tell you that the landfills that are receiving most of our waste, I've been in touch with them periodically over time. My understanding is that they have significant site life remaining at their landfill sites, and that they do appreciate receiving the commercial waste because it helps fund their operations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Are there any more presentations, or are we in debate now?
No, we've got a presentation from CMC yet to come.
All right, I'll wait. I'll wait then. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of clarification of Andrew?
Yes, if I may, there was a second question, and that is with the facility in standby mode, how long would it take to reactivate it?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. I think we're talking, councillor, in the order of weeks. I think the facilities will be maintained in an operable state. I think that if you were to go to reactivate the facility, you would need to staff up to make that happen. I think just for regional council's comfort, though, we don't anticipate having to put these facilities back into operation. We're doing this for peace of mind as a contingency. We believe that the standard best practices that are available to us what we will exhaust first before we look at putting the facilities back into operation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew, for being here on your vacation. I just actually wanted to ask you, you said you'd have to staff up. So does that mean that with the shutting down of the FTP, that jobs will be lost and you'd have to hire back in order to do that part of the system?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. So the employees all work for Mira Nova Scotia, which is part of municipal enterprises. So all indications are from municipal enterprises that they will look to repurpose staff into other positions as possible if we do end up deactivating these facilities. So it is correct that we would need to, have the right workforce to be able to operate the facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we have, I think, a number of people who are going to present from the community monitoring committee. I'm going to turn it over to the clerk who's going to sort of monitor that, but I think we have Scott Guthrie and potentially others, Reg Rankin, Colleen Rawlings, and potentially others. Ian, do you want to just sort of give a sense of what's next?
Yes, I can. So all panelists from the CMC have just been promoted, all attendees from the CMC have just been promoted to panelists. You'll be given the opportunity to present and speak to council and provide a presentation at this point in time. You'll be provided 10 minutes for this presentation and I'll be monitoring the clock. Once your presentation is finished, there will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification from the Community Monitoring Committee. I'll be available if there's any questions in process throughout. Please let me know if there's anything that I can do to provide assistance.
Okay, who do we have? Is Scott here with us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sorry, just realized I can actually have some control of my keyboard now. Yes, I am here, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Good morning, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council. I'm Scott Guthrie. I am currently the chair of the Community Monitoring Committee of the Otter Lake Solid Waste Resource Facility. For those who are new to Council, the CMC was established in 1999 through an agreement between HRM and the Halifax Waste Resource Society. The CMC is tasked with monitoring operations at the Otter Lake landfill on behalf of the local community and with communicating information to residents about the operations and information about local communities' views to HRM. We take these duties very seriously, and that's why I'm taking time away from work to speak with you today. At the outset, I would like to make Council aware of the extremely short time frame that the CMC was given to prepare a response to this 125-page report, which we received on June 24th, 2021. The CMC would like to thank one of its council members, Councillor Iona Stoddard, for advocating for the deferral of this presentation from June 29th until today. We are a volunteer committee composed mostly of residents from the local community, along with 2 residents of HRM, 3 councillors, and the mayor. This deferral accommodated the scheduling of a meeting of the CMC committee to gather feedback on my presence and presentation for you today. However, the CMC would like to emphasize the extremely short time frame that was provided to both the CMC and council to review a staff report that has likely been months in the making on what is a very important decision for council. Whether to approve deactivating the front-end processing and waste stabilization facilities at Otter Lake under Section 602 of the 1999 agreement, the CMC is entitled 15 days notice of proposed changes to the text of any agreement related to the operation of Otter Lake facility, and subsequently entitled to an opportunity to address council within the next 30 days. HRM staff state that notice to the CMC is not required because they are not making any changes to the text at this time. We feel this is an artificial distinction, as what the staff are proposing is a major impact on the facility's operations. The staff report also states that the operational agreement changes were made back in 2015 when rates were negotiated between HRM and the facility operator, Mirror. The CMC's attention was certainly not drawn to the implications of these rate changes at that time. We object to the process that the staff has proposed and feel that it is an attempt to circumvent the spirit of the agreement by effectively not allowing us the procedural protections of the agreement at any point in the process until after Nova Scotia Environment has already made its decision. Deactivating the FEP WSF and putting them into standby mode is a fundamental change to the operations of Otter Lake, and we should have sufficient time to notify the local community, gather feedback, and represent their interests to council. I would also like to make clear to council what CMC has communicated to HRM staff regarding the proposed deactivation of the FEP WSF. The CMC does not support deactivating the FEP WSF without, at the very least, a more comprehensive plan in place with alternatives to address the potential risks. Although HRM staff report states that we did not accept or reject the proposed phased deactivation plan, it fails to capture our full response. We feel that any deactivation, phased or otherwise, of the FEP WSF is a fundamental change to the 1999 agreement between HRM and the Halifax Waste Resource Society. In our view, those HRM and the Halifax Waste Resource Society who are parties to the agreement need to meet and to negotiate changes to the agreement to address the definitions before the FEP WSF could be deactivated. Consultation with the CMC cannot be used as a proxy for those negotiations, which is why we told HRM staff the matter should be referred back to HRM to work directly with the society. We feel that HRM would be in breach of the 1999 agreement as it is currently written if it proceeds unilaterally to deactivate the FEP WSF at this time. I also note that the Halifax Waste Resource Society was not provided a copy of the staff report or asked by staff to address council today. The Otter Lake community consented to host the landfill site for the solid waste generated by all HRM residents under the very specific conditions. The Otter Lake landfill is unique within Nova Scotia and is the only urban sited landfill. This uniqueness and its associated stringent requirements must be maintained out of respect for the residents of this community who generously agreed to take on this risk over 20 years ago. A particular note in these stringent requirements is the very specific definition of acceptable waste that may be disposed at the Otter Lake landfill site. For the benefit of those that may not have the knowledge of the 1999 agreement, the agreement clearly outlined the materials to be allowed at the Otter Lake landfill. This very definition of what acceptable waste under the agreement incorporates biostabilization using the FEP WSF. Therefore, as the agreement is currently drafted, any putrescible material must pass through the FEP WSF for biostabilization in order to be accepted for landfilling at the Otter Lake facility. The HRM has implemented a residential organics program in the exporting of commercial industrial waste stream since the signing of this agreement. These strategies have reduced the quantities of acceptable waste at the Otter Lake landfill. The HRM staff report attempts to indicate that due to the reduced quantities of acceptable waste, in turn, the putrescibles have been reduced to such statistical levels that the FEP WSF facilities are no longer required. In plain terms, HRM staff and the landfill operators are saying that the materials residents put in their garbage bags can be directly landfilled because there is very little putrescible material in residential waste. However, logically, some organic material still ends up in residents' garbage bags rather than in their green bins. The staff report states in 2019, 4,097 tons of putrescible organics were still being delivered to Otter Lake, which the report states is about 10 to 12% of the residential sector waste arriving on site. The Otter Lake community agreed to host the landfill based on no elements which are recognizable as readily putrescible, not over 4,000 tons per year for certain. It can be illustrated with landfills throughout Nova Scotia that the presence of any putrescibles will attract unwelcome birds, rodents, and scavengers, and the Dillon report recognizes that this is a medium risk if the FEP WSF were removed. The average taxpayer is paying approximately $15.33 per year on their entire tax bill for the use of this landfill. It seems like a very low cost for the advantage of the majority of HRM residents not having the landfill in their backyard. In conclusion, the CMC requests that HRM councillors direct staff to maintain the Otter Lake landfill operating conditions as per the 1999 agreement between the Halifax Regional Municipality and the Halifax Waste Resource Society. The deactivation of the FEP WSF would impact the local residents who live in the vicinity of the Otter Lake landfill. This would seem a slap in the face after they have graciously hosted the solid waste disposal for the municipality for over 20 years and are projected to host it for at least another 20 more. In closing, let me ask you this. Truly think about it and answer yourself honestly. If Otter Lake was located in one of the most densely populated areas of your district and was 2 to 3 kilometers from your front door, a local golf course, a major grocery store, and many local businesses, would you agree to shut down the very heart of the operation that has, for over 2 decades, to have very little to no complaints from your residents as it relates to odor, pollution, rodents, and birds? Is this recommendation really worth the risk? I suppose if cost is the main factor and staff has already indicated that flow control was eliminated due to the cost of landfilling at Otter Lake, then why don't we export all of our residential waste along with the ICI and close Otter Lake in 2023 as originally promised and understood by the affected communities in 1999 when they agreed to host the landfill, only with these environmental protections in place. Thank you for your opportunity to present to you today, and I welcome any questions from council.
Thank you, Scott, Mr. Guthrie. So is there anybody else at CMC? There's no other presentation, Ian, that we know of at this point?
There won't be any other presentations, Mr. Mayor, unless there are specific questions that I won't be able to address myself. Mr. Rankin, my executive director, had some unscheduled things that had popped up for him today, so I don't believe he's with us. And our lawyer also is stuck in taking care of some other legal proceedings today as well. So unless there's any other questions, hopefully I can answer anything that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Anybody have any questions of clarification at this time? Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Guthrie, for this presentation. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to clarify as well that you are also the chair of the Halifax Waste Resource Society, right? Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. And so I'm just wondering, from the Halifax Waste Resource Society's perspective and the CMC's perspective, what is the lifespan of Otter Lake currently?
Well, from our understanding, based on the studies that were put to us through staff and the operator, Otter Lake still potentially has about another 20 years of life or more based on the current volumes going in.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to clarify that, because in a fall 2020 newsletter, it had stated that there was about 50 to 60 years left. So, you know, I recognize that the height restrictions for the cells create a little bit of reduction in the lifespan. And I'm just wondering too, with regards to the kind of communications on the staff report, I just want to say that I think that there was a significant amount of back and forth between HRM and CMC, because I recall my first meeting in November 2019, November 19th, 2021 is when we first had that presentation from staff about the potential closure. And so I'm just wondering, when that Dillon report came out, did the CMC in 2020, did the CMC receive a presentation from Dillon? Did you have the opportunity as a committee to have a presentation from Dillon on that very large report?
We had a number of different proposals and a number of different presentations brought forward, with a variety of ideas with no concrete plans until this most recent report.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of clarification? Okay, colleagues, we are going to move into our discussion, and I'm going to go to Councillor Stoddard. I think he's going to put the motion on the floor and take us away. Councillor Stoddard.
Before we do that, I was having some technical problems and I was unable to hear the conversation. I'm just wondering if I would be able to just go back to Paul Russell's question and response from staff. Is that I don't know if this is out of order or.
I think at this point, if you put the motion on the floor, we can then go back to staff and get the question answered. Is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you. I so move that the effectiveness of the front-end processor and the waste stabilization facility, the motion is that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer, 1, to work with Mirror Nova Scotia Limited to submit a joint application to the Nova Scotia Environment to deactivate the operation of the front-end processor, FEP, and the Waste Stabilization Facility, WSF, at the Otter Lake Waste Processing and Disposal Facility, Otter Lake, on the condition that A, the FAP and WSF be maintained in a standby mode, i.e. operable state. B, industrial, commercial, and institutional, ICI, waste continue to not be landfilled at Otter Lake and to continue to be processed through the transfer station and exported to other licensed landfill. C, the Community Monitoring Committee be consulted on any further proposed changes to the operations at Otter Lake. And there's a 2, to negotiate an extension of the contract to contract timelines with Mirror Nova Scotia Limited as outlined in the discussion section, the next steps of the staff report dated June 18, 2021, and return to Council with a recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Stoddard, you have the floor. Your first question You were asking about the questions that Councillor Russell asked about what would happen with if we maintained those in standby mode. Was that your question?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Andrew, can you just sort of speak to that again? Councillor Stoddart had trouble hearing that answer.
Sure, Mayor. Through you to the councillor. So I believe the question is about standby mode, the length, perhaps what conditions we would put it back into operation, councillor. So in short, just to reiterate, we believe Otter Lake can be operated in an environmentally sound manner without the FEP WSF. Putting the FEP WSF into standby mode is a contingency measure. It's to provide peace of mind. We would not expect to have to put it back into operation. That being said, say we deactivate and there's a particular issue that arises. For example, we run into an odor issue, right? We would exhaust the best practices. We would look at the landfill active tip face. Is it small? Is it tight? What kind of daily cover are we using? Do we need to change the daily cover that we use to mitigate these types of things? We would look at the landfill gas collection system. We would look at the horizontal extraction wells. We would look at the vertical wells. We would look at the flaring system. Is this all operating as we expect? If we were to go through all of that and we were not able to find the root cause of the odor and mitigate it, we would look at reactivating the FEP WSF. Additionally, I would just add, I believe in terms of how long we would maintain in standby mode, again, the idea here is longer term. I would say a minimum of 5 years. The intention here is to deactivate, to operate without these facilities, and to be able to first and foremost demonstrate the findings from the Dillon report, again, which is that we believe we can operate the landfill with no offsite issues without these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councillor Stoddart, you still have the floor if you wish.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues and staff. I would like to continue expressing a little history about this particular situation, about the effectiveness, about the front-end processor and the waste stabilization facility. My motion for consideration. I move that Halifax Regional Council not vote in favor of this motion. The history, let's start off by saying that the Otter Lake landfill site is recognized as a world-class facility with the FAP, the front-end processor, and the WSF, the waste stabilization facility. The residents of BLT, which is Beachville Lakeside Timberlake, were promised that the landfill would only be in their community for a total of 25 years. Staff has advised that the landfill now can last another 40 years approximately. And what would be the impacts? What about the commitment to the residents? Sorry about that. Otter Lake is said to be processing only 32% approximately of HRM waste and 68% approximately that is being shipped out. This 68% includes the institutional, industrial, and commercial waste. I'd like to know what would be the cost to have all HRM waste shipped out, close the facility, and keep the commitment to the residents of BLT. The residents of BLT have never been compensated for the landfill being in their community because the Otter Lake landfill has an enhanced level of community protection, which includes the FAP and WSF. These two processes have been debated several times, and the most recent was September 5th, 2017. It was called the Community Integration Fund Otter Lake Landfill. And the motion was defeated and council kept their commitment to the community. HRM has committed to this contract with the BLT residents since 1991 And why, after all this time, would HRM risk losing the trust and confidence in the community? If you vote yes to close the process, we will reinforce to the public perception that politicians are not trustworthy. I would rather be a politician that restores people's faith in democracy. The FAP and WSF, once installed, was to remain in place as long as the landfill was open, which was a relief to the residents. The FAP and WSP removes plastics, paper, and organic food and any other harmful items that are put in our garbage bags that should not go in the landfill. Without it, diapers, doggy waste bags, aerosol cans, batteries, plastic, newsprint would all be left in these bags and would be dumped directly into the landfill. Without the FAP and WSF, there is no guarantee that the residents wouldn't have an influx of rodents and birds, along with the airborne plastics, paper flyers, and newsprint flying through the air. Also, what about our pristine and crystal clear lakes that are right behind the landfill that supports wildlife, including fish? These lakes join 9 Mile River that meets the ocean at the town of Prospect. Our guarantee to these communities that Otter Lake will not affect them is lessened. A world-class facility passes all the environmental tests now, but what about after the FAP and WSF are removed? There is a rancid odor that used to hit your face as you drove down Highway 103. And at certain points, you had to close your windows. And this is not hearsay. I know this is for a fact because I've lived in Timberley for over 22 years, and my house is 10 minutes from the landfill. I'm familiar with the term, not in my backyard. However, when I asked about the odors that would be generated if we stop these two processes, I was informed that the odors generated from the organic materials that will now be going into the landfill, it will be taken care of by being burned off by methane. I did some research, and methane is odorless. I found this on the NASA Science website. These cells have been going through the FAP and WSF and have generally reduced organic materials. The methane gas is 26 to 28 times more potent than the carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas, and is a significant contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions, which HRM is trying to reduce. Each ton of organic waste disposed in the landfill is currently broken down in anaerobic filtration, releasing the equivalent of 1 ton of carbon dioxide to the greenhouse gases, mostly in the form of methane gas. However, the aerobic process of composting does not produce methane gas because the methane produces microbes and are not active in the presence of oxygen. The FAP
Councillor Stoddard, if I could just, we're well over the 5 minutes. You can certainly come back. We're in committee of the whole. You had asked a couple of questions, one of which I think was what would be the cost if we didn't allow the ICI to be sent out of the municipality. That was one of your questions, was it?
Yes.
So let's get an answer to that one, and then I'll invite you to get back on the list and come back again. Okay? Councillor Andrew?
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the councillor. I believe the question was, commercial is currently being exported, as we know. I think the question was around residential waste, councillor, like what would be the cost if we were to export that material? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have a number. I do know that landfilling at other facilities, is a savings probably in the order of, say, 15%, 20%. Haven't approached that subject with other landfills, so I don't have an exact number to report to you.
Is that something you would be able to get?
Absolutely. I just want to remind council that we're following council's direction. Council's direction was to review the effectiveness of the front-end processor waste stabilization facility. The 2014 strategy was a holistic view of the solid waste system. We are planning to do another solid waste strategy review. So absolutely, I mean, I could look at it, Councillor. I just want to be clear, though, that we're following council's direction.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. So that's a reminder. That's what we're talking about today, the efficacy of the FEP and WSF. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, let's go to the list. I think Councillor Mason is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, colleagues. So great to be back discussing our solid waste strategy for HRM again. I want to start by talking about how the agreement in 1999, the very first page in the whereas says that HRM has, pursuant to HRM's integrated solid waste resource management strategy, designated a site near Goodwood for this use. Let's go and have a look at the 1995 strategy, what it actually says. What it says on page 24 is that it's expected that the waste stream routed through the front-end processing facilities would go down over time as composting increased. And on page 7, and this is also in the report, it says that beginning with the approval of the new residual disposal site, and as the, and I'm paraphrasing here, but as composting scales up, it says the CSC, it says that the maximum, once that achieves maximum potential, that the front-end processing would be scaled down in a planned manner as source-separated centralized composting scales up. So there was always discussion of changing and evolving the approach at this site. And what's happened since 1995 is that we've had 3 reports. We've had the report come from Dillon Consulting most recently, and the Dillon Consulting site report says that based on the results of the analysis, there does not appear to be any benefit to the continued operation of FEP and WSF. And that backs up what Stantec and SNC-Lavalin both said in 2013, right before the last time we debated this, which was the FEP and WSF do not appear to function in the manner envisioned in the 1995 strategy. That's what Stantec said. And then SNC-Lavalin says, we support the recommendation because the FEP and WSF have never operated as originally envisioned. So when I hear the site being called a world-class site, it is not now. It was amazing in 1995, but we've had a lot of different people come in the last 2.5 decades and look at our site, and none of them have implemented a WSF and FEP after investigating our approach, because it doesn't really achieve what it was supposed to. It's not just these engineers, it's not just our staff, it's other municipalities, other people who deal with garbage out there. Right now we're sending the ICI, we've allowed ICI to be sent out to other landfills in Nova Scotia. Why is it cheaper to send ICI all the way to Chester, or all the way to East Hants, or all the way wherever, than to keep it in Halifax? Because, it's important that the councillors know we have a unique set of circumstances where we have a much higher operating costs because of the agreement from 1999. When we debated sending ICI out of Halifax, I asked a then member of the CMC. One of the contractors said they're going to set up a tip face. They're going to pay for Halifax staff to be there. They're going to confirm that any ICI that's not coming from a residential or restaurant, hospitality, coming from an office building, is clean and has no organics in it. Why would we put that through the FEP and WSF when it's been certified as clean? Well, because that's what the agreement says. So even if we know the garbage is clean, we're going to put it through the Trammell, we're going to grind it up, we're going to put it out to dry for no value. So, and it's going to cost $45 to $70 a ton. for nothing. The emperor has no clothes here. This system doesn't work. There is little to no benefit for what's happening right now, what we're spending all this money on. That's why no other landfill in the world is doing this. So my question for staff, I will support the staff recommendation. My question for staff is, as far as organics and landfill go, my understanding is 6 months after Otter Lake opened, they had to install the methane capture system because while the WSF does perform a function, that putrescibles still end up breaking down in the landfill, right? That ultimately, I think it's important that people understand that organics still end up in the landfill, and the main, you know, and so the question is, how much organic diversion is happening because of the FEP and WSF at this time, not 25 years ago when composting was new. And then my final question is, has there been an approach from CMC or anybody in the community about doing a community benefit agreement? Because Councillor Stoddard made a good point. And if we want to fundamentally change this, I'm not against having a community benefit agreement at this time, but I think that, you know, the idea of continuing to do something that all the science and engineering says does nothing, provides no value, and doesn't meet the goals of the original 1995 plan anymore. I just can't vote to spend money on a performative thing that doesn't actually provide any value to the community or to the citizens. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll look forward to the answer to those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hender.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So yes, when the facility, the site operations initially, the design of the facility did not envision having a landfill gas collection system because it was envisioned that organics that would be separated in the waste stabilization facility would be completely degraded and would not generate methane gas. And what causes odors in landfills is actually hydrogen sulfide, okay? And that was a flawed concept. That is reason why when the facility was first opened, there was no landfill gas collection system, and surprise, surprise, we ran into a significant odor issue. And the way that that was mitigated was through the development of a landfill gas collection system. In fact, Councillor, over the 2 years I've been here, there's been no landfill complaints. In the last 8 years, there have been something like 6 complaints. In every instance, it's related to maintenance activities on that landfill gas collection system. The FEP WSF has no bearing or impact on that. And in fact, I'm going to take it one step further and tell you that I believe the waste stabilization facility actually increases our risk for odors, and that's because it kickstarts the microbiology. In a normal landfill, you typically see landfill gas after 6 months to a year. At Otter Lake, when we landfill stabilized material, we see landfill gas almost immediately. That increases our risk for odor issues. On the community benefit front, Councillor, it's a fair question. We do fund the CMC $90,000 a year. So we need to be clear on that. You may not see that as a community integration fund, but it certainly is monies that the CMC can use to act as the watchdog of the landfill. Council did review the potential for community benefit, as Councillor Stoddard alluded to previously. Council did not support it at that time. And no, there wasn't anything specifically raised with staff about possibly looking at a new community integration fund.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. I'm the only one around this table that has gone through this from the very start. Back in 1993, when Dr. John Savage was mayor of the city of Dartmouth at the time and chair of the Metropolitan Authority, we had quite a struggle in regards to landfill siting. And at that time, the county of Halifax, under the leadership of Randy Bald, decided that instead of Metro Authority trying to grapple with the issue, let the county take it on, because we knew it had to be sited somewhere within the county boundaries. We were forced by the province at that time that we must maintain our garbage within our municipal boundaries. So we took on the responsibility and the obligation to find a site and a process that would be acceptable to the general public as well to the host community. Today, many years later, I still believe we're on the right track then and still on the right track today. It may not have been a perfect plan, but it has seen some perfection come forward. We've seen people now more source separated than ever before, but we still need more to be done. We're not there at a utopia yet. I had the opportunity last week with Councillor Purdy to tour the facility once again. The last time I've been at that facility was at the commissioning of it over 25 years ago. And what I saw then and what I saw this last week are virtually the same process in play. But the volume of garbage that's being processed was down significantly, and that was great to see that. But my concern, though, is I still think this process still has value. The question everybody needs to ask, is it worth it or not? In my opinion, it is. You talk about the original plan talks about when we meet our maximum potential, but that maximum potential has never been defined. There's no measurable target or ratio diversion. Perhaps that's what we should be working upon in regards to what is that maximum potential. When we hit that threshold, then we can decide perhaps it's time to start shuttering down the front end processing and waste stabilization facility. When I had the opportunity to tour the site, I see that, most of the organic material going in there is what I noticed was baby diapers and doggy poop bags, and some other organic still getting through, and there's still a need for a lot more plastic diversion. I really hope that the extended producer's responsibility legislation come forward and maybe cut down a lot of this debris and material that's still being unnecessarily processed and buried at Otter Lake. I felt back then that the ICI exporting outside the municipality was a cop-out just to extend the lifestyle cycle cost of Otter Lake. I really believe that we should have the responsibility to keep our garbage within our boundaries or export it to a facility that can process it into usable energy sources. I'm curious to see how Sustained Energy is working with their facility in Chester. That may be an option. If that process and that technology works, perhaps we can look at that being a new process instead of us doing what we're doing now. I'm not prepared to support this motion at the present time. I believe there's still value in the process. And if there should be compensation discussions, then we need to blow the dust off the Western Commons plan and implement the proposals of the Western Commons that have been proposed for that particular area of our municipality. As well as we got the Long Lake and Blue Mountain areas in that area as well being part of this whole plan. I think there's an opportunity for us to really fulfill some great natural attractions besides just the landfill. And I believe that also, hopefully, future provincial governments will allow us to extend the life of that landfill site by going higher with it. We have invested so much money into the infrastructure that's sunk into that liner that we can build higher and keep going for many more decades instead of trying to impose another landfill siting location elsewhere within our municipality. So, Mr. Mayor, I will not be supporting the motion that's on the floor here today.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just thank you to our staff and to our council colleagues. This is it's a tough debate to have when you talk about things like solid waste and landfills. Nobody wants to have a landfill in their community. The fact is, though, we all create garbage. The waste has got to go somewhere. And so I think over the last few decades, Halifax has been incredibly responsible and progressive in terms of bringing in the kind of programs that we have. And I think we're in a really good place. And it's interesting to me as we're having this discussion. I know it can be emotional, especially for those who might be closest to it. But I guess the question we have to ask ourselves, why would our staff and our consultants provide a recommendation that was not in the best interest of our municipality and the residents who live in the area? So the report is quite clear. If you look at the amount of waste that is generated now, the amount of waste that's diverted, the amount of organic material that ends up in there, if you look at the science around what's happening in the landfill and how the gases are being captured and flared off. And in fact, if you recall, colleagues, a couple of years ago, we looked at a project, I'm not sure what state it's in at the moment, where we're thinking about capturing that gas to use as renewable natural gas. And I mean, it could also be captured to provide electricity. I mean, there's other things we could do with it. Certainly better than just flaring it off and burning it with no purpose. So I guess for me, this is a no-brainer. Like the report is quite clear. Our staff recommendation is quite interesting. And the front-end processor and the waste stabilization facility is still there. Like, this is a no-lose situation. If it doesn't work the way the engineers and our staff think it's going to work, it goes back into play. So there's no downside here that I can envision. And so I'm not sure why we would even entertain not going ahead with the recommendation, because while we take it offline for a period of time, if the world falls out from underneath of us, we put it back into place. So I'm not really sure why we wouldn't try this and see, the expert recommendation is that it will have no effect. If they're wrong and it does have an effect, we put it back into place. So anyway, I will be voting for the staff recommendation because it just seems reasonable that this is a step that we would take, especially given the circumstances that we're in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm largely satisfied with the staff report. We've had 3 consultants that have all looked at this, and they've all agreed on that the front end processor waste stabilization really don't provide any value. And I mean, I think it's worth remembering the journey that we've been on in terms of waste in our municipality, in terms of going from a place where everything went to the landfill to introducing blue bags and the green bin program, and then clear bags, and then sorting out the ICI waste to other landfills elsewhere. So, I mean, the system has changed so considerably with time. It's worth going back to take a look at these processes. And in this case, the conclusion is that this one just doesn't work because it doesn't do what it was designed to do, and we're a mature system at this point. So the question I had for staff is very similar, to where Councillor Clary is. So we take this thing offline, we operate it. What happens, if the community's concerns about the worst happens, suddenly the seagulls descend on Otter Lake en masse? What does restarting the front end processor look like? Like if we had to go there and it turned out that every expert that's looked at this is wrong.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you through the mayor to the councillor. I think again, maybe I'll give you another example, or Councillor Austin. So previously I gave the example of odors, right? Let's talk about birds, for example. So say we deactivate the FEP WSF, we baseline those conditions, we start seeing there's more birds being attracted to the active cell. Birds start becoming visual from Highway 103. Let's call it a worst case scenario. Again, it's not so much about difficulty putting the FEP back into operation. I think it's more about using those best practices to troubleshoot and mitigate the issue. So when we talk about birds, again, we go back to best practices at landfills, keeping your active phase small, looking at the daily cover that you're using. I can't overemphasize the importance of daily cover in a landfill operation and keeping your landfill tip face small. That's where everything is attracted to, right? You place freshly placed waste. If you don't keep it tight and tidy and cover it, you expose it to the elements and you start attracting vectors and vermin. So you go through that exercise. Then you could look at, for example, some of the direct bird measures, falconry, noise mitigation as examples. Again, if you truly go through all of that, that takes place over a couple of weeks, say, right? At which point you've started exhausting best practices, you start planning to reactivate the FEP WSF, because that's going to be the next thing you're going to need to do once you've exhausted all of your options. So for me, it's really about making sure that we have a good plan to maintain the facilities. We'll energize the facilities periodically to make sure the equipment works. We will do things, again, to maintain the integrity of the building, the electrical systems, et cetera, et cetera. And then I think it's just like any other startup, Councillor Austin, you do a cold start, you turn on equipment, you make sure it works, right? You do the repairs that you need. You do a hot start where you start running some material through it, you troubleshoot, and then you commission. It's a process that will take several weeks to complete.
So, I mean, I take your point that we would obviously want to choose, if this did cause issues, that we would want to go to other best practices first. But if we did need to restart this thing, like, we are going to actively have it ready as much as we can, ready to go. Mothball doesn't mean it's going to sit in the corner, rust away, and then it's, oops, we can't restart it. Everything is busted, broken, can't do it. That's not what we're doing here.
Correct, Councillor. The idea is to be proactive, to maintain the facilities, to periodically energize equipment. And I would just add that, interesting enough, when you remove, like, waste is very corrosive, like the WSF is a very corrosive environment. So by removing those organics from the WSF, in a way, you're kind of helping maintain the facilities longer term.
Okay. Well, I mean, I agree with Councillor Cleary on this. The experts have all weighed in. We have a very solid recommendation, and if in the event that things don't pan out as predicted, I mean, there does seem to be a solid plan B to go back to where we were. So I'm satisfied with where we are on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
That was 5 minutes and 0.32 seconds. So well done, Councillor Austin. Councillor Smith.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I didn't realize I was next. I thought somebody was ahead of me. So really quickly, two of my questions have already been asked. So let me just get my screen up here. So really quickly, Andrew, I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit on the comment related to the FEP WSF not having an impact on odors, and you spoke on the process of why it didn't, very briefly, but for my help in understanding the impacts that we've heard from the presenters and from Councillor Stoddard, can you just talk a little bit more on why deactivating that will not have an impact on odors?
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. And I think it's a really good question, Councillor Smith, because quite frankly, the number one issue we're concerned with landfills is odors, right? That is the number one thing that we need to protect the local community from, because it's the item that can happen the quickest and spread far away, if you will. In a landfill, again, there's best practices on how we mitigate odors. I've mentioned it a few times now: active face, daily cover, landfill gas collection and treatment system. Like, those are the tools in the tool set, if you will, that we use to mitigate odors. So in a normal landfill, when you landfill waste, typically it takes 6+ months to a year to start seeing landfill gas. And so that landfill gas is developed under anaerobic conditions. In the absence of oxygen, you generate methane gas, which, to Councillor Stoddard's point, is certainly a strong greenhouse gas, which is why we do have a treatment system. But what causes the odors is actually a little bit of that fresh waste smell is one source. I would suggest to you that one doesn't spread as far. The second is hydrogen sulfide, which at really, really low levels can be quite odorous, right? And so at Otter Lake, because we use essentially a part of a compost process to stabilize organics that we separate, all of this activity is microbiologically driven, right? It's all microbes that generates the gases, whether it's in an aerobic environment in the presence of oxygen, whether it's in an anaerobic environment in the absence of oxygen. So when you put it into the WSF, you've kickstarted the microbiology, right? And so the material, though you say have slightly degraded the organics, you now take it and you put it in your landfill, where the minute it goes under anaerobic conditions, we start seeing that landfill gas and that odorous H2S immediately. So that's why I would suggest to you that I actually think the process actually contributes to the risk of an odor complaint. Additionally, Councillor Smith, what I can tell you is two other quick things. One, in 2010, we actually turned off the WSF for 6 months due to repairing a roof. We had no issues. I understand at that time we did actually change daily cover, again, just to emphasize that point as a best practice, but there were no issues. And again, the complaints, what I mentioned to Councillor Mason, excuse me, was the odor complaints we've gotten. All of our complaints last 8 years, 6 of them, all of them related to the landfill gas collection system, maintaining that system. The FEP WSF has no impact on that.
So just to follow up on that, and don't worry, people always get me, Councillor Mason, confused all the time, so it's fine. In the Dillon report, or maybe it's even in the, I forget the other consultant that took a view, but I know I have it highlighted somewhere. Is that highlighted that the WSF actually creates a process that creates odors? Because I didn't read that, and I might have missed it.
I think it is mentioned there, Councillor, under landfill gas, right? But I think bottom line, again, our position is to be conservative, right? And to be concerned for the local community. So that despite what I'm saying to you, we're ready to go to make sure that when this thing gets deactivated, that we have a plan in place to mitigate odors, because that is my number one concern. Always with the landfill operation.
Thank you. And last two questions, and I might not have to come back depending on what happens with other councillors. I wonder if you could expand a little bit on SNC-Levelland, and I think it was Councillor Mason who actually mentioned it, that they support the recommendation and has never operated as originally envisioned. And maybe you can't speak on this, or maybe you can point to where in the report it might expand on that piece, because that was one comment that I kind of had to go back into either from other documents to understand what that even means when we say originally envisioned. So I don't know if there's a quick note version, or even where you could point me to, or other folks who might be wondering how to answer that. And then, and this might be for Councillor Stoddard, I'm not exactly sure, but the community benefit aspect, as you mentioned, we give $90,000 for the monitoring. It's the monitoring committee, right? Yes. Okay. So are you saying that when you said that 90,000 could go to community benefit, not just the operations? I'm using operations as the simple term, the operations of the monitoring, but they could use that for other community benefits if they wanted to?
Okay, I'm going to go to Andrew. Councillor Smith, I'm going to have to stop you there with those questions.
Yep, that's it for me.
Thank you. I'll let Andrew speak to the points you raised.
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. So I'll just tackle the second one. The $90,000 a year, I believe, is intended for acting as a landfill watchdog. So I think it would probably be inappropriate to use those funds for other activities. But that being said, I think my main point with that, councillor, is just simply that regional council has funded the CMC for a long time. There are funds there that have been to the benefit of the local community in the form of a landfill watchdog. Going back to the Stantec SNC-Lavalin reports versus the Dillon report, all reports came to the conclusion that these facilities were not needed any longer. Slightly different arguments, if you will, councillor. I think the Stantec report, and the SNC report, what they're getting at is that in 1995, when the operations of the FEP WSF were envisioned, there also was a diversion aspect to it. And when HRM, the amalgamated municipality, adopted the strategy, one of the things that was changed was that diversion aspect associated with these facilities. And the reason for that was the high cost, right? And so that's when they're talking about these facilities don't operate as originally envisioned. What they're referring to is, producing a low-grade marketable compost, diverting significant quantities of waste materials. Those things never came to fruition, where the Dillon report is a little bit more focused on, I would say, landfill nuisance factors, and takes a risk-based approach to how we operate the landfill and justifying deactivating those facilities.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I do recognize this is an emotional issue for many in the community. I think we do need to remain objective and ensure that we're making the best decisions for all of HRM. I want to say thank you to staff throughout this entire process. You know, as a new councillor, as a new member of the Community Monitoring Committee at Otter Lake, I have received all of the information, had all of my answers, you know, to all of my questions. I found that the communication was always open and transparent, and certainly presentations to the CMC, I believe there were 2, you know, and lots of back and forth to ensure that their questions were answered as well. So I just wanted to make sure that the council is aware of that. You know, I am concerned about the concept of taking all residential waste out of HRM. This is our waste. We're responsible for that. And we should celebrate the work that we've done. Our diversion rates are fantastic. You know, if we consider the growth of HRM since 2004 and the significant drop of the waste that's going to Otter Lake, it's phenomenal. You know, I do think that the Dillon report was quite clear. The Stantec report was clear. You know, these folks are experts, and they have all come to the same conclusion. And I don't think we should be, quite frankly, I don't think we should be spending money for the sake of spending money. I do support the staff recommendation. And I think that, you know, if we look at while I recognize $90,000 is going to the CMC each year as the watchdog to ensure that, you know, that they are doing their due diligence to watch over the operator and provide input and communications to the community at large. I think since the outset of the CMC, over $1.3 million has been spent, you know, over the lifetime of the CMC, and that's all taxpayers' dollars, you know, to community benefit. So I do have 2 amendments, Mr. Mayor, that I'd like to put forward. I'm wondering if I can do that at this time, or if you'd like me to wait.
I'd prefer that we deal with this staff report first, and then if we can come back and have a look at the amendments. And just remember, this is specifically around FEP WSF. It's not around the entire relationship that we have with CMC or the Waste Resource Society. But if you're okay, Councillor Lovelace, let's finish the debate here and then see where we go. And I'll ask Mr. Traves to weigh in as well at that point.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. My question, I guess, was around, you know, the cost of siting a new landfill. And I guess at this time, it's not really warranted because it doesn't have anything to do with the WSF. So that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff. Andrew, it's interesting, Councillor Hensby alluded to extended producer responsibility. And I know you don't have a crystal ball, but for the benefit of my colleagues, EPR is coming. It's just a matter of when. Can you give some sort of indication of what kind of an impact, when EPR is put into place here in Nova Scotia, what potentially that impact would be on this facility?
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. It's a really good question, councillor. So, for example, under potential EPR legislation, industry could have performance objectives, meaning how much packaging in these different types of broad categories do you produce, and how much are you capturing and keeping out of landfills. And truly under an EPR program, those are examples of performance-based objectives that industry will need to meet. And so when we see that plastic packaging in the landfill, some of that multi-material that we can't recycle and is not being developed under the concept of a circular economy, you know, we can't do anything with it. So I think under an EPR program, we could certainly see a significant reductions in plastics being sent to the landfill.
Yeah, thank you for that, Andrew. The process we're going through, if the motion that's on the floor today it passes, so the next step, it goes to the Department of Environment. Do you know what their process is, Andrew? You know, What do they go through? How do they make their decision? Can you explain that to us, please, what you know?
Sure. Through the mayor to the councillor. You know, from my perspective, we submit an application. They have a 60-day period. Is there service delivery on reviewing an acceptable application? Certainly, we would engage them prior to submitting, submit the application, be available to answer any of their questions. At the end of the day, you await a response, right? And that response could be additional work, additional study, additional consultation, and then the process would be extended once you've addressed their concerns.
You know, thank you, Andrew. And colleagues, I truly hope the province does make their decision based on science and based on facts, same as us. In front of us today, we're looking to make a decision. And when I look at the staff report, we've heard many comments about the systems we have in place, how that's impacted the facilities, our clear bag program, you know, the less commercial material, the transfer station, 100,000 tons down to 45,000 tons, the 3 consultants report, the food waste from 30,000 tons down to 4,000. The list goes on and on. And so hopefully the decision made today and when it gets to the province is based on, again, science and fact and not emotion. So I'll be fully supporting the staff recommendation in front of us today, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank my councillor colleagues for all the great questions. You know, as we go down the list, you know, a lot of the things that I had on my mind did get answered. But you know, this also impacts District 11 quite significantly. Otter Lake is, you know, right on the boundary between District 11 and District 12, and it's also situated within, you know, the watershed of District 11. You know, I think as we're discussing this, we really have to keep in mind that this is a unique situation. Although we have the consultant reports, and I believe in the work that was done there, and you know, the engineers who have reviewed this and assessed it. You know, we don't really know 100% what is going to happen. So I think it's really important that you know, we kind of really take some of those issues that have already been identified as potential impacts, such as the birds, such as the rodents, such as the odors, and better understand what the mitigation is for those things. So, for example, you know, we know that if organics, you know, if the organics come back in, we can potentially turn the FEP and the WSP back on. Well, how do you measure that? Like, what is the percentage of organic? What is the percentage of organics in the waste that would trigger that? And how do you actually measure that? You know, this same, you know, with the birds or the rodents. So while I think we've recognized these things, I think we need to maybe to gain the confidence of the communities that will be impacted by these issues. But I think we do need to understand that a little bit more. You know, the cost savings, you know, the benefits worth the cost, you know, that's a question. But you know, we also think, are the risks worth the cost? And having a landfill in a community is a contentious issue. You know, there isn't a lot of trust around this, and that's not just emotional. That's based on precedent of what's happened in other areas around landfills. And you know, the reason that we're, you know, world class is because we have taken these extra measures. And I think that we are, you know, it's a responsibility upon us to make sure we continue to have the standards and the confidence that our landfill is operating to the best of its abilities. Those things come into all the decisions we make. You know, recently we debated at council the reduction of green bins collection over the summer as a cost savings, without really having a full debate within the staff report or within you know, amongst ourselves about what is the impact of that on the success of our landfill. You know, I think everything we do, we need to keep top of mind about how do we continue to make this a success? How do we continue to educate new residents who are moving to our city the importance of separation of material? How do we enforce that? How do we work with our garbage contractors to make sure these things continue to be an important part of the service we provide and the activities of our citizens? At the end of the day, I think we can kind of debate and talk about the contract and what was there in 1996 or 1999 and what the original intent is. I think at the end of the day, our responsibility is really around having an efficient, well-operated, and most importantly, an environmentally safe and sound landfill. And we make the decisions based on that. And so I am willing to consider testing what happens if we shut down the WFP and the FEP and the WSP, as long as we can understand what is the trigger for making that come back on, and what is the process, whose responsibility is it? Andrew, thank you very much, for kind of taking us through the process of mothballing it, doing the maintenance. Who's responsible for that? Is it HRM? Or is that MIR? And how does that actually affect the contract with our waste operator in terms of, should it come back on? Does that change the price per ton? What are the financial impacts of that? Are some questions that I have. And, thank you, Tony, for asking about the next steps in the application to the province. I think if we're going to be successful with this, we really need to address some of those community concerns head on, particularly around the extra mitigation measures that will be part of the new contract with MIR or any other contractor who takes this on. I know I've kind of threaded some questions throughout that. If you need clarification, Andrew, please ask.
Thank you, Councillor. Andrew?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. Thank you for the questions. So I think first off, in terms of baseline conditions, councillor, because we're talking about subjective things like birds, for example, I think the way that you baseline those conditions is through things like photography, right? And documenting conditions. It's not something that you would have a trigger to say there's this many birds, we're going to reactivate the FEP WSF. Rather, what we would do is we would observe, hey, we got a problem here. Hey, we're getting complaints. Hey, look at these pictures of the birds around the active phase. It looks distinctly different than baseline conditions. And so the better way to view this is to work through those best practices. And if those best practices, we've exhausted them and they cannot bring us back to baseline conditions, then we would need to reoperate those facilities. So I think I would view it more in terms of, have you created an issue where there's offsite complaints associated with the facility? What have you done to mitigate those concerns? Okay, you've gone through best practices, you're still not there, then we would need to look at reactivating those facilities. In terms of mothballing and whose responsibility it is, it certainly would be the operator's responsibility, and under our oversight, as we do with all of our contracts and facilities. So it is their prime responsibility. I think in terms of costs associated with maintaining the facilities in standby mode, that is yet to be determined. Something that we will need to do if we can get to the point where we get approval for deactivating these facilities. That is some work that we've done in the past. It's something we're very familiar with. Just a reminder to council, we do operate, 2 composting facilities. We operate a recycling facility. We have a very good handle on what life cycle costs look like at these facilities. And what I can say to you, councillor, I expect the annual life cycle cost to maintain those facilities to be significantly less than the savings of $2 million a year. If I didn't answer any other questions, go for it, but that's what I had jotted down. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrew. That was my main question: was what is the trigger to reactivate the process? And I think you've answered that. Just to for comparison's sake, the mitigation measures that are in place for Otter Lake compared to what was in place for Sackville. I mean, you're talking about all sorts of technology, but also things like falconry, which is quite interesting to see in play in person. And I guess the point that I'm trying to make is this ain't your mama's Seagull Airport off the 101 we're talking about here. I mean, that landfill in Upper Sackville was just a complete mess, and it was a burden to the community for a good many years. But the technology has changed so much, and the way that we deal with our garbage has changed so much that you just can't even make the comparison between the two operations. So I'm really quite satisfied with the evidence that has been put before us. Evidence-based decision making. We've got the reports from a number of different sources, and I'm quite satisfied with the conclusions that they have raised, or the conclusions that they've come to. But just a quick question for Andrew. Bottom line is, if we vote this down today, Mirror is going to turn around and do it anyway. They're going to apply to shut down the processors and charge us a couple $1 million a year in the process. Am I completely off base with that?
John, go ahead.
I thought we'd bring John in on this one.
No, the decision in 2014 was, and in 2015 when the contract was amended.
Can you just speak closer to the microphone, perhaps, John? We're having trouble with you there.
Sorry, Mayor. Council's decision in 2015 when the contract was amended is that that we would remain, HRM would remain as a permit holder in conjunction. So a permit application would not be accepted by the Department of Environment without our sign off as the property owner. So they would not be free to make the application on their own, which is why we're here at council. In addition, obviously, to direction and further, really it comes down to then their next decision around their steps on the cost changes to the contract as was set out in 2016.
All right. No, understand. Thank you very much for the clarification, and I will be supporting the motion as it is on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I think my question has been answered, but I'm going to ask it anyway, just because one of the things that I've learned is if something is obvious, ask anyway, because obvious is not always the way it is. On page 115 of the report, when it's talking about standby mode, it talks about removing, flushing, draining, purging the tanks, and piping. And I'm just curious, you're not going to be removing the tanks or the piping, you're going to be removing the contents from that. Is that accurate? You're not going to be dismantling anything, although you might be draining some of the system so that I don't know, they don't cause buildup or corrosion or wear through the pipes or whatnot. Is that accurate?
Through the mayor to the council, yes, councillor, that is accurate. It is all about maintaining the equipment, doing what's needed. One nuance I would put out there, I mean, we have biofilter media, which is used for odor mitigation. It treats the indoor air from the facilities, right? We would remove that biofilter media so it doesn't become putrescible in itself, and would look to reinstall that media if we had to reoperate the facilities. In general, absolutely, yes, you're right.
Okay, super, thank you. You have talked about a number of different criteria that might be used to reactivate the FEP and WSF. And I'm wondering if there is a defined and measurable set of criteria that you've been working with or that you have available, or one that could be developed.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. So councillor, again here in terms of under what circumstances would we look to reactivate the facilities. It's not so much so in terms of a specific criteria. It is more related to whether we have a material change from today, meaning today we have a facility that we all would agree is environmentally sound. We don't have public complaints. We're compliant with our approvals, et cetera, et cetera. And so again, what that looks like is a change in conditions. We have an issue. We're getting public complaints. We have an issue with odors. We have an issue with birds. And again, those best practices are laid out in the Dillon report. They are laid out in terms of, you know, what do we do today? What are we going to do tomorrow when we deactivate the FEP WSF? What will change in terms of operations, right? So really, again, to use the bird example, we baseline the bird conditions. We see a material change. We're getting public complaints. In parallel, we're working through our best practices. We're working through the items that Dillon has raised. And if we exhaust all those best practices, the next step would be to reactivate the facilities. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was going to look to see if you could work with the CNC perhaps to develop a defined list, but that sounds like it would be quite difficult to do. I do have an amendment, and this is related to the FEP and WSF directly. Mr. Mayor, would you entertain that at this point, or?
Yeah, if it's entertaining.
Hopefully it'll be entertaining. I can try and sing it if you would like, but some people might not appreciate that. Basically, item 3, I think it is in the motion. I'm just sorry, item 1A in the motion, completely off. It says that the FEP and WSF be maintained in standby mode, but it doesn't establish a timeline. And my amendment would simply be to add a timeline for at least 5 years.
Councillor Russell is proposing an amendment that on 1A that the FEP WSF be maintained in standby mode for at least 5 years is the amendment?
That is the amendment.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second it, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. My concern with that is quite simply establishing a long enough time horizon for us to be able to determine what the changes are. A lot of the reports that we've seen stretch back at least 5 years, and while we've seen a marked decrease in the use of the FEP and WSF in the efficacy of it, I still want to make sure that we have a sunset that is far enough out that it doesn't have a real impact on it. If we had looked at establishing a time frame of 18 months and we were looking at the past 18 months for an example of pretty much anything, then we would see the impacts of COVID and the actual effects would be really impossible to determine. So by having it be at least 5 years, it gives us, and hopefully the CNC and hopefully the community, some peace of mind that should it be required, it will be available for at least that period of time. So thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I'm going to let you know, we're going to take a break right now. We're going to come back to the committee of the whole on this topic. On the amendment now, we have Councillor Cleary, Austin, Cuttle, and Lovelace speaking on the amendment. Councillor Lovelace's original proposed amendment was put off for now, but this one speaks directly to the motion. On the main amendment, I have Councillor Daigle-Gammon, Councillor Morse, myself, to speak for the first time, and Councillors Stoddard and Lovelace a second time. That's where we are at this point in time. Is everybody okay? Well, regardless, we're going to take an hour, and we're going to go and have lunch, sustenance. You know, you're welcome to take a nap if you wish, but we will come back to this meeting room, Ian, at 1 o'clock, and we will resume the discussion. I want to thank Andrew, who is still on vacation, and will, you know, do something with his kids for a while we continue this discussion after lunch. Okay? Take an hour, folks. Thank you.
To confirm, please return to this meeting room. We'll be locking everyone's mics and their cameras for the duration of the break. Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We will be taking down the holding sign and returning camera and microphone to everyone in the meeting who is a meeting participant. Mayor Savage, we do appear to have quorum and the meeting can begin on your call.
Okay. All right, folks, welcome back. We are on committee of the whole. It is July the 20th. The effectiveness of the front-end processor and waste stabilization facility is the topic we've been debating and discussing for the last 2 hours. Just to remind folks watching at home, we're in committee of the whole, which means everybody gets to speak for 5 minutes the first time, and then 3 minutes after that. If they wish to speak more than once, they can do that in committee of the whole. We have an amendment that was put on the floor by Councillor Russell, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. That is what is on the floor now. And we will go to discussion on the amendment. And the people I have on that are Councillor Cleary, Councillor Austin, Councillor Cuttle, Councillor Lovelace. And when we go back to the main motion, I have Councillor Daigle-Gammon, Councillor Morris, myself, Councillor Stoddard, Lovelace, and Cuttle on the main motion. On the amendment, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just very briefly, I understand what Councillor Russell's trying to do, try to reassure the community that it's going to be there for this period of time, but it's redundant in the sense that staff have not put a shorter timeline on there, so we're not extending anything. In fact, I think staff have said it'll be there indefinitely. If and whenever we need it, it'll be there. My fear would be by putting a timeline on it, saying it'll be there for at least this period of time, some people will infer from that it'll be taken away after that period of time. And I wouldn't want that impression to be left with anyone. And so I think the actual amendment may be counter to what Councillor Russell's trying to do, which is to reassure the community. And I think there's probably better reassurance by just saying there's no timeline, we'll leave it there as forever if need be. You know, if we say 5 years, then I think a lot of people will think and assume it'll be gone after that period of time. And that's not the case. So anyway, I will not support the amendment just because I fear it'll have the reverse impact of what Councillor Russell's actually trying to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to Councillor Cleary, I wanted to ask staff, in the existing motion where it doesn't specify a timeline, what the actual interpretation of that is. Like, what does that mean versus Councillor Russell's proposed 5 years, right?
Okay, Andrew, you with us?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So Councillor Austin, I think, you know, it is meant to be an indefinite long-term item, and ultimately it's something once we, again, are able to demonstrate that the facility is compliant. We have a couple of years under our belt, and ultimately at the end of the day, it's for a decision for regional council. Obviously, we'd have to follow a similar process in that we would have to get provincial approval, but the intent here is to be long-term, and the intent is to come back to regional council and engage the CMC on this matter in the future when we think it's the appropriate time.
Okay, so the way the staff motion sits now is the equipment remains mothballed but ready potentially to be put back into use for some indefinite period. You as staff would have to return to council if everything's going as expected, we conclude that, you know what, we don't need to mothball this anymore. We can actually get rid of it because everyone is now satisfied that the results are fine without it. You would have to bring that decision back to council before anything would happen on that.
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, I get what Councillor Russell's trying to do, but I don't think this is really necessary then based on that, since the existing timeline is basically indefinite and staff would have to come back to us anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the other point here about bringing it back is around the type of waste that the landfill receives. So should ICI ever come back to Otter Lake, then we're going to need the front-end processor and waste stabilization processor. So it's not necessarily tied to existing circumstances in shutting it down, you know, based on the fact that we're exporting all our ICI. Unless there's a guarantee that that ICI is not coming back indefinitely, then we really need to maintain that on standby. So I will not be supporting the 5-year limit either.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
That's what I was going to say. You know, I think that we need assurances that the ICI is not going to be coming back, a guarantee. And the staff report, you know, indicated it's an assumption. And, you know, based on market today, we don't know what a future market will be like. So, yes, I won't be supporting this amendment either. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Russell, any last words?
No last words. Thank you.
Okay.
Unless those were the last words.
Okay. I think that's it on the amendment. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Committee of the whole, do we still do the votes? I think we still vote, right, Ian?
Yes, we do. I just needed a few seconds to get my mute off. Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't able to get my information on here. My buttons are sticking. I'm still having a problem with my video. Oh, sorry. I did want to. Sorry?
Did you want to speak to it, Councillor?
I did. We're talking about mothballing equipment. I'm just wondering what we're going to do as far as mothballing the employees that run the machinery. Can we reactivate them? Is there a plan to restaff the FAP and equipment once mothballed?
Andrew?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So, councillor, the employees that currently could be affected by this change if the facilities are deactivated are municipal enterprise employees, the parent company of Mirror. And my understanding from the company is that all efforts will be made to find new employment for their staff members. Understand, I guess, that municipal enterprise is in the waste management business. They operate our recycling facility. They operate Otter Lake. They also operate other facilities around Atlantic Canada. So they're in this business. And certainly if we had to reactivate the FEP WSF, I believe that they would have the necessary resources to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddart.
That's fine. Thank you very much for that answer.
Okay. Ready for the question then, Ian?
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the amendment.
7, Councillor Mason.
Against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Against.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Nay.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Not in favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
Sorry, not in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the amendment.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet. Deputy Mayor, was that a yay or a nay?
Voting no.
Thank you.
Nay.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting against the amendment.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Opposed.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
Ian, did you get that?
I did, Councillor Kent. Thank you. I have your vote as a negative.
Okay, is that all the votes, Ian?
That is Mayor Savage.
Okay, so that amendment is defeated. So we're back on the main motion unamended. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Chair. The difference between the science and the facts and the math that says that it's a good decision to support the motion balanced against an agreement or a commitment that was made to the community. I think that that's a really challenging thing for us to be considering. In the staff report that's there, it says Mirror may provide, I'm sorry, wait, now I find it again, and that they may provide a, oh, sorry. Anyway, it says that they might close a contract early, and then that would be trigger then again some issues. So I guess I'm wondering, how do we qualify that they may? What does that actually mean? That would be one thing. And then when we talk about the further to that, if we don't approve the motion, the cost can be from 1.8 to about 2.4 million. And I apologize to John Trades at the very beginning of your answer to that question I had missed. But it looks like it's 1.84 to 2.404 million annually. And then there's also an additional cost, one-time cost of about 1.44 million to Mirror related to cell construction. So it's quite a heavy financial burden, I would say, in that way. And then the other thing is that the cost center that this applies to is R320. So is that a reserve account, and is there enough money in that account? I'm just curious about that. And in terms of the standby mode, the report also says that that would be a further negotiation with Mirror on what the cost would be for maintaining the equipment and continuous maintenance if it needed to be reactivated, that it could be done in a timely fashion. So what would the cost of that reactivation or that maintenance of the equipment, what would that look like? Is there a ballpark figure around that, please? That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. Thank you for the question. So, councillor, just starting off with let's deal with the early termination. That's a contractual term, and Mirror has until the end of the calendar year, where things stand today, to either put their hand up and say notice of early termination or not. So that's a decision they need to make. Obviously, if, for example, the motion on the table today were not supported, clearly our expectation is that they would early terminate the agreement. So that's a decision they have to make, and it's laid out in our contract with them. You are correct that the impact to HRM would be $2 million out of our operating account, related to the all-in processing fee. So essentially, we're going to see the processing fee increase from 125 per ton to 170 per ton, and that will be the case to the end of the agreement at the end of 2023. So again, notice of early termination happens, the processing fee goes up, and then the contract terminates at the end of 2023. So that's the way that works. And then the last piece to that is, yes, our current estimates, if that were to occur, show that we would owe Mirror in the order of 1.44 million. That's related to cell construction and closure, because as part of that all-in processing fee, it's supposed to include those things. And so depending on where we're at in a cell, that formula can also turn into Mirror owing us money, or vice versa, depending on how full the cell is. Our 320 is actually an operating account, and I believe the money would come from one of the solid waste reserves, and I do believe it's adequately funded. I'll just pause there for a second just to see if anyone from finance wanted to say anything about that, but I believe we're good there. Seeing nothing, I'll keep going. And then the last piece on the maintenance. Oh, sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, if we were to be in need of the funding to do that, we would most likely go to one of our contingency reserves to do that. And those are adequately funded to deal with those costs.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yep.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Great, thank you. On the maintenance side of things, the standby costs, we haven't determined those yet. Our current agreement doesn't reflect that. That is something we would need to negotiate. That being said, because we do operate 2 composting facilities and a recycling facility, we have a good handle on those life cycle costs to maintain the facility, the equipment, the building, all of those things. And so, Councillor, I can tell you those costs typically on an annual basis are in the order of, say, 100,000, 200,000, you know, and then every 5 to 10 years, you know, you encounter a major refurbishment that is more expensive, say in the order of, you know, perhaps $1 million, right? So we have a good handle on that, and those costs are really small in comparison to the savings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answers.
You're good, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the discussion. I think we should always base our decisions on expert advice and evidence and that sort of thing. But I'm also concerned that even the best considered decisions sometimes have unforeseen consequences. And so I would be more comfortable supporting this if there was some sort of objective measurement that we could use to measure the results of mothballing the equipment. So my question is about whether we measure the gases that produce the odors consistently, and if we could continue to monitor those, and if those could be some sort of objective measurement for the gases building up and potential odors.
Andrew.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. Great question, councillor. So actually, you know, one thing I want to highlight for everyone, we have a comprehensive environmental approval for the site. We are required to not only monitor landfill gas, we have a comprehensive groundwater, surface water, sediment quality program that includes quarterly monitoring, over 50 wells. We report annually to Nova Scotia Environment. None of that is going to change. And I don't believe that anything that the FEP-WSF will really have no material impact on that. The concerns that we're talking about today, birds, odor complaints, right? These are things that certainly complaints get reported on, but they're not things that are easily measurable, like groundwater quality or or landfill gas quality for that matter. So we will continue monitoring in accordance with our approval. And then just additionally, again, what I would mention, the whole piece around putting the FEP-WSF back into operation, that would be driven by a change in conditions, a change to some of those subjective characteristics that we're talking about here today, like birds, right? Like a material change in the number of birds that we're observing at the site. And that would trigger, again, a review of best practices as outlined in the Dillon report, exhausting those best practices and then putting the facilities back into operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Morris.
If I could just have a subsequent question, but I guess what I'm asking is, could we have an agreed upon threshold, a threshold for the hydrogen sulfide or the gases responsible for the odors, that if it, if we see an increase, that is a trigger for reactivating the equipment?
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. Councillor, again, we have to be compliant with our environmental permit. So we will continue to do that. When it comes to odor, Councillor, at every landfill across the country, it's complaint driven. That's the reality of it. You cause an offsite issue, the public will complain, and we will definitely, hopefully not react. Hopefully we're already reacting and being proactive at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody who wished to speak on this has spoken once. And I want to speak to this as well. You know, for me, this has been an issue as long as I've been the mayor. When I was elected in 2012, my first deputy mayor was Reg Rankin, and I got a crash course in Otter Lake. Something which I appreciated at the time and continue to appreciate. I wasn't in politics in the 1990s. I know people who were, and Councillor Hensby has indicated the great concern there was pre-amalgamation in the days of Metro Authority about what are we going to do? We need a landfill. There was discussion of incineration, and people didn't want to do that for good reasons. And so the county and the area of Otter Lake did step up and accepted the landfill, and certain conditions were made. This is probably the preeminent landfill in North America in terms of the precautions that have been taken to make it safe. And so we always owe a debt of gratitude to the people in the community who have supported the landfill going in there and made sure through the CMC and the Waste Resource Society that it has been managed effectively. Our job here is to make the right decision. And I think our job is to follow science, to follow evidence, and then to follow the proper process. This is not a case of cost versus environment. This is a case of 3 consecutive expert consultants, as well as people on our staff, have indicated that we have processes at Otter Lake that are probably not adding anything except cost to the process. Those of us who were on council when we went to clear bags remember the scars of that debate. It was contentious. There was a lot of people that weren't excited about going to clear bags. We did it, showed the leadership that we should have done, and it's made a difference on top of the other ways that we've diverted waste as well. So our question is, you know, what is the science and what is the process? And the original agreement anticipated the discussions around it, and the documents in the mid to late 90s indicated that the FEPWSF would likely need to be scaled down as a planned measure. This is not, as Councillor Blackburn said, she's quite correct, this is not Sackville. That was an environmental disaster. This has never been that because of good management, good stewardship, and good community support. So where does it leave us? It leaves us in the case where we have no reason not to accept this staff report based on science. That doesn't mean that people who may not want to support it are wrong to support it. There's all kinds of reasons. But based on science, this is the right thing to do. We all know there's a dual process. It goes from us. If we decide to support the staff report, then the province have to weigh in. What they do is their job, and what we do is our job. And, you know, for me, I appreciate the work Andrew's done. I know how diligent he's been in discussions with people in the community, with the CMC and with others. And I know that not everybody will be happy, but it's a fairly simple process to look at this and say, if we're going to follow evidence and science, that we should accept the staff report. I agree with Councillor Purry. We need to make sure we monitor it carefully. There's no point in discontinuing but keeping the equipment on site if we don't make sure that we monitor to see the impact, and if we need to reestablish the equipment. But you know what? The last time we had a big debate on this, we kept the FEPWSF. We did the outsourcing, allowed the outsourcing of ICI, which has been a boon to the commercial sector in Halifax. We need to continue. We do need to look at things like EPR and others to continue to do the work that we should do to make sure that we're diverting waste and protecting our environment. But for me, having looked at this, there's no other option other than to accept the report staff. And I want to thank Andrew and everybody else who has worked on this. So that's where I am on that. I think Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this because everyone was asking amazing questions and the discussion's been amazing. I thought this was going to be a lot easier for me to make a decision than it is. And I understand the work staff has done, the experts that have weighed in on this, but I keep going back to a commitment to the community. And I liken it to when, you know, I make a personal commitment to someone, and when circumstances change that make the circumstances change, that it's going to be more inconvenient for me to do what I said I was going to do, I'll still do it. Like, I'll grit my teeth and just do it no matter what the cost is, because your word is your word. So I'm not sure what the balance is on that, to a community commitment for as long as the life of the facility remains. This was the process that they had agreed to with the city. And then with the evidence apparently showing us otherwise, how does that marriage, how does that work? So my question for Andrew is, I'm not clear on if this motion does not pass, that can trigger an early termination of Mirror's contract. 2023, I think, would be the new year when a new service agreement would be struck with perhaps another operating company. I'm not quite sure if I'm getting this right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would the higher costs be able to be renegotiated back down in 2023 when a new contract was negotiated, like theoretically?
Thank you, through the mayor, to the councillor. Thank you for the question. So correct, councillor, if this were not to pass and the agreement were to be early terminated, staff would publicly tender the operations of the facility. So we would use the open market, and we would see what we land with. What I would tell you is that back in 2014, staff did do an assessment of the true cost to operate at Otter Lake. At that time, it was found that the cost was $170 per ton. So if we interpret that number today, plus a little bit of inflation, so I think it would be unlikely that we would see any sort of significant savings there due to public tendering based on that information.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor, we're into second rounds, 3 minutes each. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. What a wonderful debate. I would like to thank Scott Guthrie for his contribution, and also staff and Andrew for their reports and for answering my frequently asked questions. I would like to thank my fellow councilors for the lively debate, and that's where democratic rubber meets the road. I wanted to address the use of scientific principles as a reason to base our decisions. May I remind colleagues of our neighbors to the south and even our own country, scientific results can be interpreted in different ways, and that's why I always do my own research. And this is what I found. First off, the number of problems with landfills is pollution and greenhouse gases, not odor. In my research, and I would gladly give my fellow councilors the links, and this is backed by science, is that untreated waste does produce methane, and it's just as important. It is impossible to measure how much is released. This comes from Carrie Kelly, a senior director of the Federal Affairs of the United States for Waste Management. And I think she has some science to back her up. Secondly, by science, methane is an odorless gas and can only be detected after the landfill cell is closed and sealed. again, by science, most of the methane is released before this part of the process. The EPA, and again, I think they have some science, says that municipal solid waste landfills are the third largest source of human-related greenhouse gases pollution. If council votes in favor of my motion and closes the FEP and waste stabilizer, we cannot be 100% sure what will happen. And this is what I would like to know for sure. Yes, we will save taxpayers the cost of basically a grand Big Mac meal, but will we contribute to global climate change? We will increase more landfill, toxic landfill, and most importantly, we will destroy what little trust we have built with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate this, this great dialogue today. I do have an amendment that I'd like to put forward for your consideration, colleagues. It is for 1B, the ICI waste. And I'd like to clarify within that statement that ICI waste continue to not be landfilled at Otter Lake for the lifespan of the facility. So in other words, that we would entrench, you know, and support the CMC's understanding that ICI waste will not be coming back, no matter what the market does. I think it's important for us not to be bringing ICI back to Otter Lake. So I'm wondering if you would entertain that amendment, colleagues.
Okay. So the amendment, Councillor Lovelace, would be the ICI waste continue to not be landfilled at Otter Lake during the lifespan of Otter Lake?
Of the facility, that's correct.
The lifespan of the facility. We'll just go to Andrew and get a sense from Andrew. Is there a second for that motion?
Yes, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell seconds. Andrew, can you just speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor. I see John. Did you want to speak, John, on this?
I need to see the wording. Oh, there it is. Not continued on. So this is a caveat with respect to the deactivation. And so I don't necessarily see an issue, Andrew. Maybe you can weigh in on the operational side, but effectively A, B, and C are the conditions for deactivation. And so I'm not sure that I see much of a change if anything. So this would not prevent ICI sector from waste from coming back into the landfill. It simply means that you know, the way this works is if ICI sector does start to come back into the landfill, then the FEP would need to be reconsidered in terms of reactivation.
Great. And so thank you through the mayor to the councillor. I would say that, so from my perspective, I think we're adding a constraint, and obviously that's for you, for regional council to decide. The whole discussion around the future and how long we keep these facilities in a standby mode and what we do in the future, the intention behind that is exactly that, to look at it in the future. So if it's 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, we look at it. How has the facility performed? What have we landfilled? Have we had issues? Have we resolved those issues? Understand that if we look to make a decision 5-10 years from now, the composition of commercial waste may be better than residential waste. It's possible, or at worst, maybe it's just as good in terms of composition and compliance. So I would keep that in mind, that you know, we don't know what the future will hold. A decision will be needed to be made in the future. Regional Council will be the decision maker around that. And so for me, looking at 10 years down the road, what do we do with the FEP WSF? It's in standby mode. The intention there is that commercial waste would be part of that discussion and assessment. Does it look like commercial waste is coming back? Has anything changed? Has the composition improved? So for me, I guess it was always going to be part of this discussion in terms of the future status of the facility.
Okay. So that motion is on the floor. Councillor Lovelace, are you okay with that now? That's on the floor?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I am just concerned about institutional and industrial waste coming back into Otter Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things about this. I mean, I'll get to the technical one in terms of procedure in a second, but on just the idea of ICI waste coming back in, to Mr. Philopoulos' point, you know, ruling out or ruling in any options, I don't think is practical, nor is it actually, you know, really legally constraining. We can't bind a future council if after the next election, or even after this motion, if someone wants to bring reconsideration and say, hey, or rescission and say, hey, let's not do that, it can always come back. So, you know, this isn't binding in the sense that, you know, if we vote on it now, doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, just because someone else could vote to do the opposite. But more importantly, you know, the way we treat it might be much better environmentally than sending it out to some other municipalities' landfill where they don't do as good a job. So, I mean, those are considerations too. But now, from just a procedural point of view, I think the amendment should request a supplemental report, because I think the information required to make a decision like this isn't something we can do on the fly, that we would need to bring back something if this did pass. I'll be voting against it, not because I'm against the idea of banning ICI waste, just because I don't see the point. Like, it's not going there. And if it did decide to come back, we could, and from just a processing point of view, actually maybe do a better job than where it's currently being transferred to. But anyway, just from a procedural point of view, I wonder, our clerk, our solicitor, yourself, Mayor, as chair, if you wouldn't recommend that actually this be a supplemental report to consider not having ICI waste going to the Otter Lake landfill.
Okay, Councillor Lovelace, is that something that you might consider?
I think we're really playing around with semantics at this point, because it's the motion is clear in that ICI waste continue to not be landfilled. You know, and I think we are constrained by a 1999 agreement right now. So while I take your points, I do think that this is a very significant issue that the CMC has raised many, many times. And having an assurance, you know, that we're going to take this seriously and not, you know, guess that maybe one day we'll be able to, you know, deal with the ICI waste better than you know, shipping it out. But I'd like to hear from my other colleagues, and certainly I'm not opposed to a supplementary report.
I don't see anybody else wishing to speak to this amendment. Councillor Smith now.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to look in the report to get a little bit more information on what's being asked here. So I am neither here or there in terms of I don't want to support this or not. It's just I don't personally understand the impacts of doing this. And for me, I'd be more comfortable with the supplementary or more information, and maybe it's even information that Andrew can provide right now. So just to help me out a little bit, so currently the Otter Lake doesn't take ICI waste, or if what we're asking for today, if that gets approved, that then causes the Otter Lake not to receive ICI.
I could answer that, but I'll let Andrew do it.
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. So as a result of the lifting of the export ban back in 2000, as part of the 2014 strategy, Commercial waste has been generally being transferred to other landfills, licensed landfills in Nova Scotia, and being landfilled. So it's not being landfilled today at the site.
Okay, so with it not being landfilled, are there any current plans or talks that would change in the future?
So based on, back when council made the decision, in 2015, part of the basis was the economics, the high cost of landfill, the high cost of the commercial sector. I would suggest to you, based on economics, that those conditions will not change anytime soon. And again, my previous discussions with other landfills in the province, I'm hearing a lot of site life remaining, and I'm also hearing that the revenue is appreciated because it helps fund those landfill operations.
Right.
So I don't see anything changing.
Right. So you don't, and you just kind of highlighted just a second ago, but you don't expect us to be accepting ICI anyway. So in your mindset, and actually I shouldn't say that, in your opinion, approving this motion here wouldn't really change today's current situation operationally. But if we do want to change it, you'd have to come back to council. I'm saying you, the Royal you, would have to come back to council to accept it.
I think that's generally correct. And I would just add that I think my opinion is in the short term to medium term, say I don't see anything changing. Obviously, we all recognize 5-10 years down the road, a lot can change.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
Andrew, just want to sort of, for those who weren't here, before we allowed the ICI to be outsourced, the cost was in the range of $170 a ton, and the municipality was subsidizing that. And when we allowed people to transport their solid waste outside of HRM, many of them ended up paying, I think, less than $100 a ton. Is that accurate?
That's generally correct, Mayor, recognizing the current posted rate to transfer commercial waste through the Otter Lake station is, I think it's $112 today.
But it was $170 or something to that effect.
Correct.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. I think we've kind of danced around it, but I just want to ask it directly. The ICI waste, like if I'm a commercial hauler, I could still choose to get rid of my stuff at the landfill if I say didn't want to, if I was happy to pay the premium rather than driving down the road. Like the result of all of the ICI waste disappearing is an economic decision, is it not?
Yeah, generally speaking, yes, just recognizing that if commercial load shows up at Otter Lake, they'll automatically be transferred through the transfer station based on the operation setup.
Okay, so we actively take that ICI at the transfer station because it'll be cheaper for you to go to have it sent out through there.
Yeah, so we're out of the commercial waste business, right? We don't, that money doesn't come to our account. It's all managed by Mirror through the transfer station. So we effectively are currently out of the business of transferring or managing commercial waste, generally speaking.
So what happens, I mean, and I feel like I don't think I could support this because I think this should be a supplemental report if we want to dig into this, because what happens if the economics turn on their head? Suddenly, I don't know, Chester or Hants or, jack up their landfill rates. Would we still be forcing the ICI through the transfer out to those other locations? Like if the economic argument stopped working anymore, like, is there actually anything that we have banned it from our landfill and are outsourcing it through the transfer station? Or is this all happening because of the economics?
I think to the councillor, I think this is all happening because it's driven by the economics, the decision-making behind it, and the current practice is driven by the economics. It's also reflected in our bylaw, reflected in our agreement with Mirror that they are allowed to establish a transfer station and manage that material to their account. So to your point, if something were to change with the economics down the road, we would need to look at that and make a decision at that time as to what we wanted to do.
So you would have to come back. Would you come back to council if that were the case? Like if the economics turned on their head and suddenly Mirror saying, hey, we don't want to transfer anymore. There's no more, that's no longer the best economic piece. We want to start landfilling that again. Would that come back to council?
I believe so, Councillor, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't quite know what to make of this. This amendment, I'm fine with the intent, but I mean, I'm just not sure whether this actually is needed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have an amendment on the floor from Councillor Lovelace. Does anybody else wish to speak to it?
I think our solicitor is attempting to speak to it.
Sorry?
Our solicitor?
I see that now, yeah. John?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. The challenge with the amendment, frankly, with all due respect to the councillor, is it's leading to some confusion in terms of where it sits. It will not have the effect of banning the ICI sector waste, which would require, frankly, a totally separate report in terms of that's where you're going to wish to go. If circumstances change and the economics are such that, the operator says to us, fundamentally, it makes much more sense to put the ICI sector waste into Otter Lake, then the conditions for deactivating the front-end processor are no longer met, and the front-end processor would restart as it's currently proposed, and the motion is in front of you. And so, I am a little concerned over what the operator's response will be to adding this particular section in terms of the compromise that has been reached since council last really addressed this in 2014. This is the substantive change in terms of what staff has worked out with the operator to come forward. And these are the conditions which, if they're not met, i.e. if ICI sector waste comes back in, then the front end processor restarts. That is a condition that we are holding out. And so by adding in a piece around, that it not be landfilled for the lifespan of the facility, that, as Andrew says, has some potential concerns around the commercial and the other, and doesn't really effectively make a change to the conditions for the front end processor to remain closed. And so it would be my suggestion, if that's something that you wish to pursue in terms of the potential impact and the concerns that might be expressed by banning ICI sector waste, which I think is kind of where this is aimed, then that would be something I would suggest would come on notice of motion to council for a supplemental staff report and what have you. It can be challenging to ban businesses from using the municipal landfill. And so that would be something that would take a fair amount of review. And so to that point, I am a little concerned with this amendment and that it might have some unintended consequences, but I appreciate, we're at a point in time where we need to make a decision as a council, and we need a decision from council rather than supplemental reports to bring forward. And so I just put that concern out there.
Okay, Councillor Lovelace, it looks like you've come to a conclusion.
I have. Thank you so much. This was really helpful, considering the importance of ICI to the Community Monitoring Committee. Therefore, I withdraw, and I like your suggestion of a notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. Traves.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you everyone for this this good discussion. This is a really important issue. ICI in particular, we're kind of patting ourselves on the back while we're shipping our main problem off to somebody else. So I think there's some work probably within our own municipality around ICI and how we better manage that. But what I'd like to do right now is actually put forward another amendment, test another amendment with my colleagues here to see how they feel about amending the main motion to be for a pilot, to pilot for 1 year the deactivation of the operations of the front-end processor and waste stabilization facility. And to add to 1A, that the FEP and WSF be maintained in standby mode and baseline measures be established for impacts related to birds, odors, and rodents, as well as define conditions for which mitigation is required to return to baseline conditions.
I'll second that.
Seconded by, who was it?
Lovelace.
Lovelace, okay. So let's can you get the motion? Here we go. So this is the amendment.
Yeah, and if I could, can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, you know, back to you know, kind of balancing, as Councillor Purdy was saying, you know, between the promise and the science, as well as the fact that, you know, well, we have reports, because this is such a unique situation, you know, we don't really fully know what the impact is going to be. So by piling it, asking the province to allow us to shut these processors down for a year and pilot this, we'll be able to measure throughout the course of a year and all the different kind of conditions of seasons, you know, what the impacts are with the nuisances of birds and odors and rodents, and how the mitigation works. And if through this 1 year pilot, it's found that there are issues with these things, then we go back to reactivating the FEP and the WSF. And should we find after a year that there are no problems related to the deactivation of these front-end processor and WSF or P, SF, that if there is no problem, then I think it makes a strong case for why we should be mothballing them, not decommissioning them. Again, it would be just mothballing them because we still have that question of the ICI in the background. So that's the motion I'm putting forward for consideration to my fellow councillors.
Okay, I want to go to Andrew and just get his. He's hearing that, I think, for the first time. What are your thoughts on that, Andrew, or Brad, or?
Thank you through the merit of the councillor. I guess my thoughts on that are that we had pitched a pilot to the Community Monitoring Committee, and you know, as part of that also was looking at working together, striking an oversight committee, and you know, meeting month to month to review the findings. It was pitched with the perspective of trying to work together to confirm conditions on the ground. Ultimately, the CMC didn't accept that proposal. I don't think that this will have any impact. Like, I think what we're proposing versus doing a pilot is kind of almost one and the same. We're proposing deactivating, monitoring, and if things play out not the way we expect, we reactivate the FEP WSF. So in a way, I don't really see any difference in doing a pilot and baselining conditions. I guess I just don't see it as being necessary because in effect, what we're saying is deactivate, we will monitor, and if the conditions dictate, we will reactivate these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, sir. My question would be in regards to this bill be a moot point because it doesn't also require provincial consent of any change of operation. Like, we may propose all this, but we still need the Department of Environment and provincial consent is to change any operational aspect of our facility. So, you know, I just find this as being a wishful thinking kind of thing, but I don't think the province is going to permit it or allow it or authorize it. So can I get clarification, please?
Well, certainly, John, the province has the final decision on this, as they do with many things that we do, but we still do our work, and then we have to let them do their work. John, is there anything more than that?
Mayor, to you, Council, only only to the effect that it is.
Can't hear you, John. Can't hear you.
Sorry, Mayor, through you to council. The only thing I would add is that, you know, an application to the minister and all the support that goes into it is not an easy process. And to take what Andrew has indicated is basically a long-term process with checks and balances built in, and essentially end up with a pilot where we would then have to, in all likelihood, go back and make a new application wouldn't be something that that staff would recommend. Leaving aside for a moment the practicality of trying to establish baseline measures for what, as Andrew has indicated, are very subjective items. The test in both the CMC agreement and with the minister is reasonable and diligent efforts. It's very difficult to come up with any real solid substantive measures. And so I'm not sure this would really help us in the end, rather than basically bury us in terms of our conversations with the operator.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, you good? Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Didn't we already have sort of an unofficial pilot project with this? I thought I recalled Andrew saying earlier that it had been shut down, the front-end processors have been shut down for 6 months while some other activity was taking place, and there were no issues, complaints during that time. And just wondering, when was that 6-month period? When did that happen?
Thank you, through the mayor to the council. That was back in 2010 for 6 months. And then I guess I would just take the opportunity to add again, we fully expect to deactivate these facilities and not have to put them back into operation. The contingency, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so that was in 2010. So 11 years on, and our rate of compliance on sorting and whatnot has only gotten better during that time. So it would stand to reason that if we didn't get any complaints in 2010, that if we were to do it again now, we would have probably the same result.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Andrew. Ready for the question on the amendment? Ready for the question, colleagues?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Stoddard.
Okay. One thing I'd like to mention is that how we are assessing our risks to our machine front-end processor and the effect it has on our residents? I've already stated that we cannot measure the methane that's being released, and that it's impossible to measure this, and that is why the FAPWFS is only through the completion of the organic material. So as I stated earlier with my research, I've come up with this fact, and I think that should be taken into consideration before any removal of the FET and the waste management system should happen. We're talking about facts, we're also talking about emotion, and I find that the people feel that where this process was supposed to be in their community until the landfill was closed, that again, we are going against what we promised, and we have enough science to say it's worthwhile keeping these processes in the landfill facility. And I'm just, as someone mentioned, it's very emotional, but besides emotion, you can also find the facts to substantiate what is going on with the front end processing. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, any comment on that?
I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it is methane gas generation in landfills. So we would generate methane gas with or without the FEP WSF. Methane gas, we do record the quantity of methane gas. We measure the concentration of it. We have flow meters, and we actually model the gas generation. And we are required by federal regulation, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, to report annually on our greenhouse gas emissions from our landfill. Additionally, we do model greenhouse gases. I've been doing it for 15 plus years, did my master's research on it. We do follow federal guidelines for modeling, which is accepted best practices to quantify greenhouse gases being emitted from landfills. Thank you.
Okay. Is Councillor Austin, you've had your question, or you have a question?
No, just on the amendment. I just wanted to ask Mr. Mayor regarding, like, you know, I mean, we're wrestling here with, like, you know, we have 3 consultants' reports that all come to the same conclusion. I mean, there's stuff you can measure in this. You can measure how much organics are being sorted out. You can measure how much tons are coming into the library into the landfill. Too many L's. So you can measure some things in this. You can measure your methane gas release, and I would assume to Andrew that you could leachate coming out of the landfill in terms of, you know, water quality sampling, and of course a key measure, complaint calls, of which the landfill generates almost none. There's things you can measure, and then there's things you can't. But ultimately, I mean, I feel like, you know, we're trying to make this into a quantitative, where there's a quantitative process where there's ultimately a qualitative element where of what you do with this information at the end of the day. And I'm not sure that, you know, it simply marking down on a chart, we've had, you know, X number of birds versus Y number of birds is going to really get us to a decision point as to, you know, whether or not you turn this back on. I think you have to take into account a lot of these things. So I'm a little leery of where we're trying to go on this, of trying to set some kind of defined parameter that then says, yes, exactly at this point is then when we turn it back on or not. I feel like this is a little more complicated than that. In terms of a year pilot, like, would this not, I mean, it kind of is a pilot already. I thought Andrew summed that up quite well. Would this amendment fundamentally change the main motion in terms of what we were asking the province for by phrasing it as a 1-year pilot versus, you know, the request that we have now?
Guess I'll go back to Andrew on that again.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, I would say yes, councillor, because what this would mean is we would submit an application for a pilot. We would report back to regional council. I believe we would have to get authority again to go submit another application to deactivate these facilities. So I do believe this would change the process and certainly make it longer and a little more complex.
Okay. Well, based on that, I'm not going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, are we ready for the question on the amendments?
Question.
Question.
Okay, Ian, on the amendment.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
That's no to the amendment.
8, Councillor Smith.
Okay.
9, Councillor Clary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting no.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Voting in favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry about that. Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion?
1 second.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed?
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting against the amendment.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is defeated. We're back on the main motion, still unamended, not amended. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I see this as a contrast to two principles that we as a municipal council have to grapple with. Our role and responsibility of stewardship, being fiscally responsible, but also honoring a social contract. My word is my bond, and I gave that commitment to that community back when this first started, back in 1993, as a municipal councilor of the County of Halifax, and I pledged and continued that commitment when I became municipal councilor back in amalgamation, and I still keep that same commitment today. My concern, though, is if we change our processes, will that change the behavioral shift of our citizens? If we stop source separating the garbage ourselves, will our citizens stop doing it themselves too? That was the whole principle behind this, is leadership by example. We're asking our citizens to source separate, and if we stop doing it, how can we expect them to compel to do it? Unless we start having more garbage police out there enforcing their source separation rules and making sure that our garbage is separated accordingly and appropriately. I'm not prepared to change my commitment. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm sticking to my bond. My word is my word, and I will be voting against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stoddard, did I have you on the list again?
You're on mute, Iona.
I don't know why I'm having trouble today. Thank you. Councillor Hensby said a lot of what I wanted to say. Even though I've been in this position as councillor for, a shorter number of years than many of you, I believe in the commitment to the community. Again, they have trusted us to look after sorting their waste and putting it in a position where it will be acceptable to be in the landfill. Now, I know on occasion I have passed neighbors' clear bags, and there is certainly a lot of items in there that shouldn't be. Produce, paper, and items of that sort. So I can just imagine what is in their other garbage bags. If this is a clear bag and they have no regard for what's in it, how are they handling their other bags? And as Councillor Hensby said, we make a commitment to the community. They need to know that we are serious about it. We have a very beautiful environment and vibrant city. And if we discontinue the FEP, WSP, it's very good possible we could end up with another toxic wasteland. It's a possibility. And it is only 6 kilometers away from a historic Black community that was founded in 1815. Beachville is a very proud community. So let's not have another, quote, there's something in the water. Let's not subject Beachville to another Lucas or Alfredville or Preston's or Lincolnville or Loon Lake, just to mention a few. We also need to acknowledge the damage of we also need to acknowledge the damaging landfills and dumps that have been in the backyard of our Indigenous people as well. So my bottom point is let's not support environmental racism anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Iona, that was so well said. Thank you. The question I have is when we talked about the amendment being a pilot or not, and Andrew, if I understood your response, you said, well, we've sort of already done that, but it's really not necessary because if the impact of this change, if it goes forward, that it can be reactivated. So, but when I read the motion itself, can you help me find where exactly that confirmation is that that it would be reactivated? I know it says that it would be maintained in standby mode, but I would struggle to find, and I scanned the report again at lunchtime, but just to make sure that there's assurance that what part of the motion would protect that.
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. Fair question about it not being explicitly in the motion, councillor. That being all said, the items we're talking about today are subjective in nature. They're complaint driven, so certainly again, if there's an odor issue, we will all hear about it, right? And we will, as staff, we will aim to be proactive. At first notification that there's an issue on the site to address that, to work with our operator through best practices. But understand when we talk about things like odors and birds, vector and vermin, litter, these are things that are complaint-driven aspects of a landfill operation, right? So that will be the indicator to that we have a problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kathy, for that question. It was part of why I put in the baseline measures into my attempted amendment to the motion, because I do think that we need some assurances. The community needs some assurances. There was a commitment made, and while I fully understand the reports that we've got back from the consultants and their position that the FEP and WSP are not operating as they were intended, and the outcome is not of them is not as it was intended when originally put in place. I do go back to this standard that we've created around Otter Lake as an exemplary landfill. And so having something that, even though the standard across the country might be complaints driven, I'm wondering if that is, if that's really good enough, particularly for a community that we've made such a commitment to. If there's an increase of birds, at what point if it's not a complaint driven, can we look at the landfill and say, oh, there's been a significant change here, or the odors or the rodents? I too do worry about, in particular, when something gets triggered or when a threshold is crossed, which action is taken, and if it's just reliant on complaints. I'm sure we can all appreciate what happens when we get complaints from residents about all kinds of things. It's not necessarily the best process. It's not the best way for us to operate as a municipality. So I am struggling with that, and I do wish there was some assurance that is subjective, and hence why we need to have some better articulation around it. You can say it's subjective and it's hard to nail down with a quantitative measure, but it being subjective leaves it all the more open to interpretation. And so I think having some specifics around that would be useful for myself, but for the communities within which the landfill sits. And I don't know, Andrew, if you've already spoken to this several times, so I don't know if you have anything new to add to that. But that the subjectivity piece is still a sticking point for me in particular right now.
So Andrew, I'll go to you. I wonder if this is something that you could report back to us on a regular basis, so we know exactly what is happening.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. And just to add, I just want to remind Regional Council that, again, the issues we're talking about today are subjective in nature, but there's a whole other aspect to the landfill that is not subjective in nature. Groundwater quality, surface water quality, the tonnages we receive and process every day, how we manage landfill gas. There are quantitative measures that are outlined in our permit for all of those things, and we report on them on a quarterly basis to Nova Scotia Environment. That will not change. Okay. To your point, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. I think we can absolutely report back. We can absolutely make some further efforts to baseline conditions at the landfill. Again, understanding that things like birds, for example, will require a lot of photography, for example, right, to be able to sort of document conditions. But I think we can do that, and I think we could report back. Thank you.
Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrew. I think that would be worthwhile, if not to council as a whole, at least to the community monitoring committee or other in the environment committee, other subcommittees which can keep a closer eye on this.
Yeah. I think we'd all like to know what's happening in regards to this this motion in the months and years to come. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my absolute last comment. Just wanted to remind my colleagues that the Community Monitoring Committee is the watchdog, and they do a fantastic job meeting regularly, provide updates to the community. They have a Facebook page, a website, and the 1999 agreements, they are a byproduct. That committee is a byproduct of the 1990 agreement between the Halifax Waste Resource Society and HRM. So I'm just wondering, Andrew, if you can please speak to the life and longevity of the CMC and confirm that that Community Monitoring Committee exists for the lifespan of Otter Lake. Is that correct?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. That is my understanding. Correct, councillor.
Yes, thank you. So we have our own watchdog. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, that's been a good debate, good discussion. I think we are at the point for taking a vote on the motion which has not been amended.
Question on the main motion.
Question on the main motion.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
He typed that he had to step out early.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
In favor.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oatit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motion.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
and District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Hey, Ian, I think that motion passes.
Yes. 13-4.
Right. I think it was 13-3, wasn't it? I don't know.
13-3 and 1 not present.
Right. Okay. So, colleagues, is there anything else before we leave the committee of the whole? If not, we will.
Mayor Savage, this is Ian here. We would request a 5 to 10 minute break just so we can get a few things moved forward for council from committee of the whole.
Okay, so it's 2:20. We'll come back at 2:30, colleagues, and then we'll probably try to take a break. Yeah, we'll take a break at 2:30 and we'll come back at 2:30. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 2:30 and see where we go with the afternoon. Remind everybody we have a public hearing tonight at 6 o'clock on the Bedford NPS and LUB. So
you come back to the same spot, Mr. Mayor? You come back to the same spot?
We come back here. It's the same agenda, same appointment, yeah.
No, thank you.
Same calendar appointment. So come back at 2:30 in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Motion to adjourn.
Good afternoon. It is approaching 2:30. We will be removing the slide and putting your cameras and microphones back on. Mayor Savage, the meeting can be started at your call.
Okay. All right, colleagues, we're back. We're going to begin our council agenda now, folks. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. I want to just go through and sorry, I wasn't on video, I guess. I want to go through and just identify that we have all the councillors here again. There was a couple of councillors who indicated earlier they wanted to make a quick announcement, so this would be the time to do that. If you don't have an announcement, just let us know you're here. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, all ready to go again.
Awesome. Councillor Hensby.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here and also like to make a public service announcement that now that we're opening things back up, our mobile household special waste depot is back into operation. We'll be in Porters Lake at the park and ride terminal by exit 20, Highway 107 by the elementary school, operating this Saturday from 9 to 4, rain or shine. So bring all your household special waste materials to that depot to get rid of properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am here and I want to take this time to congratulate Councillor Support Coordinator Emily Smith. Emily is the Councillor Support Coordinator for Councillor Trish Birdie and myself. She has had the opportunity to celebrate her marriage on Saturday. So I want to make sure that she knows that we wish her lots of love and great experiences as a newly married couple and look forward to her coming back. But in the meantime, don't think about us at all and just concentrate on your new situation. Wishing you all the best. Thanks.
Awesome. Who doesn't love Emily?
Exactly.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Becky, she's thinking about us every day. What are you talking about? Yeah, here, ready to go. And on Saturday, I'm hosting my grandbaby's baby shower. So a big day on Saturday.
Certainly is. Indeed. Congratulations, Councillor Austin.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, ready to go.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Ready to go.
Councillor Mason.
Yes, hi, here and ready to go. Quick announcement on the heels of their amazing and unprecedented $11,000 successful fundraising effort, the 4th annual Give 65 event, Spencer House Senior Center, where they work to provide independent, healthy, and active lives for seniors in that neighborhood around Morris Street, is doing a pop-up coffee shop with Cafe Lara on July 28th to celebrate being able to get together again. So that's July 28th. There'll be an opening. They'll be reopening Spencer House and everyone's invited to attend. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. You love Spencer House, don't you, Councillor Mason?
It's wonderful.
Councillor Smith.
I'm here.
Awesome. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Morse.
Here and ready to go, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Councillor Cuttle.
Lost my mouse there. I am here. I'm ready to go. And I just want to remind everybody about the Spryfield Farmers Markets every Sunday off Heron Cove Road, as well as the Prospect Market. And, you know, this is a great time of year to be supporting local farmers and buying local produce. So support your local farmers market.
Indeed. That's good advice. Councillor Stoddart.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and colleagues and those watching from home. I am here and ready to go.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, and coming to you live from District 13. Happy to be here today, and just want to send out a congratulations to the Peggy's Cove Area Festival of the Arts. It was a phenomenal festival this year, and they raised funds for the St. Margaret's Bay Food Bank. And folks can stop by the Community Enterprise Center to see art until July 29th.
Great. Councillor Blackburn.
Hello, everybody. Coming to you from the Beaverbank bunker, and just want to send all of my love and best wishes to our council colleague Paul and the lovely Donna, who will be getting married on Saturday. And also, just a heads up to the folks on Lakeview Avenue, we have received the calls about the construction issue, and crews are addressing it as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely Paul. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Lisa, for that. I'm really looking forward to Saturday, not just for my wedding, but also again for the 100th birthday of Sarah Brown. Just a couple of things. The Sackville Business Association is hosting emergency first aid and CPR training, so visit sackvillebusiness.com to find out how to sign up for that. If you're interested in live music, Acadia Recreation Club is hosting every, I think, Sunday, and the Sackville Business Association is hosting, I think, every Saturday and every Sunday through the summer, a live concert at Acadia Park. So that's going to be in the afternoon. And finally, on Natal Day, Monday afternoon, I'm going to be in town at Fultz House, helping them serve their I think it's a bean dinner. So I'm looking forward to that, getting back out and seeing people. It'll be a drive-through, so there won't be any sit down to eat. So it'll be exactly the same format as they've had in the past, and looking forward to seeing everybody again, getting back out and being around people. I really miss that. Anyway, thank you.
I think a bean dinner is a great way to have a honeymoon. Good luck with that. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad to hear Donna hasn't run off yet. So congratulations, Paul, and best wishes to you both.
She's got 4 more days.
I hope she doesn't run off. I want to thank and congratulate the Bedford Residents Association, who this past weekend we had fun again doing a cleanup along the Bedford Highway as part of the Adopt a Highway program. So the Bedford Highway is looking a little less cluttered and littered than it was a few days ago. And thank you to Donna Lugar and the team there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Folks, I want to throw a shout out to our special events crew. Elizabeth and all the folks at special events. If you've been in Grand Parade recently, I'm sure Councillor Mason has had a chance to see it. The stage looks fabulous. We're going to have entertainment every Thursday to Sunday, I think it is, through the summer. Patio lanterns, I think, is the theme, and it's amazing what they're going to do here. So come downtown and listen to some music and support our local restaurants and bars and hospitality and retail. Okay. So let's look at the approval of the minutes of June. What am I looking at here? Sorry. Approval of the minutes of June 29th. Who wants to move those?
Councillor Cleary will move.
Councillor Cleary.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Those are done. Let's look at the order of business, and I'm going to go to the clerk to sort of shed some light on the order of business today, and then we'll look at the consent agenda after that.
There are 2 added items in the clerk's office today. Item 14.1, bylaw A700, respecting animals and responsible pet ownership. And item 14.2, ratification from Committee of the Whole, July 20th, 2021, effectiveness of the front end processor and waste stabilization facility.
All right. Those 2 have been added. Anybody else? Does somebody want to move the approval of the order of business as amended?
So moved, Councillor Cleary.
Moved by Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Cuttle. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We have an order of business adding items 14.1 and 14.2. Okay, so the consent agenda, I know that there's some activity on this. I think Councillor Lovelace wanted to remove 11.12. Is that correct?
11.1.2, please.
11.1.2 will be removed from consent. Councillor Smith, did I see that you wanted to move some items?
Yeah, 11.112 has already been moved, and 11.33.
11.3.3, 11.1.2, 11.3.3. Okay. Anybody else on consent? Councillor Lovelace, did I get you already?
Yes, sir, you did.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy on consent.
Yes, can we please remove 11.4.1?
11.4.1 will be removed from the consent agenda. Thank you, Councillor. Austin, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we please remove 11.4.2, street art in the right of way?
11.4.2 will be removed from the consent agenda. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two, 11.3.1 and 11.3.2, please. Remove.
11.3.1 and 11.3.2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason's okay. So that only leaves two items on consent. That's 11.2.1, which is Halifax Solar City Program Update, Future Program Recommendation. That is deemed to have passed on consent. 11.6.1, waiving retroactively municipal related construction fees for registered nonprofit and charitable housing developments. That is deemed to have passed on consent. Everything else will be dealt with in the normal course of items. Does somebody want to move then that consent agenda?
I'll move that.
I'll move, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Blackburn. We need to take a vote, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, that was 11.2.1 and 11.6.1. Sorry, 11.6.1.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard. 'Councillor Stoddard. District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith.
For the motion.
Thank you.
That passes. Thank you. While we're on it, Ian, just so people know, we have a number of presentations on items today. I know there's one on 11.1.5, which is conveyance of road responsibilities. Which other ones, Ian? Remind me.
Mayor Savage, we have a presentation listed for item 11.1.3, 11.1.5, 11.4.1 if requested.
Okay.
Those are the items that I have with presentations.
Okay. Very well, thank you. So we passed the consent agenda. I will call for declarations of conflict of interest.
Mr. Mayor, I need to declare a conflict on in-camera item number 13.3.
Councillor Hensby declares a conflict on 13.3. I declare a conflict on 13.6. Anybody else? Motions of rescission, none. Deferred business, none. We have a public hearing at 6 p.m. this evening. That public hearing is on amendments to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw for Rutledge Street in Bedford. That will be at 6. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. Correspondence has been received for items 11.1.1 and 11.1.5. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Item 9.1.1 is a fly past request. That will have to be moved. Councillor Mason.
Yes, Mr.
Mayor. Maybe it's Councillor Kent, I'm not sure.
Pleased to move it. I move that Halifax Regional Council grant permission to the Canadian Armed Forces to fly RCAF assets, including CH-148 Cyclones at CP-148 Aurora, as well as Alpha Jets over the Halifax Harbor at 1300 on September 6, 2021 at an altitude of 500 feet as per the enclosed diagram, marking the commencement of 2021 Cutlass Fury biannual multinational maritime tactical exercise. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Kent, was it? All right.
I will just say this was supposed to happen at the beginning of COVID all that time ago, as I recall, or something else happened and people were very excited for it and it did not happen. So glad to see that it's being restaged and happening again. I think it will be a good show. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Nobody else on that? Ready for the question?
Question?
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
I had.
Councillor Stoddard, are you with us?
I'm still having, I just got back. I was still having some technical problems. I'm not sure how council feels about me putting in a vote on this matter where I didn't hear it all.
Councillor Stoddard. It's your call, Councillor Stoddard. It's on a fly past. You can, if you weren't here for it, you can pass on it.
No, actually, if she's president, Mr. Mayor, she has to be counted negative if she doesn't vote.
Councillor Stoddard, we are on item 9.1.1. It is a fly past request for the Cutlass Fury.
I'm sorry, bear with me one moment.
We come back to Councillor Stoddard, give her a chance to catch up and do the others, Ian?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Any fly past that includes the goddesses of the sun or the goddesses of the dawn that fly before the sun, you got to vote yes for that.
Yes, that's it all up.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason, Councillor Kent. 9.2 petitions. None. Presentation. None. Information items brought forward. We'll move to reports. 11.1.1, which is second reading proposed bylaw respecting noise in downtown areas, Argyle Street Entertainment District. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw N206, amending bylaw N200 respecting noise set out in revised attachment B of the March 22nd, 2021 staff report.
Okay.
Seconded by Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I feel we debated it when we extended the time, and I think council's thank council for their support on that, and I look forward to this amendment being passed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor of the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hansby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll move to 11.1.2, which is an award. RFP, third party advertising, which was taken off consent. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor. I move the Halifax Regional Council award RFP number 21066, third party advertising for Halifax Transit to the highest scoring proponent, Pattison Advertising, to provide third party advertising for Halifax Transit for a 5-year period, plus options to extend for an additional 5-year period, an additional 5 1-year periods, excuse me. The total minimum guaranteed revenue over 5 years shall be $2,410,000 as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated June 15th, 2021.
Second.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to bring this off consent because of, I just have a couple of questions around ensuring appropriate advertising on our transit. We've seen in the past with the Pattison Group inappropriate advertising, and what comes to mind is the People's Party of Canada anti-immigration ads. And so I'm just wondering if staff could speak to our ability to veto some advertising that they choose to put up on transit that does not meet with the values of Halifax.
Okay. Who do we have with us that wishes to, is that Jacques? Are you taking that or?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through you, the councillor, I can give it a shot. You know, we have, to my knowledge, we have not censored to any great extent advertising on our transit service, although I think we have refused some ads in the past. So I think it's pretty much a judgment call on behalf of Dave Riggy and his team. And sometimes it escalates to me whether or not we're interested in putting an ad up on certain topics. It hasn't often occurred, but we do have some control over that. And I don't know if Dave's on the line, but perhaps you can wade in some as well. It has come to my attention at least once since I've been here. where I said, no, that's not an appropriate sign.
Dave Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council, Dave Reedy, Executive Director, Halifax Transit. The only other thing I would add to what the CAO has said is that there are, there are national advertising standards, and that's generally what Pattison will follow. I think it's the Canadian Advertising Standards Council. So that's typically what we follow. Certainly as much as possible, don't want to get into determining what is and isn't appropriate, as long as it meets those national standards. So that's typically how that goes.
Okay. Thank you. I know that some of the documentation that's been delivered to households in Bedford has been quite salacious and very upsetting to parents and children. So I'm just concerned, and I'm looking for assurances that we do have the ability to, have that pull, so to kind of pull down the ad, and that Pattison Group is aware of that.
Yeah, so I think as the CAO said, certainly we do have that ability. Certainly that's something you want to wield very carefully. And that is why, for the most part, we will defer to the kind of the national standards around advertising, so that we're not kind of interjecting ourselves into a potential situation. But, I think certainly at the end of the day, if we had to, we could do that, knowing what could come from that and what could be involved.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the reason why I wanted off the consent was something similar. Then it's another question, unrelated. So I didn't know that we use national standards. So thank you for that information. Do we have, other than following the national standard, any internal policies that we use for advertising? For transit and other places that so this also includes bus stops as well, not just buses.
Thank you, Councillor. So yeah, so this yes, so it would be the same standards used for everything, whether it's an advertising panel in a bus shelter or on board the vehicles or anything like that. So typically we would take the same approach. Again, we don't have. To my knowledge, within transit at least, I'm not sure, I couldn't speak for the rest corporately, but within transit, we wouldn't have, any a firm set of standards, because again, we do very much rely on kind of think of it, I guess, as the national best practices around advertising standards, and we go from there.
So maybe I'm the only one concerned, or maybe Councillor Lovelace might have the same concern, but I think we should have an internal policy that speaks to what, if not that we are following the national standard, at least, because, looking at this, and I even went on to the procurement website just to see what standards the advertiser or the person applying would have to fall under, and it didn't seem to be much. So I think there needs to be some level of policy that we can point to, because if something does happen, and there's been times where residents have contacted me around certain ads, that we could point to, this is the policy we use and these are standards. And I do get concerned when we allow third parties and we only say we only follow national standards. So I don't know what the process would be to look at how we can have something that we can point to as something that is seen to be our advertising, because most folks don't know that we send that to third party. The other question is, do we get any, as when I say we as HRM, any types of deal or within the agreement when it comes to us advertising on transit or other places? Because I know we sometimes advertise on the transit as well.
Yes, through the mayor to council, we do. Part of these agreements do include a certain amount of free advertising for HRM to use, and also there is a provision for some free advertising for community groups and things like that as well that we include as part of this.
Okay. I see some other folks, so I'll leave it there. But I do feel like there needs to be some kind of internal policy that we can point to when it comes to what we want to see when we're contracting these 5-year contracts for our transit buses. So I'll see what other colleagues say, and maybe this is something to take offline, but I do, if that does become a sentiment, maybe it's something we should have the discussion before we approve a 5-year plan, but I'll wait and see what other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
John, are you trying to get in?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So the challenge for any municipality, and this is the same right across Canada, that elects to allow advertising, is the charter obligations around freedom of expression. And so adopting a national standard is the way in which pretty much all municipalities across Canada have approached this to avoid challenges where they've attempted to adopt individual standards, which are seen as sort of local community and what have you. And so this is essentially been looked at in the past. There's been a number of research done on this, and the national standards is really the approach that's taken right across the country in terms of this. We would potentially be challenged in terms of trying to adopt a local community standard in terms of the freedom of expression obligations.
Okay, let's see where we go with it.
Can I just follow real quick? And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not. In my comments, it's really just being able to point to what standards we're using. I don't think we should have a local advertising policy, but really being able to say, this is our policy, and this policy comes straight out of the national policy is really what I'm saying. That's all.
And it is a term of our contract. And it is a term of our contract with Patterson and that they use that standard.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, sort of just following up on what Mr. Trave said, the Advertising Standards Canada, it's a self-regulating body that looks at all advertising across Canada. And there is actually a code of conduct. You can go to their website, adstandards.ca. There's a code of conduct that covers everything from accuracy and clarity, advertising to children, imitations, guarantees, bait and switch price claims, everything you could possibly think of. Also, there is a complaints process through the Advertising Standards Canada organization. And the Competition Bureau can also get involved when there's complaints about claims in advertising. And so I guess, I think for us, it's just a matter of whether we allow advertising on the buses that follow national advertising guidelines, or we don't. We can't come up with our own rules, so I agree with that. Just to confirm, as I read the report from Mr. Rigi, so this covers the interior of buses, exterior of buses, some of our major terminals, so I'm thinking like ferry terminals, but it does not cover bus stops, correct? That's a separate contract from what we're dealing with today.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, that's correct. The bus stops are a separate contract, and that's tied into the company that does the maintenance for all of our shelters.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lindell Smith asked one of my questions about our own internal advertisement opportunities. So I guess we block off our own amount of free advertising for our own programs. I wasn't sure we block and pay for it, or is there a provision for us to have so many spaces? That question has been answered. I'm kind of curious, though, in regards to these national standards. I know a few years ago we had a very controversial billboard advertisements, and sometimes on the buses. It was a very provocative pro-life campaign showing aborted fetuses and everything else like that, and it had such a rip roar of public comment about it that they were kind of quickly taken down. So I don't know how national standards deal with the freedom of choice and freedom of speech and everything else, but those things were in the past had occurred. I see it over the time, like tobacco companies are not allowed to advertise anymore. But here we are promoting public transit stuff, and will the alcohol and the cannabis companies be allowed to advertise in our buses and stuff? Because, if there are people consuming that stuff, they should be taking public transportation. But is that a standard we have allowing for that? Because we had some alcohol policies in the past associated with municipal events, and this would be a municipal activity. So I wasn't sure if there's any limitations on those type of advertisements. And also my last question is, we're in this silly election season now. Are political parties allowed to advertise in our buses, or should they even be allowed to? Thank you. Comment, please.
Through the mayor to council, I don't know that I can answer all of the kind of specific of what is and isn't allowed under the national standards. I don't have that information at my fingertips here. Yeah, I do believe though that we have seen political party ads and alcohol. I'm not sure about cannabis, whether that's permitted. I think there was a different regime of rules around advertising for cannabis than everything else. But again, I don't have that information right here with me.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor on cannabis. Here in Nova Scotia, cannabis is regulated by the province of Nova Scotia and is sold legally through Cannabis Nova Scotia, right? So, I wouldn't see it as being appropriate unless the province allows private interests to sell that kind of product, that we would allow that kind of advertising in our buses. That said, if Cannabis Nova Scotia, which is the government, wanted to advertise on our buses, then we would have no reason to say no to that, simply because they are regulated by the province and exist legally as same as alcohol would be allowed to be advertised by Alcohol Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Jacques. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. This conversation reminded me of an ad in February that was about finding love on a bus. And I know there was a lot of uproar about that particular topic. I know this was taken down fairly quickly in regards to complaints and in the form of emails, texts, and especially to councillors. Just wondering if this ad had followed the national standards. Had it gone through that process before it was put on the bus?
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So that wouldn't really apply to the situation here because that wasn't an external paid advertisement. That was an advertising campaign, our promotional campaign that was undertaken by Halifax Transit. So that was an internal campaign. So it wouldn't have, we wouldn't have applied it against any sort of standard that's meant for external paid advertising.
So that you're saying that that's an internal advertising? And do you have any regulations around internal, or is that something totally separate?
No, I mean we wouldn't regulate ourselves, I guess. I mean that was a promotional campaign that was undertaken by Halifax Transit, as part of the municipality.
So it wouldn't be scrutinized by any department head at all, or?
Well, ultimately me. It would have been scrutinized by me and went ahead that way. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think that was a lesson learned. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess just following up on Iona's question, that example might prove a need for some kind of an internal policy around how HRM uses the ads on the buses then if it's not, if it doesn't have to adhere to the national standards. So internal, external, that would be a good conversation and maybe something to develop. My curiosity got piqued when you said that there's a percentage of free advertising available to community groups. And so having been in the nonprofit sector for a long time, I'll admit my ignorance, I did not know that. So how do nonprofits or community groups become aware of that opportunity?
Mr. Mayor, through to council, so typically, typically any group can get in touch with us, and we can certainly go through it that way. I'm not sure if I know my business unit coordinator, Kimberly Cusack, is here. She might be able to shed a bit more light on the the actual process of that, but certainly that is something that's available there.
Is that something you could send out, follow up with, Dave, to all of council?
Yeah, I can certainly do that, Mr. Mayor.
I just as a follow-up to clarify, my question is, how will they know? So how does HRM Transit publicize that to community groups so that they know it's an option? Thanks.
Yeah. So making sure they know is one thing. I think councillors can also spread the word once they know what the parameters are. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's actually good information because I did not know that as well. So look forward to sharing that with some folks. I'm just wondering if it's possible to add on the transit webpage just information, just a quick link or whatever it might be to the national advertising, whatever, I forget what it was called. Just for folks, if they do reach out and are concerned about ads, it's easy to just point them. This is what we follow. This is standard. Councilor Clary mentioned how to lodge a complaint. Just having a web page might be helpful, and really for me answers a lot of the concern that I have, is just being able to tell people what we're following, so they're able to understand that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think we can certainly do that. We can take that away and figure out what the best way would be to get that information out there.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues. Clear this. Nobody else. Okay, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Question.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll go to 11.13, which is first reading, respecting user charges and proposed administrative order respecting recreation user charges and delegation of certain authorities. I believe we have a presentation on this, and I believe Angela Green might be with us, and Denise Schofield as well. I think the presentation is by Angela. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Denise Schofield, the Executive Director of Parks and Recreation, just going to introduce it. Yes, absolutely. Angela's doing a presentation. This is for the new councillors. This is several months, if not years, of review of our recreation fees that actually haven't had a comprehensive review since amalgamation. So it's a very complex process, but Angela's going to attempt to narrow it down into some straightforward commentary on the steps that we went through and where we go from here.
Thank you very much. Angela, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to attempt to share my screen here. There we go. So good afternoon. My name is Angela Green, Director of Recreation Programming, and I'm happy to present the Recreation Fee Structure Review today. So the updated fee structure review is a comprehensive examination of user fees in facilities, arenas, which includes ice and dry floor, parks, sports fields, which are natural and all-weather turf, sports courts, ball diamonds, tracks, outdoor pads, and pools, which are all owned and operated by HRM, as well as arenas operated by New Stadia Recreation on behalf of HRM. The fee review will propose fees for rentals, registered programs, memberships, drop-ins, and vouchers. And the purpose of the fee review is to propose a standardized recreation user fee structure, which will improve consistency and transparency for the users. So as you can see in the slide, the reasons for the fee review are because the recreation fees have been frozen since 2011, and with some, as Denise alluded to, have been in place since before amalgamation. There are currently fee inequities and inconsistencies throughout HRM. Some current fees don't reflect the costs, and some current fees are well below other organizations. There's currently no baseline from which subsidies are established, and current fees may be undercutting not-for-profit organizations. So the history with regard to Halifax Regional Council is in January 2016, Council supported a review of the fees. And in March of 2018, Council approved maintaining the 2017-2018 ice and dry flow rates. In February 2019, Council deferred the implementation of the fee changes until the 2020-2021 fiscal year to allow for the completion of the recreation programming fees and the fee bylaw, as well as consideration of the new fee structure in all partner facilities budgets. Unfortunately, COVID-19 caused the 2020-2021 dates to be deferred until 2020-2021. So the rationale of the fee structure review is to create a standardized recreation user fee structure that is based on the cost of providing the service with an appropriate subsidy. This will promote participation, increase transparency, and consistency while being fair and equitable to the users. So if adopted, it will allow Parks and Recreation to establish consistent principles and criteria to base the administration of the fees, have fees that are more consistent, transparent, and equitable, have a model which provides a costing baseline to effectively apply subsidies, provide fees that don't compete or undercut with not-for-profit organizations, and have fees that are more aligned with the marketplace. So the proposed fee structure uses consistent criteria for setting user fees and has appropriate cost recovery levels. So the criteria includes an understanding of utilization and equity of usage for different recreation asset rental types, an understanding of the cost per hour for various recreation services and programs. This methodology of cost recovery model for facility rentals means a cost is incurred by the municipality for every hour that the facility rental is rented by the user, which is referred to as a cost per utilized hour. And the programming services means the cost incurred by HRM for every participant in a program divided by the total number of hours of visits for that program, which is the cost per unit. So when the cost per utilized hour or the cost per unit are determined to be significantly higher or lower than current rates, an adjusted fee was determined, and this will ensure that an affordable pricing model is provided to the users. The criteria is also to provide a fee structure that identifies the cost recovery for different user groups, to take into consideration the impact to the users as well as the impact to HRM's revenue by implementing the fees, and finally, to include a review of current user fee policies and practices, and this includes the jurisdictional scan within HRM and throughout like cities across Canada. So how were the fees determined? So when determining the fees, these factors were taken into consideration. So the cost to deliver the service, which is, as we just discussed, the cost per utilized hour and the cost per unit, identifying user categories such as youth and seniors, identifying the impact to the users, which took into consideration the current fees, and a jurisdictional scan and industry standards, which were completed by the consultant KPMG. This approach ensures the fees are based on appropriate and consistent costing and methodology. So we pulled together a few of the highlights from the proposed fee structure. The fee structure was established so that there is standardization, consistency, and transparency to the application of fees. The user categories are based on the age group or type of organization. For example, youth, seniors, students, community groups, and corporate. To have a consistent subsidization of fee categories, and the annual CPI increase, which is proposed at 2% annually, It will, by including a nominal annual increase, there will be predictability to the user. It also reduces the impact of unexpected and potentially significant fee increases that might be challenging to absorb for users to absorb. So it is proposed that the increase would start on April 1st, 2023. The 5-year review cycle, which is aligned with the annual increase and is proposed in the administrative order, includes a requirement to undertake an updated analysis of all recreation fees on a 5-year cycle. This will help ensure that the user charges continue to be appropriate to the services and relative costs. The Affordable Access Program is a subsidy program that offers 50% or 100% discounts to recreation programs for families and individuals who are in financial need. This program eliminates financial barriers for families and individuals to participate in recreation programs. And under this proposed structure, HRM will be better able to provide recreation to all residents regardless of their income. So under the HRM charter, it is not permitted to provide financial support to any business. Therefore, the businesses must pay the corporate rate, which is at full cost recovery. Full cost recovery also applies to adult primetime ice rental rates for arenas and all-weather fields. The rationale for the adult arena primetime fees being at full cost recovery is that the current fees are higher than the cost per utilized hour. Therefore, it is recommended that fees be lowered to reflect the cost per utilized hour, and that means that the users will realize a savings even though the adult primetime user fees are at cost recovery. For adult primetime all-weather fields, although the recommended fees for the all-weather sport fields for adults represents full cost recovery, they're still below the comparable marketplace, for example, university turf rates. And the proposed fee also includes the lights at no additional charge. So the proposed user fee is now an all-in rate. It was also recognized that the phasing in of some fees may be required to minimize the impact to the users. And for this fee review, the proposed increase to the swimming lesson fees were deemed to have a significant impact to the users. Therefore, these fees are proposed to be phased in over a 3-year period to lessen the impact. So the implementation method, the administrative order and bylaws are required through the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter to implement the fee structure review. The administrative orders and bylaws will provide consistent application of the principles to all recreation fees and will formally establish the parks and recreation fees and provide residents with clear expectations and transparency in the process of setting these user fees. For Administrative Order 2019-010 ADM respecting recreation user charges, this administrative order will provide direction for staff to develop user charges, classify facilities and services, as well as to provide direction for the fees to be maintained and updated moving forward. The administrative order also formalizes the Affordable Access Program and sets a process for this program and other discounts. The Administrative Order 58, respecting the delegation of certain authorities, there are a number of amendments to Administrative Order 58 that are connected to Bylaw 106. As well, there are several proposed housekeeping amendments addressed in this administrative order. For the Bylaw U106, respecting the amendment of Bylaw U100, the user charges, the proposed amendments set out in Bylaw U106 is to expand Bylaw U100 by adding 2 new schedules. Schedule 3 for recreation services, which are registered programs, memberships, drop-ins, and vouchers, and Schedule 4 for recreation facilities, which are the rentals. In adopting these new schedules, Regional Council is setting the fees for these services as well as all applicable discounts. So regarding community engagement, staff engaged with a representative sample of the following groups: provincial sport organizations, rental groups, and partner facilities. These stakeholders were invited to share their thoughts at in-person discussion sessions, which were to help these groups understand the principles used in determining the user fees. In addition to this, staff have collected feedback from residents and organizations as part of their day-to-day operations. This feedback has helped provide the information for the report. So under the partner facilities and Halifax Regional Center for Education fees, partner facilities and HRCE fees will not be set by the proposed administrative order and bylaws within the report. Recreation services and HRM are delivered through a hybrid system, with some facilities directly operated by HRM and others operated by volunteer community boards, which have management agreements with HRM. Management agreements outlines the authorities and responsibilities for the partner facilities, and through this agreement, it states that they have the authority to set their own fees. For the HRCE, under the service exchange agreement, they also have the authority to set their own fees annually. So for the financial impact, the recommendations outlined in this report are estimated to result in a net revenue increase to the 2022-2023 Parks and Recreation operating budget of $328,879. The financial information was calculated before the beginning of COVID-19. Therefore, it was based on the usage from 2019. The table outlined in this report estimates the revenue changes to each category based on the proposed fees. Some fees were determined to be higher than cost recovery, therefore the revenue is expected to be reduced in these categories. The most significant estimated revenue change is from the registered programs. The increase is due to the increase in the individual user fees and the sheer volume of the number of programs. However, also due to an increase in the program offerings and program capacity, as well as improved equity in these fees. And that's because of our implementation of our recreation software, Legend, all of which are expected to provide additional revenue. So the next steps. The proposed implementation date is April 1st, 2022 for HRM operated recreation assets and services. The implementation schedule is proposed to be at the beginning of the fiscal year, which will allow for user predictability and communication to user groups and to the public. Also to ensure that there is time for organizations to set fees and plan programs which would align with registrations and/or seasons, and also allow for time to configure the recreation software system. Thank you very much, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Angela. Just going to see if we can move the presentation and get my chat screen back.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to do that.
So we have some questions. I'm going to, Councillor Cleary, I believe, are you comfortable to put that on the floor and then ask your question, Councillor Cleary?
I'm just double checking here. The agenda that I printed out actually didn't have the motion on it. It says to be circulated. So I'd need to bring it up if someone wants to.
I can read it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Stoddard, and then we'll go back to Councillor Cleary. Thank you.
Welcome. 11.1.3, first reading proposed bylaw U-106, amending bylaw U-100, respecting user charges in the proposed administrative order 2019-010 admin, respecting recreational user charges and the proposed amendments to administration order 58, respecting the delegation of certain authorities, parks and recreation updates, fee structured review. I so move.
You need to read the title. You read the title. You need to read the motion underneath that, Iona.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the motion is now in the chat.
Motion's in the chat.
Sorry about that. Halifax Regional Council, give first reading to the bylaw U-106, amending the bylaw U-100, the user charges bylaws as set out in the Appendix B of the staff report dated May 21st, 2021, to establish users' charges for recreational facilities and recreational services to be effective for all assets April 1st, 2022.
All right.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. So I guess a few questions, and I'll probably come back for a second round, but in looking at the table of fees and in looking at the changes from current to going forward, and many of the fees are phased in and increase over that 5-year period. And some of the increases in certain cases amount to only pennies, going from $10 to $10.82. Others go up more substantially by many dollars. So I'll give you one example, and probably not surprising, given some of the news articles about renting sports courts in my district, tennis court in particular. I'm looking at Schedule 4, Appendix A, sport court rentals, so adult versus youth. So we're now going to an hourly charge for some of these, where previously we were going to a daily charge. So they could book it for an entire day at a very low fee. Now they can book by the hour. So looking at something like sports court for adult rentals, sports courts for youth rentals, there is a several dollar difference between the two, at least $2.60 by my calculation the first year. So would that be, if someone wanted to book a sport court for youth training, so for kids 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, they would only pay the $10.40 per hour. But if I wanted to book it as an adult to play or as an adult to be teaching adults, then I would pay the $13 per hour. So I'll get you to just confirm that, regardless of who's booking it. I'm assuming we're not booking these out to 8-year-olds. It'll be an adult who books them and teaches youth. But then for a comparison for someone who's renting out a court now, and I know we only book 11 or 12 of our 100 courts at the moment. If you were to do a cost comparison, say, okay, well, someone is booking it for a day and it costs them this much. And if they were book it for an entire day at the new hourly fee, what would that charge be? And in your experience, because in my conversations with many of the folks that are booking courts, as an example, they may book a whole day because that's all we rent them out for at the moment, but they only need a few hours during the day. And in your analysis, you've been looking at, the amount of revenue we're going to get. So have you looked at sort of a general analysis or very specific facility by facility, sport by sport? Here's how much we're probably going to continue to get from tennis. Here's how much we're probably going to get from hockey. Here's how much we're probably going to get. Or is it more vague in general? This is what we're getting. Fees are going up 5%, so we think we're going to get 5% more. Can you speak to those two issues, the court rental by hour versus day, and also how you did the analysis for fees going into the future, generally or sport specific and facility specific?
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor regarding the change from the daytime to the hourly. So we just recognize that there's a few businesses out there that are booking the courts, and as you had mentioned, with the daytime rates, if that was the only option, they would block time off for the entire day and then use it kind of when they chose to use it. So we looked at if it was last year $25 for the day, which is what they would have been paying, and this year, if we looked at 6 hours, that would be $78. So it's a significant increase based on the adult and corporate rates. But what we're hoping is that if people are booking the time, they're going to book for be strategic in what they're booking and making sure that the hours that they're actually going to be using are hours that are meaningful to them, and then the rest of the time would be open to the general public to use, so they wouldn't be blocking off entire days. We also looked at the fact that we're here for the community, and most of the courts are open to the community to use at any time without booking them. So if we make sure that we're keeping it's selective on when people are paying by the hour to use the courts for specific, for the most part, businesses, then it does meet with our mandate in a better way because we're opening it up for the community in more hours. So that would be that answer. Around the analysis for each of the different sports, we did look at the usage for primarily. So we would factor in, as I mentioned, the cost per utilized hour for the rentals, and then we would look at what our current rates are, what the jurisdictional scan showed, and then we would look at the different user groups and then determine from that, based on the usage, the utilization of the different assets, what the market would bear, basically. So we would determine what the rate would be, the fee would be from that. And so most of it would be done by the number of hours booked per year, and then factor in what the research showed through those factors that we were using to determine what the rates are.
I appreciate that. And generally, the feedback that you've received from those stakeholders who do the bookings, the minor hockey associations, the private tennis lesson folks, Ringette, all the different groups. Generally speaking, I'm sure no one wants to see price increases, but generally speaking, these are all within the parameters within which they can keep operating and continue to offer the programs that they offer in our facilities.
So Rosalind Smith is on the call, and she's the manager of sport and scheduling, and she did primarily the interactions with the sport governing bodies that would have been where that feedback would have been received. So I don't know if Rosalind wants to take that question.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. How are you? I think you're on mute.
Actually, I don't think it's a mute issue. I think it might be a microphone issue, Mr. Mayor, because the mute button is not on, but we can't hear her.
Yeah, we're not getting you, Russell.
We can't hear you now.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to have Ms. Smith come back with an answer once the technical issues, and you can go to other councillors if they have questions.
Yeah, so we can't hear you, Rosalind. There's nothing you can do on your end?
Mayor Savage, we are working to get technical resources to assist.
We'll come back. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Angela, for the great presentation. And also thank you for answering my many emails that I sent you before today about this report. I appreciate it. No one of the questions that I did share, and I guess I'm going to bring it up again, is when we talk in the presentation around the user categories, I was looking to see a student defined as a user category, because we have a lot of post-secondary students, of course, who it would be great if there was a reduced payment option or a discount available to them. And I believe in one of the schedules I read, there is a 25% discount if they showed a student ID card. So that was there just to make sure. So they're not defined as a category until I think I go to see, maybe it's Schedule 3, but just making sure that the student is captured, because the youth only goes up to 18. And we've got university students that could very much use some help in being able to stay fit and healthy. So that's really good. And my second question is just around the engagement sample. I'm wondering, it's in provincial sport organizations, and I know that we have some sport organizations that are just municipally based. They might not be provincial. So was the engagement sample, did it include rural communities as well as suburban and rural? So how do we get that sample to be as representative of HRM as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So regarding the student fees, there is a section in the, I believe it's in the administrative order or bylaw that deals with the student fees. And there is a section in there that talks about how students who show a valid ID, whether it's university, community college, high school, whatever the case may be, they will be getting the 25% discount for student fees. So that's in there. As far as the interaction, the public consultation piece, we focused a lot on the facility piece. So the rental groups within the facilities that use the facilities on a fairly regular basis were consulted with. We also did a lot of consultation within the sport, the provincial sport organizations, which would have a rural component. So if it was through Soccer Nova Scotia, they would have their fingers on the pulse of all the coaches and organizations throughout all of HRM. So they had committed to communicating information on the principles around the fee review to their people from within their organization, because unless it's a completely recreational sport group, any group would be having some type of connection to the provincial sport organization. And so we didn't actually go out into the rural communities to do consultation like meetings or discussions, because they were mostly around current groups that we would be communicating with within the facilities we would have. So in areas like Musquodoboit Harbor, for example, we have a facility there, so we would have been in contact with the groups that would be using that facility, and so it was kind of facility based, more or less.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, so for example, in District 1, we have a humongous baseball community. And so the rental of baseball fields and the costs and the changes, if they would have had some impact or been able to provide some information to the team around the fee structure. So thank you.
Yeah, that was the intention, that they would be communicating to all the groups. So if you have a large baseball community, that they would have been receiving feedback from their provincial sport organization regarding that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Angela. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm outside, so there might be some wind noise. Please let me know if there is. I basically have one comment and one question, sort of. The comment is that in section 9C of AO 58, it's got a typo that says other than and effective director. My question is around when someone applies for an access discount, what happens with their documentation? Who sees it and where is it stored? And is there any retention or disposal policy or anything like that?
Thank you, Councillor. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor, we don't actually keep the documentation. It's viewed by the administrative support person that would be at the front desk. And then there's a box on Legend through the individual's family profile that they would check off that they've seen that documentation. And then that allows that person to receive that discount for 1 year.
Okay, so is there any audit process or anything else that goes on with that since the documentation isn't kept, or?
This was all, the Affordable Access Program is a program that includes recreation, transit, and the taxation through the finance department. And the process of collecting the validation of the low income is actually something that was brought forward through all the different departments and approved through legal and all the different other levels. So I'm assuming that audit would be fine.
Okay, thank you. And as far as that typo, I'm not sure how that should be addressed. Would that be an amendment, or do I just leave it with John or whoever else?
I think we can leave that with the clerk and John to get that fixed.
We'll deal with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to start by thanking you, Angela, and Denise, of course, and Roz for the work of going into this report. Big effort, and of course the presentations as well. So thank you. I know
you're breaking up, Tim.
Yeah, Tim, we're having
not easy, but important work. I thought I knew the answer to my question.
He's still breaking up, Mr. Mayor.
I'll try taking the camera off again.
That's a little better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as I said, I was thanking the folks that prepared the presentation and the report, and now I thought I knew the answer to this question, but I just would like a little clarification from Angela or Roz, probably Angela. So we have arenas, and some of these arenas we own and operate. Some we own and we contract out the operation, and some we have management agreements with through management and volunteer boards. I thought I understand how the fees would work for all of these until your slide 11, Angela, where the second paragraph in slide 11, where you confused me a little. So I have a very blunt and basic question is, when it comes to fee structures for arenas that are contracted out, the operation of, so New Stadia operates, for example, the LeBrun, RBC and whatever we're calling the BMO, who will make the decision on the fee structure for those facilities?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillors. So with regard to the arenas that are owned and operated by HRM and the arenas that are the management is overseen by the New Stadia Recreation Group, those are the arenas that would fall under the scope of this fee review. And with the New Stadia Group, they follow the fees that are set by HRM. So they would be required to put the fees forward that would be approved by council through this process.
That's what I thought understood to be the case, but then I heard you say something when you were looking at your slide 11 there that just started me for a moment, but I may have misinterpreted. So thank you very much, and that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the Deputy Mayor just asked my questions. I was wondering about the consistency between the HRM facilities and the HRM-owned facilities that are community-run. So I think you've just answered that question. And I just want to say how great it is that we do have an affordable access program. And, you know, I think if there's opportunities to promote and share that, that would be great. I don't know if that's something we can do through our communications channels, but you know, it's a wonderful program, and I think more people need to be made aware of it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I agree. Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions.
We lost you there, Pam. Are you on mute all of a sudden?
I'm back again. Sorry. Thank you for that. So most of my questions have been answered. But I just want to say thank you to staff. I realize this has been a long time coming. A lot of work has been put into this. Similar to Councillor Dago-Gammon, I'm concerned about where the rural voice is in this. And, you know, one thing I'm wondering is whether or not there's an opportunity to actually see the list of organizations and partners, that stakeholder list that was engaged in this process, just to make sure that, you know, the councillors are able to even check in with them, for example, and just to make sure that we hear from them. And I'm wondering as far as school groups are concerned, and I did see mention of schools, and I'm just wondering whether or not that is a kind of separate relationship with HRCE, or is HRCE a partner that we worked with? So that I'm just thinking like pre-primary or, you know, high school to come in and use the facilities, whether or not there is a specific program for schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We have a service exchange agreement with Halifax Regional Centre for Education. And the pieces that you just described, so the students in the different schools using the pools or different programs, that's all addressed in the service exchange agreement. And so that, I don't know if that answers your question, but we have a separate agreement with HRCE that does deal with that.
Yes, no, I did see that. I just wanted clarification on that they were a partner in this. And Angela, I'm just wondering, can we see the stakeholder list? Is that an opportunity for councillors?
Sure, absolutely. I can provide that to you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly in favor of equalizing the playing field and you know, creating a better dynamic so that people can count on from district to district the different fees that we would have. I am as well a little concerned around the disenfranchising of maybe some of the groups that may have more financial or less financial capacity, but yet providing for a really important sector of our community access to programs and such. And the one thing that I just need clarification on is so I understand those organizations, and I can think of right away the South Woodside Community Center organization that have MOUs or management agreements with the municipality who are using our centers, but who are renting programming space, I think I believe at a cost that they create. Number one, can you clarify that that's correct? Is that assumption correct? And will this impact them? Is there any change to that kind of situation? My thoughts are that they are, for instance, South Woodside Community Center is very much in tune with the capacity of organizations and group who are utilizing that center, for example. And we don't want to put barriers up. And I think everybody in the municipality knows that we are trying to, as equally as much as we're trying to support our local businesses and our economy, we also have to be very mindful of the revenue generating that the municipality has. And I think this is part of that fiscal responsibility that we can make good decisions on. So I'm okay with that, but I don't want it to really create huge change and huge barriers for some of the organizations, again, that are working more closely with sectors of our community and families in our communities who might already be facing financial barriers already. Does that question make sense? I'd appreciate hearing your point of view on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. So the South Woodside Community Center, as well as any other partner facilities, were not included in the scope of this report. So they would not be required to follow any of those numbers that are being addressed in this report. So they would be able to continue to operate as they are now.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any time left, Mr. Mayor, just for another?
You've got 21 seconds.
Okay, just wondering if should this pass as it rolls out, could we get some data for our district centers that gives us a little sense of the impact? Because we're likely to get some contacts and that kind of thing. And it would be nice to have access to some of that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fantastic that so much work has gone into standardizing fees across the HRM. I think this is excellent work. My question is about, I think there are a few facilities that will actually reduce fees as a result of this. And so as a result, they'll have a lower income. And I'm just wondering what will happen in those cases. Will they just write off those losses? Will they be made up somehow? How will that impact them?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Through Mr. Mayor to the Councillor. So are you referring to the arenas that were reducing the fees?
I'm thinking about the Canada Games Centre because they have had higher than average fee structures.
So the Canada Games Centre would be a partner facility. Therefore, they're not required to follow the fees that are identified in this bylaw. However, that was one of the considerations that we looked at when we put these fees forward, is that a lot of our partner facilities and not-for-profits, because our fees hadn't been raised in so long, there was a lot of burden put on the fact that we were undercutting in a lot of cases between the not-for-profits and the partner facilities. So the fact that a lot of our fees are actually kind of filling that gap, we're becoming closer to what they're charging. So it should actually be a favorable way forward for some of these partner facilities.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, colleagues. I just want to say that a long, long time ago, in a universe far, far away, when I first got elected mayor, shortly after that, I heard from our Parks and Rec that we were making all swimming lessons at public beaches free. And I was getting letter after letter thanking me for this. And we were explaining to people that I had nothing to do with it. But the letters kept coming. So eventually I just started saying, you're welcome. But I want to thank Parks and Rec for, as long as I've seen, taking an approach that we want everybody, regardless of their personal circumstances, to be able to take part in our facilities. And I think that that's an awesome statement about our municipality. Thank you very much to all of you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank Denise. I want to thank Angela for the presentation. Thank you very much. I never gave Rosalind a chance to see if she could come back in. I wonder if it might not, if it's possible to do that now. I apologize for that. Maybe she's on to other things. Maybe we'll get Denise and or Angela just to follow up with Councillor Cleary on the question that he had asked that we were looking for an answer. Okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. When we send information to all of council about the groups that were consulted, we can put a little bit of information associated with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
colleagues, we're not going to take a full break. It is 4 o'clock. We've been at it for a good chunk of the day with a couple of breaks. Why don't we just take a 5-minute stretch break and come right back? So come back at, let's say, well, what the heck? Let's do 9 minutes. We'll come back at 5 minutes past 4. Okay. Some of you look like you're sitting outside RVs, and others are in all kinds of other places. So take a stretch. Come back at 4:05 Atlantic time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is now almost 4:05. We'll be returning microphones and video to everyone, and I'll be starting on the call of the chair.
Okay, we're good to go. All right, colleagues, we're going to move to item 11.1.4, proposed amendments and administrative order respecting COVID-19. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to put this motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2020-009-ADM, the COVID-19 Administrative Order, as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated May 28, 2021. So move.
Second, Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So very pleased to be putting this motion on the floor and seeing this report from staff. You know, it was interesting, Mr. Mayor, you alluded to last night getting together on the Dartmouth side to welcome our newest fire boat. And it was nice to gather with some of my colleagues and people from the community. We're all eager to get back to normal, whatever that normal is going to look like. Excuse me. This report is about in-person meetings, and the focus really is, as I understand it, for our public hearings and our public information meetings and how we can start getting back closer to that. I do have a question to staff, though. Is that same opportunity for us? Obviously, regional council is still difficult with the restrictions that we do have of just social distancing. Chambers is way we're set up, we're right next to each other, so it doesn't make sense to go back to regional council at this point in time. However, the questions around our standing committees and community councils. Can we be using our chambers at City Hall for those meetings? Because we don't have as many people attend those meetings, and can that still be a combination of virtual and in person? So I'm wondering if there's some staff that could speak to that.
Who wants that, Ian or Ian?
I can start off and defer to any of my colleagues. So the intention of this report and the amendments to the administrative order are to allow us to be reactive for those exact circumstances. And I see Erica Fleck is here and has her hand up. She can speak to the health and safety pieces of it, but it's to be responsive when we're able to, and we can do it in a safe manner. We are looking at making these changes to allow flexibility administratively to do meetings in person when we're able to, and when the advertising for those meetings allows for that. And looking at different facilities. I will defer to Erica to speak about the phases and when that can happen.
Erica Fleck, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Mayor. How are you today?
I'm good. Good to see you. How you doing? Or at least hear you so far.
Good, thank you. So I'll try and put my camera on if it worked. So as Ian stated, so we can resume some in-person meetings, but they of course have to be very small and in accordance with the public health order that is still in effect, and we will not see the end of that anytime soon. So as for the smaller meetings, then yes, we can certainly look at those, again, depending on the size of the committees and where they're held and the layout, and that's something that I can easily work on with the City Hall staff. So, Mr. Mayor, through Councillor, I hope that answers that question.
It does, Erica. Thank you so much, Ian. We're all very eager to get back to those in-person meetings. So whenever you can get back to us, when we can at least start with our standing committee meetings and utilizing the chambers of City Hall. And don't forget, we also have the overflow of Halifax Hall downstairs too, if needed, but I appreciate that. So thank you very much, and hopefully everyone supports us, and hopefully at some point in time we can get together face to face.
Yes, indeed. Before the next election, we hope. All right. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Appropriately so, I was on mute. Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, indeed.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Excitedly in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Yes.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
And 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. 11.1.5 is conveyance of road responsibilities. And I believe we have a presentation from the big man himself, Brad Anguish. Is that correct, Brad?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am the big man.
Probably indeed. Welcome.
Thank you. We have a presentation. I'm going to ask the clerk to post it, please, for you. Okay, super. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon to talk about the conveyance of road responsibilities from the province to HRM. Today, this is well, you would think a road transfer is a very simple thing. It's a handoff from one government to another. The history and consequences of the road transfer are fairly complex. They can be difficult to understand. And so therefore, I'm providing this presentation overview of our report to assist you in making your debate today. To help me with this, I have several staff members with me from Halifax Water. I have Kathy O'Toole and Kendra McKenzie are here to help. From my own team, I have Newt Killen, Bev Odette, and Dave Hubley. We have Chris Giddens, who has been our solicitor, providing legal advice on the file, Bruce Fisher from finance, and of course, Breton Murphy, leading communications, as communications will be a big piece of this file. Next slide, please. The origin of this report starts November 2019, when the Minister of then NSTIR, now NSTAT, gave us notice of their intent to transfer 300 kilometers of roads in accordance with the provisions of Agreement 01, which I'll go over in a second. We briefed council on this, recommended that there be more time. That was shared by provincial staff as well. Therefore, the minister wrote back indicating there would be a deferral of the transfer date till June 1st, 2022. Since then, provincial staff have maintained to us that they intend to transfer. There'd be no further delay. Next slide. In terms of background, in 1995, just ahead of amalgamation, the province announced it no longer own and maintain local streets in rural municipalities. So in this case, the county. And they would become the responsibility of municipalities on amalgamation. The municipality and the province then negotiated basically an agreement, which ended up being Agreement 01, whereby instead of transferring all the local streets, we then did basically exchange of streets, where we took over some of the arterial and collector roads inside the urban core that they were looking after, and they kept some of the local roads outside the core. Next slide. So the relevant portions of HRM 01 that are, it was in your package, I believe attachment C, if I remember correctly, and it's lengthy, it's very convoluted. I apologize if you actually tried to read it, but it was there to make sure that everybody understands what we're dealing with. Basically, that agreement provided that the parties would review the urban core boundary every 3 years, and then provincially owned roads would transfer to the municipality, therefore expanding the boundary of the municipality. That would happen every 3 years. And basically, the trigger that was set, or the threshold that was set, was 90 dwelling units per square kilometer, and it has to lie within 10 kilometers of the urban core. So essentially what's been happening over time through successive transfers, the core, the new definition of core has been modified and has grown through past transfers. That said, the agreement did not speak clearly to whether any additional compensation would be provided to HRM when the roads were transferred, and that has been the province's position to date. Their position is that they have maintained these roads on our behalf, and therefore there's no money coming. It's just to execute at the point at which we reach the trigger. Next slide. So the November 2019 letter proposed 4 areas where the roads could be transferred to HRM. We reviewed those areas with GIS mapping and our own staff. We determined that areas 1 and 4, areas 1, sorry, I'm just gonna move my, there we go. Areas 1 included Boulier's Point, Ingramport, Head of St. Margaret's Bay, Lewis Lake, Hubli, and Upper Tantallon. And area 4 included East Preston, Lake Echo, Mineville, and Morristown. They had also suggested we might be interested in taking areas 2 and 3, 2 being Beaverbank, Kinsack, area 3 being Wellington, Grand Lake, Oakfield, and Enfield. We basically consulted with council, and council said no, not given the costs of taking over these roads, we would not pursue that until such time as they met the threshold defined in the agreement, and staff has maintained that position with the province. Next slide. That just gives you an overview of the map that was in the letter from the minister. Just kind of gives you that geographical presentation of where these areas lie. Of course, area 1 furthest to the west, area 4 furthest to the east. Those are the areas that do meet the density thresholds. And then areas 2, Beaverbank, and areas 3, basically Wellington area, do not meet the thresholds, and no roads to be transferred as of yet. Next slide. So the total scope of the road conveyance is about 300 kilometers. You can see the breakdown there. I won't go into great detail. There's also 19 bridges here. So in percentage basis, this is about 8% of our total current road holdings coming in one fell swoop, along with about a 20% increase in bridges. So this is no small undertaking, and staff is obviously making significant preparations to undertake this transfer so that it's seamless. I would highlight here that staff is not recommending the pursuit of unlisted and unmaintained or delisted road corridors. Key reason for this is past transfers have been very problematic in this area, where a map is defined and basically everything within that map area dumped, so to speak. And that has caused basically administrative nightmares in many cases, and many councillors have experienced this. So we are taking extraordinary steps in working with council to make sure that this transfer is handled very well administratively, and you'll see that further evidence of that in my presentation. Next slide. So moving forward, and as contemplated based on the 2007 transfer agreement between HRM and Halifax Water, the annual road maintenance will be taken care of by HRM in the form of Transportation and Public Works. And we're recommending the Halifax Water provide the stormwater services in areas 1 and 4, as was contemplated in the transfer agreement. I will highlight that staff is also recommending a small portion of District 1 to be transferred from HRM to Halifax Water for stormwater services. I will come back to this in a second and explain that in further detail. Next slide. This just gives you an overview of the area the new area boundaries. You're focused on the dotted lines, and the area in yellow is kind of where the density is. So that gives you a feel for area 1. Next slide. This is the same thing for area 4 on the east. It's just worthy to note the dotted lines are pushed as much as possible to community lines to make them easier to understand. Thank you. Next slide. All right. In terms of stormwater services for District 1, I just want to pause and be very clear that this is not related to a provincial road transfer. This came about as a result of HRM staff working very closely with Halifax Water staff in coordinating the impacts to the transfer. And therefore, this is a staff-initiated recommendation. It basically, so why include it here? One of the biggest reasons was we were undertaking all this work and the outcomes to the citizens are the same. In other words, any changes in billing or transfer of duties is basically the same as it would occur as if these were provincial roads being transferred. So we thought this was a good time to bring this forward for consideration. It is also very much right on the border of on the boundary of the urban service boundary, as was defined in the 2007 exchange agreement. So it's right on the edge. So it's kind of also in the lines of expanding the service boundary. It also is created, that boundary right now cuts through some developments that obviously were not foreseen when the original boundary was struck. And it is dividing the Oaken Hills, and there's a Raymar development there, where basically you have people in the same development with 2 different stormwater maintenance concepts, 2 different stormwater servicing charges, and it has created some confusion. That and the fact that it was never contemplated that HRM was in the stormwater service delivery business. Therefore, we do not maintain proper asset management. We can do, some basic work. We contract any emergency work. So basically, we are not at all optimum to be providing the service. So we are recommending at this time that this be considered for transfer. Obviously by putting Halifax Water in there, we feel the best folks are on the job. NSUARB basically mandates proper asset management to occur. The discrepancy of maintenance standards would be resolved by going to a single service provider, and obviously future development in the area based on the way we've drawn the boundary will occur within the known boundary and known service provider and known costs and impacts to people buying in that area. So I'll just, next slide, show you the map. So I apologize, the yellow is a little misleading because that's related to the Area 3 road transfer. But if you look at the dotted line, don't know how well you can see it on your screens. The dotted line shows the proposed boundary. You can see just where it cuts through. The current black line cuts right through the middle of a subdivision. You can see how the dotted line would seek to correct that. Also down lower near the bottom of this line, same thing. You can see where the solid black line cuts through and the dotted black line is trying to correct for that. So again, this is a staff initiated recommendation. It is not related to provincial road transfer other than the fact that us and Halifax Water were working on this. And so with that said, there is an alternative in the report that clearly understands that this may not be the will of council to advance at this time. Next slide. So as I said earlier, unlike past transfers, we are trying to strike a path where we work very closely with council and provincial staff to coordinate a seamless handoff here. There has been significant administrative burden arising from past transfers. Everything from unknown assets, paperwork not flowing properly, deeds not properly executed. So we've worked very closely with legal and Chris and his team. And as outlined in attachment H of our report, We've laid out a clear set of terms that we believe are relevant for not only agreement to govern this transfer, but agreement to govern future transfers. Certainly provincial staff have shared that the HRM01 is absolutely dated, and there is a reason to review this. And so these are the terms that we're looking for council to approve, such that we can then engage in discussions with the province around all these aspects. I won't go into details in each of them. I think most of them are pretty straightforward. But for instance, the last one there, activation and timelines for transfers. Given the size and how fast this municipality is growing, these triggers may be happening faster and faster. Now, of course, that is somewhat protected by our current growth controls under the regional plan, but there is a concern that these could happen in quick succession. Therefore, we are interested in creating some kind of basic minimum timeline between transfers so that staff can actually prepare appropriately, get resources in place, and prepare to service responsibly as we go forward. So there's just one example of pieces that we're concerned about. Obviously, resolution of title issues. This is a huge issue for Halifax Water. For those councillors who have been involved in the finger pointing exercises between parties about who owns land, these become very important pieces upon transfer. Obviously, maintenance and repair obligations is a big concern. We are working on the condition reports. The province has provided some of them, but obviously we remain very concerned about the condition of some of the assets we'll be inheriting through this process. So therefore, coming to clear understanding of what are the maintenance and repair obligations if these assets aren't up to basic standards. Next slide. So the funding of the service, essentially there's a lot of costs involved. On the road maintenance side, we estimate the cost to be in the order of $9 to $11 million a year. Basically $5 million on operating and $4 to $6 million on capital. And again, that's on a basic assumption that most of these assets will be in decent condition or an average condition. So with that, basically all the road maintenance costs go on to the annual property tax bill that gets charged to all HRM ratepayers, and that could be up to $38 a year if there's no offsetting savings elsewhere. That could be the increase on the average annual property tax bill. Then we have the stormwater service charges that come. And I'll go into a little bit of the background on HRM's charge in a second, but right now there is an annual charge of $40 a year relating to HRM's stormwater right-of-way charge that gets recovered through the Halifax Water bill to its customers. And what the HRM stormwater right-of-way charge is that's relative to the impervious surface of our roads. And that is the cost of HRM servicing the stormwater from those roads. And we then, HRM then recovers that money through the Halifax Water bills right now at a rate of $40 a year. These rates would be subject to change upon Halifax Water's application to the SUARB as a result of these new areas coming into play. Then there is the annual Halifax Water site-related stormwater charge. So this is basically the charge that results from the impervious surface of the private property owner. And this gets recovered through the Halifax Water bill. And it can range from $14 to $81 a year based on current fees. And again, 81 being, it can be higher, but 81 is basically, call it a middle income type home. $14 is basically all you have is a culvert. So it can be a bit of a range. That would be the impact of the to the citizens in terms of charges. Next slide. So a bit on the stormwater charge background, solely because it's been a tough issue for council to deal with over the years, and it's received a lot of attention. So just quickly, 1997, HRM started recovering wastewater and stormwater costs from Halifax Water customers. And basically that was on a cost causer basis. The idea being that wastewater comes from the use of water, and therefore a percentage was then charged on the water bill to pay for wastewater and stormwater services as provided by technical and underground services within HRM. That's how it was billed at the day. In 2006, we took a road transfer from the province. That then drove council to start getting very concerned about how we were funding wastewater and stormwater services. Of course, I was director at the time. There was significant compliance issues across the board in wastewater and stormwater services. Therefore, council asked us to look at how to do this better. We went forth, recommended that Halifax Water take a utility approach and assume responsibility for all wastewater and stormwater assets within the service boundary. And then at that time, upon transfer, NSUARB directed Halifax Water to develop a fairer cost of service-based system to recover stormwater charges. And that's what introduced what we see today from 2013 onwards, which is the impervious surface charges that I just spoke of earlier. Then in 2016, so basically at that time, 2013, HRM was recovering its right-of-way stormwater charge on the Halifax Water bill. In 2016, HRM changed, moved it onto the tax bill, but then in 2017 reverted back to the Halifax Water bill, and that's how it sits today. Next slide. Financial implications. Certainly council would recall HRM staff had been preparing. We brought forth some recommendations within our 21-22 operating and capital budget to start getting prepared. Some of those items were the approval from council to, in our operating budget for TBW, to commence with some early hires to get ready to go. There'll be, if this all moves forward as planned, we'd be bringing a few people on board towards the end of this fiscal year. As well, there was $1 million in capital budget to get ahead of the equipment that's going to be required to undertake this work. As well, we have the council approved the upsizing of the Macintosh Depot to ensure that we're ready to have the staff accommodated that will need to do the job. Similar, so then the remainder of the costs for this will roll in through the 22-23 business planning and budget process. Basically same situation for Halifax Water. I know they've been working very closely with their board and working on their costs and preparations, and they'll be undertaking their further preparations, financial preparations in their 22-23 deliberations with their board. Next slide. I won't go into detail on this slide. Communications, as I said earlier, are a big deal. We've been working with the 3 primary affected councillors on a personal level for a little bit of time, not near enough, but we have enough that we've gotten underway with a number of communications plans and initiatives. You can see them here. Not surprisingly, with the impact that happens with Halifax Water and the billing, they have experience here based on the past rollouts of the bills, and so therefore they have quite a depth of material and are preparing accordingly for this. Next slide. Finally, next steps. Should council approve this, we would prepare a formal request to Halifax Water to provide the stormwater services in the boundaries, after which they would then start their approval steps with the NSUARB. I spoke of the joint communications plans with Halifax Water and the province. We would then take the terms that council has authorized us to negotiate and discuss them with NSTAT staff and try to get basically a new agreement. And of course, as always, if we run into any challenges, we'll be back to council in a hurry. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your patience. Cheers.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brett. Okay. On 11.1.5, Councillor Lovelace, I'm going to go to you. Can you put the motion on the floor? It's kind of a long one.
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 direct the Chief Administrative Officer to continue preparations to receive the transfer of provincial roads effective June 1st, 2022 within A, Area 1, as listed in Attachment D and generally defined on the map in Attachment E of the staff report dated July 15th, 2021. B, Area 4, as listed in Attachment F and generally defined on the map in Attachment G of the staff report dated July 15th, 2021. 2, request that Halifax Water provide stormwater services to the landowners within the boundaries identified in Recommendation 1. 3, approve the key terms set forth in Attachment H of the staff report dated July 15th, 2021, as terms and conditions that the Chief Administrative Officer will seek to have included in a renegotiated and updated HRMO1 agreement, and such renegotiated and updated HRMO1 agreement is to govern the July 1st, 2022 and future transfer of roadways. And 4, amend the service exchange boundary and request Halifax Water to take over the provision of stormwater services in District 1, as shown on the map in Attachment 1 of the staff report dated July 15th, 2021, effective June 1st, 2022. I so move.
Second it.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much to staff. You know, it's no surprise that I have a huge amount to say on this issue, but I do want to say that I'm so grateful for staff answering all the questions that I've had, you know, since I've been talking about this for so many years. And so thank you so much for your due diligence in bringing forward all of those nitty-gritty details to make sure that Council today has all the information to make the right decision. I am a little disappointed that we don't have a provincial representative here, considering this is a joint effort between HRM and the province, but I do understand that staff are working collaboratively with provincial staff, so thank you for that. You know, I keep going back to the fact that roads and ditches are the same thing. The integrity of a road bed, is dependent upon the ditching, the culverts, you know, the life cycle of the water, and how it moves through our communities. And so I really do see the ditching as integral to our roadways. You know, when the transfer took place in 2006, we didn't meet the density for the Hammond Plains area. And here we are still, so many years later, with Stillwater Lake, a gravel road with no options whatsoever to upgrade the ditching, to upgrade the roadway. We don't have a gravel program. And in the next 4 years, we don't even have a budget to upgrade our gravel roads. And here we are accepting, you know, deplorable roads. Many of them are in horrible condition. And, you know, I'm concerned about accepting roadways from the province without a revenue stream and placing that burden on taxpayers when in fact, have they not been paying taxes all along to upgrade these roads and maintain them? So I guess you know, I have a lot of questions, but I will end on this. And I'm just trying to understand, you know, this conditional acceptance, if that is even an option. Do we have the option, Brett, to conditionally accept these roadways from the province, but request that the province, you know, provide revenue in order for us to hire the staff that we're going to need, buy the equipment that we're going to need, and do the work that we're going to need over the next 5-10 years in order to bring all these provincial roads up to municipal standards?
Brad.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Great points. And obviously, we share many of your concerns. The conversation to date has been very straightforward, that there would be no revenue, there would be no funding coming with this transfer. And that, because we basically on the last direction of council approached the province in that regard, we did not get any traction on basically anything. We tried to look for surplus equipment. We tried to look for potentially surplus depots, and we looked for funding. We were told categorically no. But we did obtain the deferral in timeline of a year and a quarter to allow for further preparation. So certainly at a staff level, we have been unsuccessful in achieving any kind of agreement. That is not entirely surprising based on the language in agreement HRM 01. Their position is that they've maintained these roads all this time on our behalf, and that once the density triggers are met, then they were to transfer. So that's on the revenue front.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again, Brad, for this presentation, and really appreciate the opportunity yesterday to discuss this as well. I'm going to continue down the path of condition of assets because HRM takes over road ownership from many groups and individuals each year. It doesn't matter if it's a private lane that a neighborhood can no longer look after and wants HRM to take over, or a collection of new roads in a new subdivision. In either of those cases, the road has to be to a certain standard before HRM will take it over. And in many cases, in the case of private lanes, that can be that financial, that can be a burden and an impediment to them, being able to transfer that road over to HRM. So I'm just wondering, if we already have a set standard of this is the standard these roads need to be before we take them over, why is this any different? Why are we allowing the province to offload these substandard assets to us when we already have, clearly defined standards in place that dictate, when we can take over a road? And if we do this, and it sounds like we don't have much choice, going forward, what is that going to mean for, say, developers who want to turn over roads to us and say, well, hey, you accepted this from the province, why do we need to bring them up to a standard? I think this sets us up for some very difficult conversations moving forward. So just wondering if, why can't we demand the same of the province as we do from our residents?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll perhaps maybe John may want to lean in at some point on this answer, but in terms of, standard, that's always a difficult conversation to have. What I will say is that since 2006, the private road standards or designs that happen through subdivision are basically designed properly. How they're constructed may be different. So when we're talking about private roads, things have improved. However, there's a long history of private roads not being developed anywhere close to standard. Quite frankly, I live on one of them, so I know. In terms of, and it receives no maintenance, I assure you. Thanks to
public maintenance. Public maintenance.
Yeah. I pay for my street light too. In terms of, this is the challenge here is that the province accepted and operates these as public roads. And so it becomes a difficult argument between public facing organizations to then at the interface of the exchange say to the government of Nova Scotia, well, sorry, we're not taking it, a public road for a public road. And the other thing too is that this, HRM has its own challenge with public roads and being in good state of repair, as Councillor Lovelace alluded to. So there is a challenge that way. I think that's all I want to say. I think the bigger question is, can we say no? And I'll ask my colleague John to just weigh in on that.
Yeah, John, do you want to just speak to this and the history of it?
Well, Mr. Mayor, through the council. So
just to, reiterate what Brad had said about amalgamation, at amalgamation, which was, a decision of the province ultimately, the municipality was expected to take responsibility for its roads, and yet the province recognized that in certain areas, in the more rural areas, there was insufficient tax revenue in terms of the population density. And so they have, in their perspective anyway, maintained that obligation on our behalf, as Brad has said. And at a point when we now have density that arguably provides sufficient tax revenue to carry those costs ourselves, the point was that would then become our responsibility. And arguably that has occurred some time ago in some cases. And so to the short answer on this, the municipality is a creature of the province and has very limited ability to refuse, the acceptance. The argument fundamentally, though, comes down to what is the state of the roads, and has the province succeeded or met the obligation it took on to maintain them in the interim, such that they're in a state of reasonably good repair, and what that means when it comes time for this road transfer. So, just the strength of our case is challenging to assess, frankly, but we are a creature of the province. At the end of the day, there's not much we can do in terms of now accepting what was always intended since amalgamation for us to take responsibility for.
Mm. And I guess ultimately I understand, the density trigger has been pulled on this, but I guess, my concern is the condition of the assets, and we tell others that the road needs to be of a certain standard, a certain, width with curbs and gutters and all that good stuff. But it just seems that we're taking these over. The density trigger may have been pulled, but that seems to be the only thing that has been taken care of by the province before this has been dumped on our laps, basically. I definitely appreciate. I know it's frustrating for you guys as well, so I appreciate the answers and the conversation.
Councillor, if I could add, obviously, if there's in fairness, we have not been able to get out and get a visual on all these roads. So obviously, if we come across something that is just grossly inappropriate or unfair, that's the spirit of why we're asking for council for these terms, to really just drive home the point. So for instance, one of the roads has a PID on it that actually has an illegal dump site. We've already forewarned the province that we will not be taking that in the current state, that they have to work to clean it up, that there's no way we can justify taking a piece of road infrastructure with an illegal dump site on it. Right. So I just want to be fair, we haven't been through this. And so to speculate that all these roads are terrible would be unfair and inappropriate this time. We're rolling up our sleeves now to understand the true state of the assets that we're getting into, and with the approved terms, have those tough discussions with the province for what we feel is a professional an appropriate transfer of assets between the governments. So again, knowing that they can do this anyways, we've been walking a very professional line to try and have this land to the best possible outcome for our municipality, if that makes any sense.
No, that does, and does actually make me feel a little bit better. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Well, the roosters have come home to roost. I remember this amalgamation report way back in the early days. I knew this would come forward someday in the future to us as our areas developed and grew. Back at amalgamation, the province did the road maintenance for Sackville, Timberley, Cole Harbour areas and stuff. It was determined that those urbanized areas would be taken over by the municipality. That's where the service boundary was created. I can tell you that North Preston was a great beneficiary of having the municipality take over the road maintenance instead of the province, because North Preston was the furthest community from the Chesapeake Depot, the last one to get served, because the distance being had to be traveled. I can tell you that it's been a godsend for the North Preston community in regards to the improved road maintenance ever since amalgamation. And I'm looking forward to do the same for the rest of my districts that's being affected by this. But I must deplore the condition of some of these roads as already illustrated by a few of the councillors. I believe there should have been a compensation package put in by the province, you know, like at least a $5 million contribution for some of the road maintenance upkeep. Not even talking about some of the mentioned about illegal dump. We have a legal dump going on a lot of these old corridor roads and stuff. And that's one of the issues that, you know, who's going to be responsible for that? As we taken over the road right-of-way ownership, it falls to us. I think there should have been also compensation for that. Well, my concern, though, is that, you know, some people talk about a double standard. Those, what I call the townies, the people that moved out from the urban areas into the rural areas, keep calling me about road maintenance. I said, sorry, road maintenance in rural to Halifax done by the province. There's always been an assumption that the municipality takes care of the roads. Well, that's not the case in all factors. And now we have a situation, not a double standard, but maybe now a double jeopardy, where people are going to have to pay directly for it. And they're going to see that now in that ditch tax invoice they're going to get. They saw that as being a provided service by the Provincial Department of Highways because they paid for it in their taxes. Not property taxes, but income tax and sales tax and registration motor vehicle fees and whatever else the province would charge to raise money for the Department of Highways. But time has come for this report to come to our plate. And I can tell you that back in 2006, when the transfer happened for Hammonds Plains, the MLA of the day, a former municipal councillor who used his ministerial exercise authority, transfer the roads. He was getting tired of the road complaints because the MLAs in the rural areas were just inundated. And that's how Hammonds Plains came over to us. I would like to thank Councillor Barnett for that, but it didn't meet the standard threshold for density. But now these other areas and communities now do. Because, for instance, in Mineville, over half the streets are been built after amalgamation and are technically owned by the municipality, but the province would maintain them because we had a service exchange agreement that as new roads got built further away from the core, the province would maintain those roads and we would take over the responsibility of the roads closer to the core. That's how the Lawrencetown performance-based contracts came about. But now it looks like we're going to have a whole kit and caboodle in our basket now. But when you say Lawrencetown, please specify the western areas of Lawrencetown, areas west of Mineville Road. Does not include the areas down towards Lawrencetown Beach or in East Lawrencetown. So we need to clarify that communication strategy with our public. But as this moves forward, looking forward to the further debate and discussion with the province on this. You know, this is the problem of do what I say, not do what I do. You know, the province may not maintain the roads, but they're going to give it to us anyway. We're going to have to fix them up. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have a significant debate coming in the future budgets of what we need to do to get those roads to some kind of reasonable standard. But I also have to disagree with staff. I think we should be taking over all the old road corridors because I have a few corridors in the East Preston area would be ideal for community active transportation trails. The old Halifax Guysborough Highway connecting Upper Governor Street to Brooks Drive is not listed in the inventory. We should be taking that over because it connects our ball field to the community. And I think we should be looking at all those old corridors. And so I'll be looking for that as a further amendment as these negotiations go on. Perhaps we could have an appendix to this agreement at some date in the future to identify these old unlisted dedicated or old roadways and corridors because they can be useful for us for active transportation corridors and recreational trails and everything else. So I'm looking forward to this date. But I can tell you right now, this will be a political issue on the two of my ridings, the Preston constituency, Freese Preston, Lake Echo, Mineville, as well as the Lawrencetown area of the Eastern Shore riding, because I'm going to tell residents, your MLAs are kicking this down the road to us, and we're taking it over. We'll be the responsible to do it right and properly, but be prepared for the tax implication. So you may want to have a chit chat about the candidates on your doorstep about this whole affair. But I'm looking forward to the challenge. Let's go and let's get her done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brad, and the team for the presentation and also for the briefing a little bit that we had the other day. So the clarity that you put around District 1 and the stormwater service, I really do appreciate because this is not about a provincial road transfer. These are already municipal roads. And the reasoning to add District 1 in this is for operational, so staff generated around operational issues. My concern is that it's kind of buried in the provincial road transfer, and this community that we're talking about has not met the density threshold. So I would ask my colleagues to consider the alternative motion that says to delay until the density threshold has been met. And the other thing is that the lack of notice to the community and the options for them to have understanding that this is coming is a concern. So I feel like it's buried in. I absolutely understand the rationale about it, but I don't think this is the right place for it to be. And so for that reason, I would request that we look at the alternative motion number six there that says to delay the amendment of the stormwater service boundary and change the service provider for District 1. Thank you.
Okay, so help me out here, Ian or John. Are we gonna, does that mean defeat the motion and come back, or does that mean amend it? Or Brad, maybe?
Mayor, John Traves, through you to council. I think, although it's articulated as an alternative, it would be an amendment in the sense of defeating the recommendation as it applies to District 1 and proceeding with the alternative as an amendment in number 6. Just trying to get up to the top. It's a big report.
May I ask another question, please?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Would it be possible to separate the items and put the amendment in, and that way we're voting on 1, 2, and 3, and then 4, so that they're done separately?
I'm open to whatever the clerk and or legal suggests is the easiest way to do this.
Thank you.
Well, if we do that, we can defeat 4 if we want to, then put in the alternative.
I think that's probably the way to go.
Mayor Savage, if I could offer, that would be the recommendation, is we could split the motions, and if that is the desire after number 4 is dealt with, there could be an alternate motion made.
If item 4 is defeated, then move with the alternate number 6.
So we'll split the motion. When we get to number 4, Councillor Daigle-Gammon's request is that we defeat 4 and put the alternative motion in there, correct, Councillor?
It is, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Brad, that you understand that in terms of any implications? I don't think that would cause you sleepless nights, would
it? Well, having lived through inheriting the wastewater assets back in 2003 in the state they were in, that's, the sole purpose of this motion is to not continue to build deficits on the HRM side of the house through assets we weren't designed to maintain. So the spirit of the motion was to get this area cleaned up, get it into a single service provider and under proper asset management. That said, for the reasons the councillor has expressed, we understand why she might look for deferral and why council would support it.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Okay, so we'll go ahead with the discussion. When we come to the voting, council can decide if they defeat 4 and replace it with the alternative, okay? Okay. Councillor Mason.
Well, you're muted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's always a pleasure to be talking about the Hayward report, the 1992 Task Force and Local Government, the Hayward report, which is something that Councillor Hensby has just referenced. So when we talk about roads and the rationalization of service delivery, it's important to recognize that, yeah, they talked about local roads being taken over entirely by all municipal units. Hasn't really happened fully in rural yet. There's still the J-class roads issue. And that's actually where, and it's interesting because it's something we deal with all the time, the Hayward report identified Sidewalks should only be paid for by the local municipality. It's something that we're currently dealing with as we try and improve active transportation. But what's interesting is, and this will lead to one of my questions for staff, is that the report also said that all arterial and collector road highways that run through towns and municipalities should be 50-50 cost shared with the municipality, right? And so my read of this is that didn't happen. There was some cost sharing that they unilaterally walked away from. So we're talking about being bound by an agreement and a set of, a proposal that at the time I absolutely supported, but that, in addition, of course, to roads, it also says that eventually the municipality shouldn't be paying property tax for education, which would free up $170 million in our budget, which would make it an awful lot easier to take on these roads, wouldn't it, folks? Right? That'd be a great trade. Maybe they'll take that up. But so the question I have for Brad to bring this back down to earth, because obviously that's not happening today, is Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, for the last 4 years, one of our resolutions has been to rationalize the fact that provincial highways running through, especially towns, but it would apply to regional municipalities, are not funded. And so, as Mayor Mood says in Yarmouth, the population of Yarmouth increases by 4 times during the day. When people come into work and to get on the ferry and do all the things, the road traffic goes through the roof, but it's only the townspeople who are paying for those highways to get to those essential services, to get to the shopping mall, to get to the Yark, to get to the hospital, to get to the high school. And so we've been negotiating for 3 years with the province, and there is some movement maybe about moving towards some cost sharing. So my question for Brad here is has that shown up at the table where you're negotiating with the province? Because certainly there's a couple dozen towns and Cape Breton who are expecting the province to start moving toward what was promised in 1992 and pulling its weight. And if that happened with us, I think it would be a wash, or it might even cost them a little bit more money, because I'm pretty sure they're not giving us any money right now. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. We don't get money for Windmill Road. We don't get money for the Bay Road. We don't get money for Bedford Highway, which are all provincial highways. And a lot of secondary roads would be as well. So I'm wondering, has that been at the table at all with the discussion? The fact that that there's a whole other discussion happening with municipalities as a group to try and get to a place where towns and urban centers aren't disadvantaged by the current funding formula?
Yes, I think my simple answer is vaguely, very vaguely, and it shouldn't surprise you that HRM is being seen as being completely different and having a different, if you will, deal, so to speak. But it does rub up against the aid to municipality program, the paving program. I know they are working on some measure. I do know that they've indicated we'd be engaged. That said, that's all I know. And we haven't started those discussions to any depth. And further, they have not been brought up in the context of this transfer. This is the best I have at this time, Councillor.
So I guess I'll just close by saying because I could go on and about this because we've been negotiating for years, is I want it noted in the records and publicly that HRM does not expect to be treated differently from anybody else in this regard, right? Like, that is absolutely categorically unfair for them to say that they will provide that deal to everybody but us. What we need them to understand is that they need to pull their, do their work, as they say, set up my daughter's daycare, do their own work and contribute to maintaining those critical highways that all Nova Scotians benefit from, that wherever they go through an urban area, including HRM. So if they advanced that discussion, that would make a lot of mayors and a lot of councils a lot happier about road transfers, because it seems like it's all giving us stuff and no taking anything. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, if I could quickly, Mr. Mayor, I just always worry the impression I leave out there after my comments, but certainly what I will say on the road safety front, we have started a number of strategic discussions about the importance of the provincial roads and their interaction with ours. So for instance, Lancaster Lancaster Woodland, Councillor Austin would be aware we're engaged. We're getting decent cooperation around the importance of that corridor and what it means to HRM and the safety of it. And so there are a lot of discussions there that are promising. So money is the thing that evades us. But to say that folks aren't trying to figure out how to get this done, if you will, fairly, and perhaps without the exchange of money, certainly those are conversations that have been ongoing.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's fair to say that density brings property tax to the city, but those people are also paying provincial tax as well, I would believe, and bringing money into the provincial coffers. So I just want to do a time check. I'm going to see if we can finish this before we break. I have 2 more speakers, and then Councillor Lovelace again. I'm going to see if we can just plod on this and get the vote, if that's okay with folks. But either way, we're going to have to stop by 5:10, 5:15, and give people a chance to get ready for the evening. So that's my intent. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I wanted to pick up on where Councillor Mason was, so in the in this ancient agreement with the province, it does talk about the cost sharing. That isn't actually happening. I got one of these from Brad there, so no. I will say no. Then, I mean, it leaves a bit of a bad taste in the mouth with the whole thing, where we're being told you must take these roads because you have an agreement with us in which you're going to take these roads. But the exact same people in the exact same agreement, literally just a couple of clauses further down, it's you're going to do this cost sharing, and they unilaterally stopped doing that. So, I mean, I guess maybe it makes sense to go negotiate a new agreement, but I mean, when the party you're negotiating with is content to just not follow it when it doesn't suit them, it's hard to be optimistic about that. I know that sounds overly harsh, but it's on just a reading of the agreement. That's the way I kind of come away feeling from it. So I appreciate that staff are trying to work through something here, and in terms of, well, I mean, the best interest of everybody. I mean, at the end of the day, does it make sense that the province would maintain small rural suburban subdivision type roads? Probably not. I mean, in some ways, we're the victims of our own land use planning processes in this more than anything else. If we don't want to be taking on roads that don't have a whole lot of people on them to support them, we should maybe not be encouraging development models that create those situations in the first place. I did want to ask, because and forgive my ignorance on this, Councillor Deagle-Gammon and staff, if we don't transfer the section out in Fall River, what does that actually mean? Like, do we have other places? Is this like a special, like, little one-off neighborhood, or do we have like other areas in HRM where it's a municipal street, and then we're providing stormwater on those streets, not through Halifax Water? Or is this like the only kind of place where that exists?
Great question, Councillor. The quick answer is no. There are other areas, roughly 50 kilometers. The reason for, if you will, picking on Councillor Deagle-Gammon, of course, that's not how we did it, but it was because it sat right on the boundary. It's right on that urban service boundary, and it's splitting basically 2 developments where you have 2 different service providers, you have 2 different sets of service charges, you have 2 differential maintenance approaches, 2 differential responses to emergency. So it didn't, it really didn't make sense in that case for staff to, I guess, look past this opportunity for council to consider this. But again, it certainly, I am concerned about the growing amount of stormwater services as this unfolds, because as I've said very clearly, HRM divested itself of stormwater asset management. So all of the professional asset managers are sitting in Halifax Water. So I'm keeping an eye on this. That at some point, just maintaining the ditches in a reactive sort of way is not the best way, obviously, as we head into the future. We certainly saw that in 2007 with the state of the wastewater system. We have to be very careful not to go back there again in any great significant way because we create an asset deficit that's very difficult to climb out of. That said, again, the alternative motion from Councillor Daigle-Gammon does not come by surprise. We understand.
Okay, so it would be, you know, on one hand, it's kind of like, well, should we be doing this as TPW, or does it make sense to actually have all this belong in Halifax Water? I mean, the answer to that is yes, but I realize it becomes a bit of a political football because no one suddenly then wants the guess what, you're getting a discharge tax showing up on your up in the mail. How much infrastructure beyond this do you have that you're maintaining? Like, I guess what I'm trying to get my head around is this a significant change in terms of the underlying assets, or like, you know, do you have loads of stuff where you're stuck with this anyway that are just so far removed from the Halifax water boundary that you're stuck with stormwater there because there's no possibility of transfer?
I was doing good till that last qualifier. We have a sizable amount. Like I said, we have 50 kilometers. I believe Councillor Daigle-Gammon's area that we've recommended is about 8 kilometers of existing road. But again, we drew the boundary such that there are a lot of properties within that boundary that are potentially developable, and in some cases in the hands of developers. So there was a desire to get ahead of this rather than try to catch up with it. In other words, set the boundaries so that the developers know what the if you will, the rules will be and who the service provider will be going forward, and of course clean up this discontinuity between the residents in those areas. But yeah, to answer your question very clearly, we have still other areas that are well beyond the boundary. Again, the criteria that we used here was this is sitting right on the edge of the boundary, and is actually consistent with the thinking on road transfers, is that, you know, you're slowly growing the municipal boundary. So that's why we put it in there. No other reason. And thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we're not going to finish before supper without rushing through this. So we're going to take our break now and come back at 6 o'clock. I have Councillors Cuddle and Daigle-Gammon, and Councillor Cuddle for a first time, Councillor Lovelace and Daigle-Gammon on a second time. We'll resume this after our public meeting, which is at 6 o'clock. So get out of here for a little while and come back. Don't be late. Remember, it's a public hearing at 6 o'clock. So that goes for all my Dartmouth friends as well. 6 o'clock on the dot.
Thank you.
Just a reminder to everyone, please return back to this meeting link. We'll be shutting off cameras and microphones right now until 6 o'clock. Good afternoon, or good evening. It is now 6 o'clock. We will be returning cameras and taking off the meeting hold screen. The public hearing will begin at the call of the mayor. Just a reminder to all members that everyone must be in attendance for the entirety of the public hearing.
That means video on, right?
No, it doesn't.
All right, I think
finish together, David.
I think we're good to go, Ian.
We do have quorum, Mayor Savage. We are just confirming if we have all members of council to start the public hearing, but we can start on your call.
I think if Mancini's here, that must mean everybody else is here.
I represent that comment.
That's the spirit peeing on the new trees.
That's what everybody said, David. They said, "Oh, great, another place for the for spirit to pee on." That's right.
That's the spirit of the decision.
Tim, your audio is cutting out still, so we missed your witty comment.
I said that's the spirit of the decision.
Okay. The assumption there, Paul, was witty, right? That was the biggest.
Yes, absolutely.
you make it so easy.
Mayor Savage, we are live and we do have quorum for the meeting to start at your call.
Okie doke. All right, folks, it is 6 p.m. on July the 20th, 2021. And we are here for a public hearing. This is case 8.1, amendments to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy Land Use Bylaw for 16 Rutledge Street in Bedford. I see we have staff. I see some familiar faces. Sean Gillis. Maybe, Sean, are you leading us today on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome back. Appreciate you being here. And the floor is yours. Let me just say that the order of events for this virtual hearing is similar to a meeting we would have had in chambers. We start with a staff presentation, then we give the applicant an opportunity to present. We would normally go to the public hearing speakers list. However, nobody has signed up by the deadline. As a reminder to those watching from home, in order to do so, you must sign up at 4:30 the business day before. Mr. Clerk, has there been any additional correspondence for this public hearing since the beginning of our meeting today?
No additional correspondence has been received for this item.
All right, then we will go to our staff presenter, a familiar face, Sean Gillis. Sean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, councilors. Just like to, before I start in, is my screen showing a PowerPoint presentation?
Not at this point in time.
Okay. Let's see what we can get this one working properly.
It's looking promising.
Okay. Amazingly, you have to press the button that says share to share your screen.
I'll make a note of that.
Okay, so if we're still on the PowerPoint, I think we'll be ready to go.
You're good.
So once again, thank you, councilors. As noted, this is the public hearing for case 22726, which is a proposed municipal planning strategy amendment for 16 Rutledge Street in Bedford. So the applicant is a numbered company, 314-3511 Nova Scotia Limited. As mentioned, the location is 16 Rutledge Street in Bedford. And the proposal is to rezone lands from residential 2-unit dwelling to residential multiple unit dwelling zone. RMU would be the new zone. And it's important to note that the way the municipal planning strategy for Bedford is written, any zoning change that increases the number of units that can be built on a lot requires also a plan amendment. Hence, these are 2 residential zones but under the Bedford planning policy, the Bedford MPS, we do require a municipal planning strategy amendment as well. So the site context, this is quite close to the Bedford Highway. You can see the general site location in red. So we're in the heart of Old Bedford, if you will. And if we zoom in on the right, you can see the site boundary. It's not a large lot, and it currently has a house on it. That's a 2-unit dwelling right now. So across the street on Rutledge Street is St. Ignatius Catholic Church and some of their buildings. And on the Bedford Highway nearby, bordering some commercial buildings. And you can see a residential multi-unit building nearby, and also some single-unit houses and also townhouses. So a little bit of a mix in the area already. So once again, from a different angle, you can see the subject site in red. You can see right in front of it on the Bedford Highway, those commercial buildings, the church, the various different types of residential buildings around Rutledge Street. So the existing policy, the designation is residential. There is no policy that would allow simply a zoning change. There is specific policy that says that any of these types of zoning changes where you increase the density, that requires a municipal plan amendment as well. So that's why we're here at Regional Council as opposed to going potentially to Community Council for that plan amendment. And you can see that there is, again, a mix in the area. The MC, the commercial designation, R for residential, and I, which is institutional for the church and the associated buildings. The zoning currently is residential 2-unit on the subject property. And again, you can see the commercial zones nearby on the Bedford Highway, that's the CMC. And there is residential multi-unit already next to the property, RTU, some more residential 2-unit dwellings nearby on that same block. And as you move farther away from the Bedford Highway, you start to see that it's primarily residential single-unit buildings. But there is a bit of a mix in the area, some existing zoning for multi-unit buildings and some existing multi-unit buildings already. Now, the existing zoning enables single-unit dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, duplex dwellings, linked dwellings. Those are all variations on 2-unit dwellings. Basement apartments in a primary unit, or with a primary unit, excuse me, and special care facilities for up to 10 residents. So it does allow a little bit of a mix, but as the name would imply, generally caps it off at 2 units. So the proposal, the lands owned by the applicant, who of course will speak later in this public hearing, are shown in the beige, and they include the other colors here that I'll talk about. So the applicant owns a fair portion of this block bounded by Pleasant, Meadowbrook, Rutledge, and the Bedford Highway. So the proposed land that would have multiple unit dwelling zoning, including this subject property you're talking about, are shown in the black. And then the building itself would approximately go in the yellow. And an important point, because we're talking about a zone, we're talking about a broad development approval. We're talking about what can and can't happen. The details of it are not as important as they might be for something like a development agreement. So the idea being, if this MPS amendment and the rezoning were approved by council tonight, then the applicant could apply and build under the zone as appropriate. But this is a general idea of what the applicant would like to do at the site. So the proposal details, there's a permit application for a 16-unit building on land next door that is already zoned RMU. So the applicant is asking to add these RTU lands, which is the subject property, to rezone those to RMU, the multi-unit zone, to increase the size of the building, and they're suggesting that they will increase the unit size. They're suggesting that the proposal will increase the size of the units, and additional units are not proposed. But as mentioned in the staff report, I should point out that the way the RMU zone works, you can add a certain number of units up to 16 based on how much area you have. So by adding this piece to the RMU, that would allow them to build more units. At this point, they're suggesting that's not what they want to do. They just want more area to build a larger building, have an easier shape to work with, and additional size of units. But important to point out that this does allow more units. And the proposal would be to build to the residential multi-unit requirements. So what are those requirements? The minimum lot area for multi-units would be 10,000 square feet and minimum lot frontage of 100 square feet. The minimum front yard size is 30 feet. The minimum rear yard size is 40 feet. And a side yard of 15 feet minimum, or half the height of the building, whichever is greater. And the building height is 35 feet. And the maximum number of dwelling units per lot is 36 units with a lot coverage of 35%. And this is a fairly standard approach to older bylaws in how they deal with multi-unit buildings. So there are multi-unit buildings around the area, and many of them are built under the RMU zone. So the public engagement that we received, we sent a mail out notification and a survey. We mailed 206 notifications and we received 8 letters back with the surveys. I would say the majority of responses were concerned about traffic. Some respondents, so not a majority, but some respondents had no concerns about the proposal. Some respondents were against the proposal, stating that multi-unit buildings did not fit in the area. And similarly, some respondents were concerned that approving this building could lead to more apartments in the area. And finally, there is an existing bed and breakfast on the site, and some respondents were against tearing down that existing building. So that's just a high-level summary of what we heard. And just to give you a little overview of where we are in the process, we've gone through the process to date, including public engagement, like we just talked about, a recommendation, which was positive at Northwest Community Council. This was given first reading at Regional Council, and tonight we're here to discuss both the MPS and land use bylaw amendments. And should council make that change, those changes, excuse me, then there's the final administrative obstacle, if you will, the administrative step, provincial review and approval. And then the changes, if approved, would be in effect. The rationale for the proposed policy, what staff is recommending that this be approved and why, is that the proposed residential multi-unit zone is already common in the area. There are similar multi-unit buildings in the area, including on the same block. A multi-unit building can be built next to the subject property, next to 16 Rutledge. And the subject property is next to commercial buildings and within walking distance of the Bedford Highway. So for all those reasons, we feel that this is a reasonable request, which will allow a slightly larger multi-unit building than what is currently allowed under the zoning and the planning policy. So staff recommend that Regional Council approve the proposed amendments to the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw for Bedford to change from residential 2-unit zone to the residential multiple unit zone. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'll leave it back to you.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions of clarification from council? Not seeing any. So we will begin the public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. And I will invite the applicant to address council. So the applicant is Anastasia Sturgidis or Sturgidis or something to that effect. I'm hoping I didn't mangle that too badly. Is the applicant with us?
Mayor Savage, we have been informed that the applicant is not able to attend tonight and has sent a delegate. So the delegate is in the meeting.
Okay. Is that Austin that I see?
Yes.
That is correct.
Austin Creighton, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen here if I'm able to. It says the host has disabled attendee screen sharing. So let's see. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Wonderful. Great. Hopefully everyone can see the screen and can hear me okay.
Yeah, we got you.
Wonderful. Great. So Mr. Mayor, Council Chair, and Council members, thank you this evening for the opportunity to present on case 22726, the Bedford MPS Amendment and Rezoning Plan for 16 Rutledge Street in Bedford. So as has been discussed, the objective of this meeting is to discuss the planning rationale for the rezoning of the 16 Rutledge Street by the numbered company 314-3511 Nova Scotia Limited. We understand that the plan amendments are a significant undertaking by this council, and we do want to recognize that this project is in alignment, however, with the Bedford MPS and regional MPS is an excellent candidate today for council's consideration. If we could just skip to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we have seen a bit of this from Sean, but just to quickly reiterate, I just wanted to start by identifying the property we're referring to, which is the civic address 16 Rutledge Street. It is identified, as Sean mentioned, 50 meters from the Bedford Highway, directly across from the St. Ignatius Church, and is adjacent to the property, the Bedford Highway, and the commercial buildings along that highway, and is directly southwest of the Meadowbrook Apartments, which are shown on the diagram here. Just a general kind of idea, walking through the area, you would find essentially there's a residential mix of low, medium, and high density, as was mentioned, small offices, retail, commercial spaces, the Bedford Rec Pool Center, and as well as tennis courts in the area, all of which are a short walking distance from the property itself. If we could head to the next slide, please. So just a bit of a background on the vision and the proposed amendment and what we intend to do with that property should council approve the amendment. So essentially since 1999, we've had, our organization, there's been a bit of a methodical neighborhood community vision brewing and an approach coming in which, we look to have the property outlined in the top here in brown, in quotes, the Autumn Woods proposed apartments, being a part of the larger ongoing effort to essentially create a strong and connected community neighborhood within the Rutledge Pleasant Meadowbrook block. The vision of the property essentially is to support and elevate the lives of the people living within this community. And we really hope that from the second, you walk onto the grounds of the proposed Autumn Woods development, that the green outdoor space that you can see that kind of envelops the proposed amendment space there creates, a tranquil atmosphere, the brick walkway that winds to the trees and the community and the vegetable garden, hoping to give a sense of development and a very inclusive atmosphere to those in the community and neighborhood. The building itself will be of traditional design, blending in with the character of the neighborhood that exists already here today. Talking a bit more about the building, just in terms of the vision itself, more of the interior. The vision there is to have, an inviting lobby that has a seating availability by gas fireplace, where residents may be able to enjoy access to a shared large kitchen or living room for community living activities, spaces, what have you. And hoping that the amenities, don't really stop there. The vision really is to also include a community, from arts and crafts, woodworking, arts and music. And really the idea behind that is that what we've found is that those activities and spaces really support residents and can foster a really great sense of community. Studies have also shown as well that the size of a community is critical to the amenities that are to be used. The number of units that Sean identified is looking to be 16. And any larger, and the studies showed that between 60 and 36 units being the max, any larger and people don't tend to engage as fully. So again, really looking towards that 16 right now in terms of the number of units. And again, just reiterating, by creating that shared space for a neighborly atmosphere, we're hoping, the hope and vision is that people of all ages and demographics can choose to come to enjoy the amenities of the property throughout the year, throughout the various seasons. In terms of how the numbered company 314-3511 Nova Scotia intends to market the Autumn Woods is essentially to focus on senior and family living. The market research that we've completed has indicated that 2 larger bedrooms and 2 bedroom plus den units would appeal to the intended market. The outdoor and indoor amenities and units layouts will be tailored for seniors and families in their style and physical accessibilities. As Sean mentioned, initially the plans were submitted to HRM for a smaller 16-unit building, which would have been within the 26 Rutledge property, development application number 172375. However, in the research that we've done, the company believes it's most appropriate to proceed with constructing larger units, 16 larger units. Essentially, the larger building footprint has what resulted in the intended consolidation of 26 Rutledge and 16 Rutledge. Essentially, the consolidation of these properties will increase the amount of green space at the site. It will as well provide the square footage required for the outdoor amenities as discussed. And very importantly, we think, especially for people who live above the hill, rezoning that property will allow the new build to be put further down the hill, intended to protect the views further up the hill so people still have a great view of the basin and the surrounding areas. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just to give a little bit of a current view of what we have today and what the intent will look like. So right now, currently, 16 Rutledge Street is a 10,000 square foot property, currently designated for residential uses in the Bedford MPS and is zoned residential 2-dwelling unit RTU under the Bedford zoning bylaw, as Sean had mentioned earlier. And it is currently occupied by a single detached residential building. And that's what we're seeing here in the orange. 26 Rutledge Street, what you'll see outlined, the property in the green, is a 25,255 square foot lot that has been designated for residential uses in Bedford MPS, which has been zoned residential multi-unit or RMU, and is currently approved under a development agreement, as I mentioned, 172375 for 16-unit apartment buildings. And as I mentioned and described earlier, the 16-unit Autumn Woods apartments essentially can be constructed as of right at the 26 Rutledge without this proposed rezoning. However, the rezoning will result in a demolition of the building of the 16 Rutledge, which as an RTU could otherwise function, as Sean mentioned, as a duplex. In this way, the proposed rezoning will generate no increased traffic or water utility demand. And as well, something that is critical I wanted to mention and was a concern from some of the 8 respondents we had in terms of traffic. So A traffic impact statement for the project was completed by the Harborside Transportation Consultants Group, and it was concluded essentially that the vehicle trip generation can be accommodated on Meadowbrook Drive, which you'll see on the left side of the diagram. And at the intersection of Meadowbrook Drive and Bedford Highway with negligible impact on traffic operations. So in that way, where people in the community who may already face heavy traffic on Rutledge Street, for example, we want to circumvent this and have traffic entering on the Meadowbrook Drive side. And it'd be important to note as well that there are some traffic lights at the corner of the Meadowbrook Drive and the Bedford Highway. And I should mention as well, this is the intent right now. In the end, it will still be up to the city to decide as to which entrance to the building will be on Rutledge or Meadowbrook. But in order to support the minimization of traffic, we are proposing that the entrance to the building comes through Meadowbrook and across the properties that are already owned by the number company. So just if we could hop onto the last slide here. Thank you. So just the proposed building. So my family and I have lived in Bedford since 1992 and have essentially been managing apartments at 21 Meadowbrook since 1999. Our research has shown that as a developer, that once people get a taste of living in Bedford, they don't want to leave Bedford. And we've seen our community grow throughout the years, and we see a need for more affordable housing, for both seniors and for our younger generations and for families. We've also noted through that same research that seniors are looking to downsize to 2-bedroom apartments, while families and younger people are looking to work in Bedford and require affordable housing. So to this end, the consolidation of the adjacent properties 26 Rutledge Street and 16 Rutledge Street is being sought to enable the envisioned Autumn Woods building at 26 Rutledge. The adjacent lots PID 00430026, 26 Rutledge, and PID 00435586, 16 Rutledge, are required to be under the same zone by zoning law in order to be considered consolidated as of right. And therefore, the rezoning of 16 Rutledge is a subject for the requesting of a plan amendment as stated to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw. In conclusion, I'd like to say thank you for your consideration for the 314351 NS Limited Number Company for our request and rezoning of 16 Rutledge from the 2-unit residential to the multi-unit residential, if permitted, which will, as I mentioned, allow for consolidation within the 26 Rutledge and subsequently enable a building that provides a simplification of residential zones and enhance the existing neighborhood fabric. We really do believe that this proposed zoning will enable an excellent development to the benefit of our community and is really in alignment with the vision of the Bedford MPS and regional MPS. And as I mentioned before, and as a closing statement, we understand that planning amendments are significant undertakings, but we do believe that this is in alignment with the Bedford MPS and regional MPS and an excellent candidate for today's consideration. Thank you. And that's it for the slides.
Thank you very much, Mr. Creighton. Is this, Councillor Outher, is this a question of clarification?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you, and Creighton, thank you for the, or Austin, thank you for the presentation. A couple of concerns that were brought forward by the community, you mentioned them, traffic and the bed and breakfast, etc. So just confirming with you, clarification, the bed and breakfast will be kept, the historic building there, and incorporated somehow into the development. I believe Anastasia said that to me at a public meeting recently. And I know there's concerns about trying to keep as many trees as possible. There are beautiful oak trees in there. So can you offer me a little assurance on those two things?
Yep, that's absolutely the intent. With fitting in, 2 points I'll mention, with fitting in with the neighborhood from a nature perspective and in terms of having that outdoor area for people to enjoy, families, seniors, what have you. Absolutely intent to keep that there with respect for the trees and nature and so forth. With respect to the B&B, the intent, and you are very correct there, Tim, the intent and the desire is to keep the building. The thought is that where when seniors, have family visiting or family has other extended family visiting, there's not always a ton of space for a family to stay. So we're hoping to keep the B&B open and run it as an extra space for families to stay and be able to visit their families while they're here, and as well be able to enjoy all that outdoor amenities and scenery, community garden, so on and so forth.
Thank you. That's what I'd heard previously from Anastasia. Did your group acquire the old WCL Bald House on the corner of Bedford Highway? You don't own that, do you, as part of this?
So I'll have to defer to Anastasia on that specific one and have to get back to you, Tim. Unless you have specific knowledge on that one, my knowledge right now, I don't have an answer, but I can definitely get back on that.
It's in bad condition, and I wanted to speak to somebody about it, but I can take that offline. But thank you. My main concern was the traffic, the trees, and the B&B that we heard from the residents, and you've dealt with my concerns. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Normally, we would hear from the public. Here, nobody has registered, so I'm going to solicit a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll move, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Mason. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, Councillor Mason, is your hand up?
It was incorrectly up. Wrong button.
Okay, so the motion to close the public hearing has passed. Sean will stay with us. Thank you, Mr. Creighton, and I will ask Councillor Deputy Mayor, do you wish to put it on the floor?
I'd like to put a motion on the floor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the motion is that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw for Bedford as set out in attachments A and B of the staff report dated April 6, 2021, to change 16 Rutledge Street from residential 2-unit zone to the residential multi-unit zone. So moved.
Second, Mancini.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Anything on it, Deputy Mayor?
No, I think over the years, I've spoken with the developer about this many times. They have an interesting vision. I have conveyed some concerns again tonight on traffic and trees in the B&B, and I'll keep continuing to work on that on behalf of residents. And but I'm comfortable with this going forward this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for the questions, colleagues?
Question.
We're good, Ian?
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
In favor?
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary. 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Creighton. Thank you for joining us tonight. And I must say it's nice to hear your passion for your neighborhood and your plans. And I hope that you will pass on our best wishes to Anastasia. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, what do we need to do to go back to our regular session now, Ian?
Mayor Savage, with the public hearing being over, we can go back and revert to item 11.1.5, which was the last item that was on the agenda when we took the supper break.
Yeah. Okay. Colleagues, we're going back to 11.1.5. I just want to say that the list that I had left on that was Councillor Cuttle, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. I think Councillor Daigle-Gammon would be a second go, perhaps, right? So it'll be Councillor Cuttle and then Councillor Lovelace and Daigle-Gammon, the folks that I have. And just to remind folks that we've agreed to split this motion into 4, and Councillor Daigle-Gammon has indicated support for defeating number 4 and replacing it with the alternative. So, Councillor Cuttle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is obviously, quite complex. You talk about asset deficits and the transfer of roads, and there's quite a lot to consider in all of this. But one of the things, Brad, that you said that kind of pricked up my ears was around the continuation of the transfer of roads as the city continues to grow and we continue to see density, which kind of raises the importance of HRM 01 and the need to negotiate something that's going to work for us. But I'm also wondering from our end, as we look at the regional plan review and as we start to consider how we're growing as a city, how are the transfer of roads considered in all of that? And are we considering making amendments to our zoning and our planning to mitigate some of the impact of this? Because it's quite costly. I'm quite shocked actually by how expensive it is for us to assume these roads, not only in the initial transfer, but in the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of them. So has there been any discussion between DPW and planning around road transfers?
Sure, yes, there has. I just want to be clear though, when you're talking about regional plan context, the key point here is all local roads are HRMs now going forward. So that's the key piece here. So what will transfer in future are the main provincial roads that are out there, now. As we then build and develop around those roads, we're adding to the inventory. We continue to try and work with the province to come up with the optimal servicing strategy, depending on where our respective equipment is in those areas. And that's better known as a service exchange agreement. And so, in terms of the deficit that's growing, the key piece here for HRM Council is that as those roads, the issue isn't really around the transfer of the provincial roads. At the end of the day, we need a good agreement. We need to know how they'll transfer in because it's a cost issue. In terms of good development, council's in full control of that as we develop outside of the core boundary. And so that will be done in the way that council describes through planning strategy and through obviously Red Book. So hopefully I'm explaining this right and you're understanding. And so you're not really building this huge deficit as we develop out there. That deficit is ours in any event because those roads are ours to own and care for as we develop them outside the urban boundary.
Right, but the roads do get triggered. The ownership of the transfer of the roads gets triggered to us when the density is based on a density formula. Okay,
but just so we're clear, outside of the core boundary now, as those roads get developed, they're owned by the municipality. You have a historical issue here where there were local roads that were being developed. That stopped years ago, 1998, I believe. So local roads that are developed in future are owned by HRM. The only way they wouldn't be is if they were private. And as I said earlier, in 2006, planning policy was updated, there's a lot better protection around private roads that are occurring outside the core boundary.
Okay, so on provincial roads, when because we control the zoning on them on the existing roads, like if we were to increase density along the roadways, that would have an impact, wouldn't it?
Correct. That would drive it to transfer sooner. The provincial roadway, but I want to be clear, the local roadways that are developing, let's say, off of those provincial roadways, they're ours.
Okay, so I think there's probably something to consider in all of this in the regional plan review. All right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace, I had you next and then Councillor Daigle-Gammon, but did you want to finish? Did you want to close, Councillor Lovelace, or do you want to go now?
No, I'll close. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when we left off, there were a few questions about the District 1 and impacts or whatever. So there are about 98 homes that would be impacted by the decision to include District 1 in this. And I don't think that it would be a significant cost to stay in the process where we're at. And that's why I ask about the delay. And I think the other thing is that, Brad, you made an interesting point about how many other places might be close to the boundary line or not. And maybe in terms of, Mr. Mayor, you talked earlier about a good process. So I'm just wondering if, the next time this comes up, it's about capturing all of those. So what is at the boundary, what's closer, whatever. And so maybe it would better fit in terms of process. And then I would appreciate that. But that's the reason for my request to delay. I think that the community does know that it's coming, and well, they will after this conversation. So, but yeah, to delay until it meets the threshold, or there is a recommendation that comes about capturing all of those areas. So thank you very much, and I ask for council support.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lovelace.
Okay, thank you. Wow. So I guess there's probably no surprise with my colleagues that I don't support this motion. I think what we're doing is making a bad situation even worse by accepting these roads from the province without having an updated HRM01. And I think the smart thing to do would be to sit down, negotiate with the province, get an updated agreement, and ensure during that time that we have proper consultation with the entire community. I've got folks in Hammonds Plains, Upper Tantallon that are still struggling with the Halifax water bill. They haven't paid it for years because they never signed up to be a customer. They didn't consent to a service agreement. Their bills are now upwards of $1,000. They never paid the $25 service connection fee. So, in their minds, they're not a customer of Halifax Water. I think that pretending that there isn't a problem, keeping our heads in the sands is not going to help us. We need to sit down with the province and have a conversation. And I really struggle with the formula because we're talking about density. We're not talking about the traffic on the roads. So St. Margaret's Bay Road is a key road. Peggy's Cove Road is a key road. Almost 1 million people are traveling on that road, but it's not part of the transfer agreement. So we're talking about houses. We're not talking about, the utilization of it. And the more traffic we have on the road, the less life it has, and the more maintenance it requires. If you've driven on Peggy's Cove Road, you'll know what I mean. And of course, that road hasn't seen any upkeep in over 20 years. So, this is a hot mess. And honestly, Brad, I'm wondering if you can speak to the compliance issues in the very beginning of where this all started with stormwater. And when you said in your presentation that there were compliance issues with stormwater, what precisely did you mean?
Yes, thank you. I spoke to compliance issues with wastewater and stormwater. Basically, on the wastewater side of the situation, at the time of transfer, 9 out of 11 existing sewage treatment plants were operating outside of guidelines. 25% of the pumping stations were flooding sewage into the streets in less than 1 inch of rain. There was a significant infrastructure deficit. At the time of transfer, I estimated it to be $1 billion. In terms of, you would know, as with your position on Halifax Water Board, I think that number is more in the order of $2 billion now. So it was a significant problem, a significant legacy issue. In terms of the specific stormwater, it goes to sufficient sizing of the system to take the stormwater growth, sufficient development of the system to ensure that there's a distributed network to handle stormwater, that we're not leaving private properties to dump it on other properties, or also public properties dumping on the private properties. Of course, many things have been improved on the development side in this respect. So those were the key issues that led to council directing us to move it to a utility approach to make sure that there was sufficient funding and that compliance would be maintained. And those were the issues of the day. So,
but that compliance doesn't address all the people on private roads, and the many private roads that are in these areas, you know, are not being taken over, and Halifax Water will not be working on their ditches or culverts. And so all of those private roads will still be creating an issue with stormwater management and stormwater diversion. Isn't that correct?
Okay, let me bring in Kathy O'Toole. She is here. Maybe she can speak to this.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I can speak to some of Councillor Lovelace's question, and the private road piece. I think that Brad and I will have to tag team that. With respect to the problems back in 2006, of course, Brad was directly involved with that, as was I. I was the Director of Finance at the time. And from a stormwater perspective, the assets that were used in delivery of stormwater were not recorded at that point in time and were not inventoried, because under the accounting requirements in place at that time, we didn't have to do that at the municipality. So we had stormwater assets. We didn't know precisely where they were at in all cases, or certainly did not know the asset condition that they were in. With respect to the transfer, you know, we knew they were underfunded, and the funding that we did have had to go to support wastewater and the more immediate wastewater compliance issues. So that's why, you know, the presentation that Brad did earlier focused on, back in 2006, a recommendation to council that would have meant that separate rates for stormwater service needed to be established, whether stormwater was retained at the municipality or transferred to Halifax Water. Since the transfer, we have been able to inventory the assets and get asset management in place, get funding in place, and start improving the condition in the service. That would also happen with these new areas pending the transfer. With respect to private roads, you are correct. Private roads and delivery of stormwater service on properties that are situated on private roads is not something that Halifax Water does. There are other tools in place, though, with respect to maintenance of properties that are on private roads that are within the municipality's tool set. I'll turn it back over to Brad.
Okay, look, we're way over time for Councillor Lovelace. I want to give her 5 seconds, if she wishes it, to finish up the 8th minute of her 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kathy. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I could do this for another 2 hours. So thank you. I will be voting no on this. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just have a procedural question before we go to the vote. I had the chance to talk to Councillor Deagle-Gammon on the break there, and I understand she has a deferral motion ready to go that would basically replace number 4. And I'm okay with that, given the circumstances, to take a bit of a broader look and give her the chance to have some conversations with her community. The procedural piece I'm wondering about is, should we instead then, should we not just defer number 4 with whatever her Councillor Deagle-Gammon's motion is, rather than defeat it? Because if we defeat it, then doesn't it become one of those wonky motions of reconsideration things if it comes back and we decided to proceed with it? Just looking for a little procedural guidance here.
Okay, who wants that? Ian and or John?
I'll take that, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Yes, if the councillor is not certain as to the outcome she desires and wishes to revisit this, the motion that would be appropriate is deferral. If, on the other hand, at this point, the desire is not to include District 1 as recommended in item 4, then you should defeat item 4 and move the alternative.
Okay. Thank you for that, John. I hope I can lure Councillor Deagle-Gammon back out just to maybe provide us with the motion. I'd just like to see what's coming. I'm generally in agreement with her intent. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, is it on this, Councillor Smith?
Are we still on the main motion?
We are, yes.
Yes, yeah. Just before I speak, do we want to deal with the comment that Councillor Austin had, or I can just go into my thing while that gets worked out?
Councillor Deagle-Gammon spoke twice, but I'm going to go back to her before we do the vote to see where her head is.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So it was to delay until it wasn't a deferral, but it was to delay until they met the density bonusing, or such time, I guess, as it was part of a larger package of looking at those roads that needed to be added in. So Sam, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. It wasn't about a deferral. It was about a delay.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith?
John just was trying to weigh in.
No, I think everybody understands then it is a defeat of item 4 is the request from the councillor, followed by the alternative motion 6.
Okay, great. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, really quickly. A lot of good discussion on this. Really, I don't want to vote for this, but I know if we have to do it, because no matter what, it's going to get downloaded on us either way. My question, and I asked this earlier, but I just want to get further clarification. So we will, from the province, be getting a condition, I guess a condition list, or and Brad, maybe you can give the proper wording, but we will be getting the conditions of the road once this gets approved by council, or if it doesn't, we'll get approved. But anyway, so I'm wondering what standards the province uses to measure their condition, because obviously we have an extensive condition measurement that we use for our roads and whatnot. So I'm wondering, does the province use the same thing, and will we be able to, I don't want to say compare apples to apples, but will we be able to really put it, kind of just slip it into our condition list to understand when we do our capital works where those roads fit as we look at the capital projects in the future with those roads?
Great question, Councillor. Quick answer is yes, there are some pieces that are translatable to our system. In other words, we do use a similar PCI, a pavement condition index. However, I will say, as you know, HRM is advancing that significantly. So the province doesn't have quite that sophistication, but some condition index data should be available to us. I think the safest answer, Councillor, given the breadth of the road and given the fact that there are a lot of gravel roads as well, we're getting all the condition data we can get our hands on. It's not clear as of yet whether they would have condition data comparable to ours for all assets. We are particularly dialed in on the bridges and trying to get our heads fully wrapped around that. We know that has been a problem in the past from the province, and this is something we are very in tune with. So we are trying to make sure there are level 1 and level 2 bridge inspections done on everything. But we're working through that pound of data now, if you will. And obviously the guidance or the terms in attachment H that we're asking council to provide us with as our ammunition, if you will, to go and get this straightened out is very helpful to us in getting that done. So like I say, it's hard to tell. We're getting bits and pieces now. What I am pleased to say is that they are working on it, which was something we were concerned they weren't focused on it for a while. Thank you.
Okay.
On mute. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for that information. Don't like it, but what can we do?
Right. Thank you. Councillor Mason is withdrawn. Councillor Hensby on clarification.
On a clarification in regards to motion 4, my time on the Water Commission, this area was the most contentious issue of some of the residents because half the subdivision had the ditch tax and maintenance by Halifax Water, and the other half the subdivision didn't. We're not transferring roads, we're just transferring the ditch maintenance. So that's my understanding is that we're just going to clarify the one service provider for that area because we already do the roads in those areas. Is that not my understanding? We just want to clarify of what territories that it's the stormwater management issue. It's not the street maintenance issue.
Brad, do you want to take that?
That's correct, Councillor. It is about stormwater management and maintenance. Moving it from current HRM for one half of those existing areas to Halifax Water. Thank you.
Because my time, like I said, my time on the Water Commission, this is one of the most contentious areas, and this is the country that Rick Howe grew up in, that area and stuff. He's one of the ditch tax haters and stuff, and he was advocating. Half the subdivision has it, the other half the subdivision doesn't. So I think that I thought we were trying to clarify this matter, and I would just rather support it and get it. It's more seamless than have it deferred and delayed or defeated.
That is correct, and HRM and Halifax Water staff is bringing this forward together for council's consideration.
Okay. I think we're going to go to the vote, colleagues, unless I'm missing somebody.
Just quickly, Mayor, I did put something in the chat.
What's that?
I did put something that I wanted to speak in the chat, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you saw it or not. It's Tim.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll be quick. So we are going to break this down. We're going to vote on all 4 points individually. Kathy wants us to vote down number 4 so she can bring the alternative forward if we do vote it down. And I'm just wondering, I'm going to ask this question to Brad or maybe Jacques. So number 1 basically says that we direct the Chief Administrative Officer to continue preparations and go ahead and prepare for June of 2020. Number 3 basically says go off and negotiate a better deal for this one and for future. And more conditions and more prerequisites and whatnot. Does not passing number 1 or, and I know we're sort of sitting here on our hands, being a number of us have said that we have to vote for something we don't really like because we're, the child of the province. But does passing number 1 and sort of sitting here, I'll go ahead, keep doing this, is not the main thing that came out of the discussion today, other than number 4 that Kathy wants us to deal with, is it not the items in number 3? That we really want to go off and renegotiate and try and do better. So I need to, somebody needs to explain to me sort of what we're doing with this motion here. Because one minute we're saying, yeah, go ahead and do this. The next minute we're saying, well, hold on, let's renegotiate. We're not happy.
Take a swing at that first. Thank you. One of the challenges here and why we're saying continue to prepare, this is a lot to prepare for. And therefore we want to reaffirm that this is we're moving forward and continuing to get ready to receive these roads. A big piece of this is defining the scope. This package that we've put before you and the specific lists that are in the lists of roads that are in the attachment, that tells us the exact scope that council is expecting to receive. This is an important piece to continue to work with the province to make sure we know exactly what is transferring between us. So that's the scope piece of it. And in terms of the request to Halifax Water to service the area, this is a critical piece to have underway. As Halifax Water, there are steps they have to go through with Utility and Review Board. I will confess that I'm about 30 days behind schedule in meeting Kathy's wishes in terms of getting things rolling with NSUARB. So there are critical time sensitive pieces of this. I do understand the fact that we're kind of doing this concurrently and with some good faith, but it's necessary given the size of the package that's coming to us, and so we're working on it. I mean, really, yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that, Brad, and thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask that question just for clarity, that could we offer you more help, or would it be advantage to this? So, all right, I will certainly be supporting the first three, and thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon on perhaps clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the clarification was around, Councillor Austin's question about procedurally. If we defeat, so my intention is to delay it until they meet the density threshold. And so, or there's a package that includes everybody. So from a procedural point of view, I guess I'm a little bit unclear. If we defeat it, then it's gone. But if we defer, then it actually does mean delaying. So if somebody could give me a little bit more clarity on that, I would appreciate it. I know Ian and I sent an email to Brad about clarifying what that alternative motion might look like. So if I could have some clarity on that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, John, you're the king of clarity.
Fine. Mr. Mayor, it's usually the councillor. So Ian has a drafted alternative motion if item 4 fails to pass at your request, and I'd suggest he put it in the chat now so people will see what you intend to bring if 4 is defeated. And essentially what it says is, based on alternative 6, is that there would not be a move at this time, but it would move at a time when the density targets are met, as per your discussion. I get Ian to put it up.
But to clarify, that density threshold is about road transfer, not about the ditch maintenance issue.
That is correct. However, in alternative 6, it's being proposed as a means of setting a test for the change on the ditch, right? Yeah.
So, Councillor Daigle-Gammon, that is in the chat. I want to make sure you're comfortable with that, so we all know what we're going to vote for if we defeat number 4.
I am comfortable with what's in the chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to the questions. We're going to divide them up. Ian.
So,
we could probably lump 1 to 3, could we not?
I was just about to ask, are we keeping 1 to 3 together and splitting up 4?
I think we can lump 1 to 3 together and then vote on number 4.
Can we take 3 separate? Can we take number 3 out and just do 1 and 2?
Absolutely. Together? I have no concerns with splitting out 1 and 2 and voting on 3 and 4 separately from each other.
Okay.
For clarity's sake, I have posted the motion we are voting on in the chat. It is items 1 and 2 from the recommendation, beginning with Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Reluctantly in favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
Sadly, 4.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting yes.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Yes.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
No way, Jose. Mm-mm.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
So 1 and 2 are passed. We'll prepare for number 3.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent.
He looks frozen.
I'll come back to Councillor Kent. 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
I am back.
Hi, Councillor Kent. Can I get your vote for the bullet number 3?
Yes, thank you. In favor.
Thank you. 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor. So that carries. We'll prepare for number 4. I think it's been well documented that this is the one that Councillor Daigle Gammon wishes to be defeated, and she has an alternative, which is in the chat.
I have posted the item that was moved. It is the item from the staff recommendation in the chat here. Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
You're muted, Becky.
Thank you. I just need clarification. I'm seeing a couple of things here in the chat.
The item that I have posted in the chat, number 4, that I could read if you would like, is the item that has been moved and seconded and is currently on the floor and being voted on.
Perfect. Thank you. In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
Against the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
No.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Oatet.
Voting no.
Mayor Savage.
Voting no.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting no.
Nine, 8.
I have 9 against, 8 in favor.
So number 4 is defeated. I'll go to Councillor Daigle Gammon, who has an alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to find it back here. So I would move that the Regional Council delay amending the stormwater service boundary and change of service provider for District 1 until such time that the density target thresholds identified in the staff report dated July 20th, 2021 can be met. So
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
On the councillor's motion she just put forward, if it's defeated, what happens? Nothing? No silence?
Just vote for it, Tom.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah.
John, we can.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor, through you to council, the status quo would remain with the current stormwater service boundary, and it would not change once the density target thresholds identified in staff report can be met. So effectively, that we'd have to, at some point, come back to council if there was desire to change it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, let's go to the vote.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Well, even though this alternative wasn't recommended by staff for the reasons in the report, I don't want the status quo, so sure.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
'Yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oatet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
with appreciation, voting in favor.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is passed. That gives us 11.1.5 is done. All right, colleagues. Thank you, Brad. Brad, show your face and take our thanks. Whether we like this or not, we appreciate the leadership. Thank you, sir, and thank you for doing the session yesterday, which I dropped into as well, which I think helps. It's a complicated issue. All right, thank you. 11.2.1, colleagues, has passed on consent, I think, which is the Halifax Solar City Program Update and Future Program. So we go, coming out of Executive Standing Committee, 11.3.1, Gender-Based Analysis Training for Municipal Staff. Not sure who who wants I'm not sure who took this off consent.
I took it off consent, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kent.
Councillor Kent. Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to put the motion forward that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, add the federal government's gender-based analysis plus GBA plus training program to the elective course offerings within the corporate training catalog, and 2, promote participation in this course to all employees in leadership roles and those involved in policy and program development. So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to speak to the importance of this, and it's a very, very necessary training piece, I believe, for the whole municipality. I respect and trust the work that's been done on it so far. The Women's Advisory Committee deserves kudos for bringing such energy to it and putting it forward. I am particularly pleased to see the plus part, the gender-based analysis plus, in the past, and in much of the work that I've done in the past. This really started in a way that was around a women's perspective through gender-based analysis, but I'm glad to see that it's now really much, much broader around ethnicity and language and ability, sexual orientation, many, many, many things. It's super important to be done. I think that we are at a point at Halifax Council that I feel very proud that it's part of a council that I'm part of now with gender parity and such. We have a long ways to go to offer, I think, more diversity within our council, and I look forward to those opportunities that will come forward as well. So I'll leave it at that. I want to make sure that people know that this is happening, and I look forward to council's support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell on this one?
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking at this, it is promoting it to employees in leadership roles and those involved in policy and program development. I'm wondering why it could not, or in fact, I'm wondering if it could be available to all employees.
Okay.
And promoted to all employees.
Who's with us on that? Tracy or Jacques? Nice to see you, Jacques.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Russell, it's an elective course that will be promoted across the organization. So anybody who elects to take the course will be given an opportunity. Understanding there are limitations, including budget and all that, but this will be made available to lots of folks out there who want to take the course. But like any other program, we'll be promoting it to the 2 priority employees in terms of ones we feel that are most benefit from an early exposure to the learning, and then we would go on from there. But it's certainly available as an elective course to all employees who can have access to it.
Thank you,
okay.
Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
Happily in favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yep.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, indeed.
1, Councillor Dago-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to 11.3.2, GBA training for all regional council members. Is that Councillor Kent as well? I can't.
Yes.
I think. Okay. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to put forward the motion that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, one, incorporate the federal government's gender-based analysis plus GBA plus into future council orientation programs, and two, circulate the federal government's GBA plus training to all current members of Halifax Regional Council and provide any additional support required to those who complete the training. So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Anything on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am thrilled that this is happening again, and so just ditto to everything I said before. But I'm still struggling a little bit. Not struggling. I would like to see something a little stronger that is around ensuring that current councillor members are have an expectation that we would all take this training as well. I understand by reading the report that there's some suggestion that we should shy away from the notion of mandating it. And frankly, where this is a Chief Administrative Officer order, I don't know if it's appropriate for the CAO to mandate the councillors do certain things. It's usually the opposite way. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it. So knowing that, if I guess I could get some feedback on is there a way to strengthen that for current councillors? Now, it could be that councillors who are on council, half of them have already been here in council chamber, and maybe in the past they've had this opportunity to take it, and it would just be the remaining. But if not, we still have 3.5 years in this seat. At the very least. And I think it's still important that we all make a commitment to taking this training and being certified in that. I can this one back to, is it right? Is it just? And is it for public good, as Joseph Howe said? And I can't think of a better time to say, yes, this is right. And it's just, and it is absolutely for the public good. So again, if someone wants to reflect on a way for us to strengthen that, I would like to put an amendment to that effect. I'm willing as well even to add a third item if I need to. But before I do that, would anyone like to comment, maybe legal, in a way of strengthening it?
Go to Jacques or John on that. Jacques, do you want to take it?
Sure. And I think Caroline's on the line as well. So, and maybe perhaps Tracy, but the recommendation basically says two things. One is to incorporate it into future orientation, but it's also, we're also offering the program to current counselors if they so wish to take it, right? And certainly we encourage them to do that. We encourage you to do that. So if council wants to strengthen that, then we'll take council's direction on that. And if you want to make it mandatory for councilors, that's council decision. To your point, councillor, I was not going to put a recommendation in saying, you shall take this or whatever. So, that's really up to you folks. But I think, all of our training opportunities, many of them are available to councillors, and we will circulate all of those training opportunities. And if you wish to take those some training opportunities, and we will certainly make every effort to support you in that and make sure you're included in those particular classes. This is as much as I can say at this point, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I think I would like to put a motion on the floor because I really do believe that there should be a reasonable public expectation that everyone on council, including the current councillors, should be mandated to take this type of training. So I would like to put an amendment on the floor that says that changes number 2 to circulate to the word mandate the federal government's GBA training to all current members of Halifax Regional Council and provide additional supports prior to those who complete the training.
And you put it on the floor. Perhaps that's a friendly amendment. I don't.
Yeah, I'm good with that too. If we could have confirmations that's friendly by legal standards.
I guess maybe it needs to be
Point of order. I guess I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would ask legal if council can mandate the activity of councillors. I fully intend to do this training. Don't get me wrong, but in the past, when we've talked about conflicts of interest policies and stuff like that, we found councils firing blanks, trying to actually force councillors to do anything. So I wouldn't want us to pass a motion that has no legal effect and could be divisive. I can't imagine anyone would strongly object to actually going, but I just think we should stay within the bounds of what we can actually do. So perhaps John could comment on that.
Mr. Mayor, through the council, the challenge with mandating something like this or otherwise is the lack of enforcement mechanism in terms of a councillor who doesn't wish to follow the mandate of council. Councillors are accountable to the electorate that elected them, not to necessarily to their fellow councillors. So there is a potential issue in terms of enforcement, I guess is the way to put it.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see the purpose of putting the word mandate into this motion. I think I don't see any councillor of the 17 of us, including the mayor, who would not be attending this training voluntarily. Previous council, I can think of at least one person that may not want to show up unless you force that person. So I don't think it's necessary. I think if a councillor chooses not to attend this training, that's telling. And that in itself will do what needs to get done on that councillor. So I don't support putting the word mandate in this. Let's do the training. I see all 17 showing up of us showing up and participating. It's not necessary. So I don't know where we are if this becomes friendly and the word mandate gets thrown into it, and then we vote against it. Then what happens? We don't have the training at all. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So I asked the councillor Kent to, not include the word mandate. Let's vote on it, let's pass on it, and everybody will show up. I'm quite confident. If I was a betting man, and I'm not, everybody will show up. I would bet on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I see there's no other comments. So, you know what, I'm open to that. I really, really strongly encourage everyone to do that. I really appreciate hearing from Councillor Mason and Councillor Mancini on it. I believe that there should be a strong encouragement to participate. Sooner the better, so staff could help with getting that out as soon as possible to us. Then I just think it'll make us all stronger. So with that, I will rescind that option. I don't even think that got a second, did it? I'm not sure. And we'll leave the motion as originally presented. I'm holding you all accountable though, folks.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to speak to what Councillor Kent just withdrew, so I don't know if I have to. But, I'm not even sure how this ended up on our agenda in terms of council members, in terms of training or orientation or workshops. Typically, that's just something we do. We coordinate that with our office manager, Mel, and we or our CAO, and we just do it. So anyway, I'm happy to support it. I'm also happy to mandate it, even though we can't. I expect everyone would do it, and it'd be great to see everyone there. And you generally, what do they say? You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. You get more results with carrots than with sticks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so,
wait a minute, anyway, Councillor Clary, you're using those analogies about honey?
Usually sticks work better on me than carrots, but nonetheless. Anyway,
who's this imposter?
I'm happy to.
Pansy is already giving a really good.
Mr. Mayor, order, Mr. Mayor.
Folks, this is easier to do when we're all together in a room and I can throw darts at people. Anyway, Councillor Cleary, do you want to finish your?
I would very much look forward to this, and I think most of my colleagues, if not all of my colleagues, would look forward to this as well. Anyway, happy to support this. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the. No. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'll be quick. I just wanted to offer up just a little bit of context. So the GBA Plus training for staff and council, and the next item on gender-based data collection, this has all come from the Women's Advisory Committee. And that committee, I must say, has hit the ground running. They have come forward with a lot of proposals, and this was one of the first things that that was discussed at the meeting. The benefits of the GBA plus training. We all took it, the committee, and certainly found a lot to learn. And so they were very careful in how they crafted these motions, and you know, they recognize that that we can't be mandated to do something. And when it comes to staff, you know, certainly there are difficulties mandating anything with them as well, because you've got union issues. So just to throw a little bit of context up there, this is just a you know, a request from the Women's Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that context. Let's go to the question, Ian.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy. Sorry, Councillor Purdy, you already voted. That is everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. That carries. Thank you, Councillor Kent. 11.3.3. Just looking at the time here. 11.3.3 is anti-Asian racism, gender-based data collection. Councillor Smith, was this you that took this one off? Councillor Smith.
Yep. Put the motion on the floor that regional council request the chief administrative officer through the UN Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces program to consider the impact of anti-Asian racism on women experiences of safety in public spaces and explore ways to identify and collect race-based data about these experiences.
Second.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor, for seconding. So support this, no issues at all. This is something that we've been seeing specifically around the pandemic, around anti-Asian hate, and even with FCM. The FCM is lobbying the federal government to strengthen hate speech across Canada because of what we've seen to many different folks around the country. So, and maybe Councillor Blackburn, since you gave context for the other one, the context I was looking for was really around, I think it's important that it's focusing on anti-Asian hate. We know that other women, BIPOC women of Black, Indigenous, and women of color also face this issue as well. And in collecting race-based data is very difficult. So I'm wondering, not to take away from the importance of this, but I'm wondering if we want to include something that also speaks to BIPOC women. If we're going to collect data, how we'll deal with you know, other women who are dealing with experiences in around our city. So I don't know if you want to provide context of the discussion that happened at the committee. I won't ask you to provide comment on the amendment. If you can, if you want to, Councillor Blackburn. I am also wondering from staff who might be able to answer if they have an idea of how we would approach collecting race-based data around experiences, because I know it's very difficult, and there's many aspects of where we would collect that data as well.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, thank you, Councillor Smith. So to give you some context on this one, again, this originated from the Women's Advisory Committee. We had one of our committee members who gave a presentation on the increase in anti-Asian racism in the last 16 to 18 months. And definitely, this was born from, as she was doing the research for the presentation, realized that through HRP and RCMP, they didn't have hate crimes, broken down. There was no race-based data that they could lean on for information. So that's sort of why this is proposed. And I think the motion does capture, explore ways to identify and collect race-based data about these experiences. So what we wanted to capture was just basically race-based data. So from everything from anti-Asian to anti-gay, anti-Black racism, everything. So that's sort of where that started. I'm not sure if you want to get more specific, if you want to insert that into the motion. That certainly would be in line with where the Women's Advisory Committee was going with this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Blackburn. I see Dr. Siciliano jumped in. Well, all I really say is when I read it, when it said the collect race-based data about these experiences, maybe I read into it too much, that it only meant those experiences. So as long as it's understood that if we're going to do it, we're going to think about the women who are affected by hate. And it's not just focusing on one piece, because we just know it's an issue. I'm happy that I don't need to make any amendments, as long as it's understood that information will capture all those affected.
Okay, thank you. Amy Siciliano, did you wish to add anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor. I can just add that we are just wrapping up the scoping study for the UN Women Program Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces. And one of the outcomes of that work is going to be looking at how we can better capture incidents that contribute to feelings of safety, including those that are related to incidents of racism. So there's a few different ways that we can look to capture that data, and we will bring those forward in the recommendations that come to you out of the scoping study work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I can tell you that Christine Xing Yang did a tremendous presentation at Executive, and I'm sure she did at the Women's Advisory as well on this topic, which is a real problem in the country right now, as Councillor Smith well knows in his position as the chair of the Anti-Racism and Equity Committee nationally of FCM. Thank you for that, Lindell. Okay, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hansby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
Thank you.
That motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Are we doing okay, folks? We're going to keep going?
Keep going.
If anybody needs a break and don't want to put it in the chat, just text me and let me know. We're going to go to transportation standing. Now, we do have a presentation ready. Is it the wish of council to see the presentation? I don't think we need the presentation. What if I told you it was Victoria Horn? She's pretty good.
She's great.
She's very good.
There's Victoria.
Anyway, Victoria, you're here to answer questions in any event. So people have questions, but I think we'll be okay. We don't need the presentation. I know you've done it before. Councillor Mason, is that you or who's
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor. I'll put it on the floor. I move that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to proposed bylaw V200, the vehicle immobilization bylaw, as set in attachment A of the staff report dated May 28th, 2021. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Mason.
I'll be extremely brief. I support this with the amendments, which I believe Councillor Purdy is going to bring forward. We've had a very robust conversation with some of the primary suppliers around booting to understand what their concerns were and to boil that down and then measure that against the intent of the bylaw, which is to protect residents, citizens, consumers from those, and the people we were talking to weren't those in the past who've had unscrupulous practices around this. I also want to say I have been approached by variously private property owners, universities, and a couple other folks who've said, will this apply to us? Shouldn't apply to us. And I believe, and I'm going to check with Victoria, but my read of it is it applies to anybody who boots an HRM, which I think it should. And I hope Councillor Blackburn jumps in for 2 seconds to talk about how we started all this, because the issue was a couple of years ago, we had people when this was still a relatively new field with some pretty sketchy practices. Most of them have exited the business, but there's nothing to keep them if we don't have rules from coming back at any time. So I think bringing a little bit of order to this while not undermining the basic business model is our goal. So, pending the amendments which are coming, I ask you to support this staff report and this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me see where the conversation. Councillor Cleary, are you in this?
You know what, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to actually come second after Councillor Purdy.
Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mason, and for the robust conversation. And Victoria, thank you so much, and of course, Ian. Yeah, so I was looped into the correspondence to this, so I was interested and felt I wasn't comfortable with the bylaw as it stood from what I understood, and companies that have built their model on a certain price structure fee to be in what I saw as kind of unnecessarily a punitive bylaw that would make them decrease their fee for booting, and then have their companies not viable, not able to sustain themselves anymore. So we have an amendment, and is this where I can put forward the amendment now and then people can speak to it? Okay. So the amendment is that bylaw V200 be amended by 1, replacing section 7G with 45 minutes of having been requested by telephone to do so, attend at a parking lot for the purpose of removing a vehicle immobilizing device, and 2, replacing Schedule A fees maximum immobilization fee to $100, up from the proposed 60 that's in the original motion, and the 45 minutes up from 30 that was in the original motion was requested because anyone driving in downtown Halifax, you know that you can get stuck in traffic, and it can take you a little longer to get from point A to point B, and it's not of your doing. So just to give a little grace period there for the drivers. Happy to second that, Mr. Mayor. Councillor
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Cleary. Anything else on it, Councillor Purdy?
I think I'm not aware of Councillor Blackburn's experience. I know if I ever were booted, I would be so upset. So I get that. I get that completely. But the companies that seem to be the ones kind of doing the majority of the booting now, they seem to have really good, from what I heard during their public presentation for the Transportation Standing Committee, they have good internal practices, and they seem to run good business. And they had an employee, one of the employees called in as well to speak of his experience. And anyway, I just thought we, as our city council, there is a balancing act, obviously, as all of us new councillors have been like thrown into the ocean here with that. But we do need to champion our business, and bylaws are necessary. We need regulations. We need boundaries for all things to make the municipality run smoothly and operationally. And we need all of these players. We need the parkers. We need the booters. We need the illegal parkers. We need the owners of properties. It all works together. You'll always have people that will park illegally, and some people aren't even aware that they're parking illegally, and that's kind of a double kicker. But we need it all. But I don't feel like bylaws should be punitive to businesses, especially ones that have already been operational for many years, such as the ones who weighed in on this. So that's kind of my take. Trying to be fair.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, did you want to go now?
So I have an amendment myself, but I'll just quickly speak to Councillor Purdy's amendments. I'm happy to support them. I brought this motion forward, I want to say 2 years ago now. It's taken us a while to get here, but I know that there's been a bit of back and forth with industry. I know our staff have been working on this, and I know our Ms. Horn, our parking manager, has been very busy doing a lot of things, including bringing in a whole new parking strategy to Halifax. So, I'm happy that this took enough time to come back with something very viable for us. We're going from a situation where we have no rules to some rules. And the 30 to 45 minutes and the $60 to $100 amendment, I'm fine with, because right now I think the current prices are around $115. So even at 100, it's lower than what the current companies charge. There's only a couple of companies in Halifax that do this. And it's important to support the private property owners, the small businesses, because don't forget, and my own experience here with companies on Quinpool Road, Organic Earth that used to have this, they don't do this anymore. Subway had this. There's no longer Subway on Quinpool Road. Very sad for some people, but they had this. A number of companies in the area. These are small companies, typically, where you have illegal parking that happens on their property, and it's difficult for them to move them off and have turnover for their own business. And we do this ourselves. If you think about public parking spaces on street, the reason why we're regulating this and upping the fees and changing the zones is because we are trying to help our small businesses and our local businesses to have more customers, to bring people into downtown to turn over that parking. So this is just part of that. And it's our way that we can help those small businesses, but also at the same time, prevent or stop any predatory practices that are happening for people who are being booted. And I'll let Councillor Blackburn speak to her own personal experience and the experience I shared from a lot of others about this issue. But I can definitely support the amendment that Councillor Purdy put forward, because I think it's fair. And if you look at some cities, I did some of my own research in Toronto and some other places, especially in the US. Some cities charge, or the companies in those cities charge as much as $300 and $400 to remove a boot. And I think in our city, that's roughly the cost of towing an impound and all the rest of it. So, having the boot removed for $100 is still cheaper than getting your car towed and paying the fees for towing an impound. So I think this is a fair compromise. It keeps the private property owners with providers who can continue to do this, and it protects people to give them a maximum. So thank you, Councillor Purdy. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this amendment. I want to draw attention to the concern that I had in Transportation Standing Committee around the limited ability for the industry representatives to bend our ear and have us understand the the degree by which this is affecting them. I think that's an important piece of community engagement in everything we do. We as an agenda setting team, the chair and myself and staff, we had to make decisions on how the presentations would go. And I think that, you know, we're not able to have them until after we made a decision on it. So I made a commitment to industry representatives again to meet with them. If this passes, so I have a couple questions. If this passes today, is it still okay for me to meet with them? Because they're scheduled for tomorrow. And what I don't want to have to happen is that they again get just, you know, dismissed for what, you know, I don't know, just a protocol reason that they should not and cannot meet with me to have me understand better what's happening to them. I absolutely am in favor of standardizing this. I'm absolutely in favor of some form of accountability and measures that protect not only their businesses, but those who might be booted. But I am a little concerned about how this went about without necessarily what I think, at least that my interpretation of it, and I'll find out more tomorrow, on perhaps a poor community and industry engagement on it. I think that I have received some emails around people's dissatisfaction with how they were treated, and I do look forward to asking some tough questions to these folks. But I'm okay with Councillor Purdy's amendment. Another question I will have before I'll end today on this one is, if we amend this to be $100, do we have any other further abilities to amend it once we go to public hearing? I can't remember. Probably not.
Victoria, do you want that?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I can certainly address the comment about the feedback on community and industry engagement, and then I might defer to either the clerk or legal on the process of change from first reading to second reading. Just by way of comment, this is not the first time that we've come to Regional Council or Transportation Standing Committee to discuss the legality and feedback from industry on vehicle immobilization. So if you recall, in 2019, and as is referenced in the staff report, we actually connected with industry and specifically the niche business that is directly impacted by this bylaw and private lot owners as part of our parking advisory committee to determine the level of impact of implementing a bylaw. And at that time, we learned from both industry and from the business owner that this would have direct negative impact. So I want to reiterate, and I don't want members of council to feel that we have not been explicit in explaining that this will have impact on a very niche business. So we did that in the initial report. We've done that in this report as well, and in the regulatory impact assessment, which preceded the creation of the bylaw. So I do believe that industry has been engaged with. The challenge was that when staff were provided with a very specific motion, we addressed the specificity of the motion at the time. And I think the challenge is what the definition of a reasonable fee is. And so I think that has been addressed by Councillor Purdy's amendment to get us to a fine that in the definition of industry and with council is more, quote, reasonable. So I think that's really the big discrepancy that we had with industry versus where the initial bylaw landed. And then with respect to public engagement and process related to first versus second reading, I might turn to my colleagues in legal or in the clerk's office to address Councillor Kent's question.
John?
Mayor, through you to the councillor and the rest of the council, absolutely, councillor, you can speak with constituents and businesses. That really is the intent of having two readings, in the sense that there is an opportunity between first and second reading to hear from constituents and allow you to make up your mind when it comes to second reading. In terms of changes at second reading, it does become problematic given the right of people to be heard and to understand what's happening. And so essentially it's a bit of a challenge. Most changes at second reading, frankly, become what are referred to as substantive changes because the view is that they might cause somebody else to speak out or to be heard on the matter and have an issue with it. And so realistically, the best opportunity and time to make changes is now at first reading. However, it's always within council's purview to make a change at second reading, in which case we would go back out and have a new first reading and then come back for a second reading.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Blackburn, are you on the amendment or on the main motion?
On the amendment, please.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if we could have the those two parts of the amendment split up, because I am certainly in favor of the 45 minutes. I do think that is a reasonable amount of time to expect the agent from the company to come and unlock your vehicle, but I don't agree with the $100. That's what they're charging now. It's $115 only because they add the GST to it. So I would like to propose perhaps a sliding scale of fees that would be phased in over, say, a 3-year period, so that the companies have time to adjust their business model for the reduced revenue. Under option 1, which is what is proposed here, we're looking at giving these folks special constable status. And that's at no cost to the companies. And that actually opens up those companies to other revenue streams, because now that they have special constables on staff, they can offer their clients other services. So I would like to have the amendments split up so that I can vote yes to number 1 and no to number 2 on the fee. And would like to actually, if it doesn't pass, then a sliding scale of fees is something that I would like to propose. Thank you.
So is that something we can do? I don't see the amendment. Can the amendment be split into 2?
Yes.
Ian, John?
Yes.
No issues. No issue splitting it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on the? I can't see what the hell's going on here. Councillor Clear, are you on this again?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
I'll come back to you because I've got other people that haven't spoken. I think you spoke on the amendment.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Sorry. Councillor Outhhead on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support Lisa's comments to start, because I'm really struggling with this, and I guess folks have to, and I have a small business background, nonprofit, big business, my own business. So I understand businesses trying to be viable and the challenges. I also represent an area that almost wears a badge on their chest. So how long they can say it's been since they've been downtown, unless they've had to go to the doctor or something, or go to the hospital. And I just worry we're giving another reason not to go downtown. The same way things happen when we put up meter parking, we put up parking, et cetera, et cetera. The risk now is, oh my God, in addition to the traffic and the poor bus service, I might get booted for $100. So I'm really struggling with that. And I don't have a problem with the 45 minutes, as Lisa said. If Victoria could respond to this question. Victoria and her team brought forward a report and they recommended $60. And they said recently in your comments here today, Victoria, you mentioned that you have consulted with the industry. I'm really worried. I mean, how many times have we heard from a business or a developer they couldn't possibly be viable unless we raised this, allow this many more stories, or allow reduce this fee or something. And now a group comes to us and says that their business case isn't viable unless we significantly increase the fine that we allow them to charge. I'm really struggling with this. But I would like to know, Victoria, you brought forward a recommendation of 60. $60. I assume you didn't do this in a vacuum, or you didn't flip a coin and see where the 60 came from. Could you help me understand where the 60 came from?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question. And I think it's an important one, and one where there's sort of this discrepancy or difference of opinion between industry versus what staff recommended in the report. So a first and important point of clarification is that the areas studied for the purpose of the report were those that had a bylaw instituted, because staff felt it was reasonable to look at other jurisdictions that had a booting bylaw to recommend an average for a booting price point, or sorry, a vehicle immobilization price point. So at Transportation Standing Committee, committee members heard from business that they were frustrated that staff only looked at areas that had bylaws, and they didn't look at other jurisdictions like St. John's, for example, where vehicle immobilization occurs, but the price point is dictated by free market. And in St. John's, I believe they charge $135. The caveat there is that St. John's presently doesn't have a vehicle immobilization bylaw. So that is the caveat number one. Caveat number two is, as industry would share with you, the majority of the jurisdictions that introduced vehicle immobilization bylaws saw vehicle immobilization companies either shutter their business or drastically alter their business altogether. Again, which is why staff tried it wherever possible to reiterate to council and to Transportation Standing Committee that this does have significant impact on a specific niche business offering. The other important caveat is council's expectation or private property owners' expectation of level of service. So if, for example, whatever the rate was that council determined was a reason, and again, staff really got stuck on the definition of reasonable, given the fact that the present vehicle immobilization company charges $115. What is a reasonable decrease? And that, I think, is up to debate and up to the will of council. Staff just provided an average of the cities assessed that have a vehicle immobilization bylaw. We're not professing that it's a perfect formula, and certainly anticipated that it would be tested at the will of council. So I think that those are important considerations for council to consider this evening, and landing at a reasonable price point that we can see business continue to operate if that is council's directive or prerogative, and a way that we can regulate it so that citizens have some assurance of consistency when they have interactions with these companies.
Thank you, Victoria. The $60 came from an average of the cities that you scanned. So some were obviously below 60 and some were above 60. But these businesses were viable on an average cost of $60 across the nation. Is that what you're saying?
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, what I'm saying is we took an average of the bylaws and the legislation in those jurisdictions. I can't speak to whether or not businesses were viable after the fact. All we can go by is the legislation that's posted on the sites and what we've heard from industry. Industry suggests it's not viable.
I think I see John. John, are you trying to speak again?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if it helps council, Victoria has included for you in the report at page 5 the fees that are charged by the cities that have a booting bylaw now, and you will find them in the table that's on page 5 of the staff report.
Right. No, I knew that, John, but I'm just wondering why staff was comfortable bringing $60 forward.
Okay. So I got to admit, I'm a little bit lost on the chat here. I've got people wanting more motions, people speaking first time, second time, points of clarification. I think Councillor Cleary is next, and then Councillor Purdy, perhaps on this one again. I'm not sure, but Councillor Cleary, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm very intrigued at Councillor Blackburn's teaser that she let out earlier. So I'm hoping she'll come back and give us a little more information, because I'm also happy to vote against the amendment if there's something more enticing that could be on offer. And so I'd like to hear more about that. To Councillor Outhitt's point, though, the bylaw doesn't just deal with fees and time. There's also the uniforms, the labeling on the cars, the signage. And so, you know, there are regulations that staff are putting into place that make this more fair. So there's going to be a big friggin' sign when you go into the parking lot that says, this is what you're going to be charged. This is what's going to happen to you if you park here and you're not a customer of this store. And I think that's a big part of this too. So I'm flexible in all of this. What I'm happy to have is a framework, some rules in place. If it's $100, $80, $60, as Ms. Horn said, it's really about where we land in terms of what we think is reasonable. So I'm intrigued, and I would like Councillor Blackburn to come back to give us a little more information on what sort of ideas she has for her amendment. Because if it's, I'm sorry, Councillor Purdy, if it's more enticing than yours, then I'll go that way. So hopefully Lisa will come back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, you know, to Councillor Outhitt's point, and just kind of a question for staff, you know, I did have a conversation with One Shot on Monday morning. And one of the things that they suggested to me, and, you know, I haven't had the chance to go off and verify it, is just the kind of the selection of cities there that have bylaws doesn't actually line up with cities that actually have successful booting companies. Burnaby in particular was referenced as kind of what? We have a bylaw? Because it's just something that just doesn't...
Give me the document, Darren.
What?
Go ahead, Councillor Austin.
Okay, so that was what was relayed to me. So, I mean, there's a point, like, you know, if you're drawing your comparison to places that have a bylaw, yes, but don't have a viable industry that can function with that bylaw, it's maybe not a good point of comparison. And I'm just wondering if this is something to Victoria that was looked at, you know, just to get at Councillor Outhitt's point.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question. So again, not explicitly. So all we looked at were the jurisdictions that had bylaws and took an average based on the definition of reasonable. So, and that is something that we did hear from industry, is that their frustration that we didn't look at other jurisdictions, but we felt that because the bylaw was explicit in asking for a reasonable maximum fine, that it didn't make sense to look at other jurisdictions that didn't have a bylaw. So, but certainly happy if it's the wish of council to return with a supplemental report on where vehicle immobilization companies are operational and the fees associated with it, if that is the will of council.
Thank you for that. You know, I personally, I don't feel like I need that as a supplemental report, $60 to $100. Yeah, I mean, for some people, that is a significant jump. I mean, I'm more keen on making sure the provisions in the bylaw are clear when you park in that lot, that there's a big sign, and, you know, if you get a ticket, well, or you get booted, well, that's too bad, so sad. You shouldn't have parked there, and it was very clearly marked. The thing that I get in the past that I've heard on this, especially you know, a couple of years back when we had some different operators around, was the kind of unscrupulous, almost lay in wait and boot you. And did you see the sign? You know, it's up there next to the tree. You know, this big sort of thing, right? So you know, I think that's the more important piece. I don't mind having this go to 100. So I don't feel like we need a supplemental. I'm okay with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just very quickly, because it's now been mentioned, I think on 2 different occasions by 2 different councillors, I do just wish to draw your attention to the section of the bylaw that reiterates that we are mandated by the specific land use bylaw of where the lots are located. So I just want to temper council and residents' expectations about a big honking sign at the front of the lot. That might not be a consistent sign in every lot location, but it certainly will have certain specifics on it, and as long as it's in accordance with a land use bylaw. But the bylaw is explicit about the type of information that is required to be posted on those signs.
Thank you, Victoria. Fair point.
Jacques, just a question for you. There's a lot of things that are coming up here. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts as to where we are and what we might do with it.
Yes, I would actually.
You muted yourself.
Right, I muted myself by accident here, sorry. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to call of council, what I would suggest we do now, given the extensive questions and folks that are lined up on this item, I would suggest we defer this item. That would allow many of you to speak to Victoria for the next meeting, defer to the next meeting, get your answers, your questions answered, and if there are further amendments and ideas, that we can incorporate that going forward. The other thing I'd also point out, we have to go in camera this evening. There's a number of important files that need to get done today. So I would suggest that on the regular agenda, we not only defer this item, but items 11.4.2 and 11.5.1 be deferred to the next council meeting. And on the in-camera agenda, we should defer 13.2, because I think on that one, speaking to Brad, he would like to have a conversation with some of the councillors that may be affected by that. And we recognize it's an information report, but I think Brad has not yet to have an opportunity to have a direct conversation with one of the councillors, possibly two. So I would recommend that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, it's Tim. I'm happy to move deferral if it's helpful.
Second the deferral.
Okay. I was going to go to Councillor Mason. He was up, but Councillor
that's fine too. Yep.
Deputy Mayor has put forward a motion to defer this to the next meeting. So there's an opportunity for more information and longer discussion. And discussion with Victoria, seconded by Councillor Mason. Are we ready for a question on the deferral?
Can I ask a quick point? Is that specific to this item or all the items that were just mentioned?
I think to this item, I think I'm going to ask council their view on the other two. We can just defer those. I think if nobody has a real objection, they're not time sensitive.
That's fine.
I have can I speak real quick, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Smith.
So I don't mind a deferral because there's been lots of discussion, but I would urge colleagues, if there are concerns, we mention them now, because I hate to get to a point where we get to next council and then we're having the same discussion because for whatever reason, discussion wasn't had with Victoria and her great team. So I would just appreciate if there are concerns that folks have, that we put them clearly. So then even if it's clear enough where Victoria and her team can respond to council and then responses can come back from, I just want to make sure that we're deferring this and actually doing something that's proactive and not coming back to council and going back in a circle again.
That's a good point. So I think a lot of things have been raised, and I know Victoria will be taking notes on those, and anybody else that wants anything else clarified before the next council should get a hold of Victoria or go through the clerk's office.
Well, Mr. Mayor, as to move a deferral, I think what's caught me off guard, wasn't expecting, was the amendment to say that we go from 60 to 100 and that we go from 30 minutes to 45. So I don't think we've had time to either digest that or to talk to Victoria about it.
Right. So I would ask anybody who has those kind of issues that they would discuss. And I know Councillor Purdy did, in fact, raise those with people who went through the clerk's office on her proposed deferral. Okay, on the deferral, do we have to go to a recorded vote, Ian, or can I look for consensus on that?
We should probably go for a vote call based on where we're sitting on the item, and just confirming, is that a deferral until the August 17th meeting or until council has had a chance to talk to staff?
Jacques, I think it's, and Victoria, I think that would be August 17th.
August 17th, the next council meeting.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, let's have a vote on the deferral.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the deferral.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the deferral.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Yes on the deferral, and the email's headed your way, Victoria.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes, thanks.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the deferral.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory for parking it.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor of deferring.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
And 6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the deferral.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is deferred. Colleagues, I'm also suggesting that 11.4.2 and 11.5.1 we will take to the next meeting. I know there are people that are ready to move those. They'll have a chance in a couple of weeks.
Agreed.
Anybody opposed? Those two will be deferred and put on the front of the agenda next time. 11.6.1, the Grants Committee, retroactively waiving municipal related construction fees for nonprofit and charitable housing, has passed on consent. We will go to motions. Councillor Mason, 12.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I move that Halifax Regional Council request the Mayor write a letter to the Premier stating Halifax Regional Council's support for full and rapid implementation of the recommendations of the Spring 2021 Affordable Housing Commission report.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary.
In the interest of time, I'll be very quick. I would suggest a friendly amendment that says and other party leaders. And then also says after Affordable Housing Commission report and requests the province come to CPED to brief the committee on the direction and next steps for the report.
Second.
That's in order. I think that's fine. That's a friendly, those are friendly amendments on Councillor Mason's motion.
I wish I could put it in the chat, but I didn't even have time to write it down. Sorry.
Pretty clear, I think.
Question.
Ready for the question.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
Thank you. 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Very much, yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby.
And
affirmative.
Thank you. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
And voting in favor of the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Colleagues, there's a couple of added items. I'm going to see if we can do those and then we'll take our break. If anybody's like super close to passing out or something, let me know. But we will go to added item number 14.1, standing in the name of Councillor Morse, bylaw respecting animals and responsible pet ownership.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for agreeing to put this on the agenda tonight. I move that Regional Council, should I speak to it first or just put it on?
Put the motion on and speak to it.
Okay. I move that Regional Council request a staff report and recommendations with respect to simplifying and streamlining the process for dealing with dangerous dogs as currently set out in bylaw A700 respecting animals and responsible pet ownership, HRM's animal control bylaw, which will include options for municipal appeal process that could serve as a speedier alternative to the courts for resolving cases where dangerous dogs have been seized or surrendered.
The recommendations should consider a municipal appeal process that would involve an independent review panel similar in structure to HRM's current taxi appeals committee. So that's in the chat there.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Where this comes from is there have been dog attacks in my district. And in one case, 24 charges have been laid. That was back in January. And it's still winding its way through the courts. Unfortunately, the owners are now under investigation for a third attack that happened the first week of July. So what this is about is trying to find a faster way than going through provincial court to deal with these kinds of charges that involve municipal bylaws. So that's what I'm asking for the staff report for, and I appreciate your support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Hensby.
I totally agree with this request. All I gotta say is remember Brindy, the dog. We had a hell of a time of court cases and how prolonged the whole process went. We don't need to go through that process ever again. I totally agree that it's got to be a faster, easier process than dragging it through the courts.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Sure.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cottle.
Yeah.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
8, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And 9, Councillor Smith. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion's carried. Colleagues, we're also going to ratify our work this morning from the Committee of the Whole. Does somebody want to put that on the floor? Councillor Mason? Is it in the, somebody want to move that? You're on mute, Wei.
I can move it if.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
So we're just taking the cow motion as written because there is no amendment. Is that correct?
There was no amendments, correct?
It's a long one.
Can we, just before you do that, Ian or John, can we say as read this morning in Committee of the Whole? Since we've dealt with it once?
Probably best to read it into the record.
Okay. So as, we good?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
So as read this morning at Committee of the Whole, Regional Council, I move that Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer, 1, to work with Mirror Nova Scotia Limited to submit a joint application to Nova Scotia Environment to deactivate the operation of the front-end processor, FEP, and waste stabilization facility, WSF, at the Otter Lake Waste Processing Disposal Facility, Otter Lake, on the condition that A, the FEP WSF be maintained in standby mode, i.e. operable state. B, industrial, commercial, and institutional ICI waste continue to not be landfilled at Otter Lake and continue to be processed through the transfer station and exported to other licensed landfills. And C, the Community Monitoring Committee be consulted on any further proposed changes to the operations at Otter Lake. 2, to negotiate an extension to contract timelines with Mirror Nova Scotia Limited, as outlined in the discussion section, next steps of the staff report dated June 18th, 2021, and return to council with a recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Ready for the question? Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
I'm not in favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
Not in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Broke up there, Ian. Say again.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
We're voting on the front end processor.
Yes.
Community, voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries. What was the vote, Ian?
I have 13 votes in favor and 4 votes against for this motion.
Okay, thank you. So, colleagues, we're going to have to come back to ratify in any event, so we can do notices of motion then. Does somebody want to move the in-camera minutes of item 13.1 of May 18th?
I so move, Lisa.
That. Second that,
Moved
Mr.
by
Mayor.
Lisa, seconded by Councillor Mason. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That's carried. In discussion with Jacques, 13.2 can be deferred to the next meeting unless somebody has an objection. The other items we'll have to deal with in camera and come back out to ratify. Does somebody want to move? We go in camera?
I'll move.
So moved.
Mayor
Seconded.
Savage.
Yes, Councillor Ian, yes.
Mayor Savage, just to flag that we do have 2 notices of motion as well that will need to be done at some point in time, either at ratification or now.
Yeah, I mentioned that. We can do that when we come out.
Thank you.
Mayor,
right.
are there any that we could do out of camera?
I would move that we pass 13.4, 13.5, and 13.6.
That would be my. I support that if colleagues want to do that.
Okay, let's move them. Have to move them one at a time. Councillor Cuddle, did you want to move one of them?
Sure. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated July 13th, 2021, and direct that private and confidential staff report dated July 13th, 2021 be maintained private and confidential. It's for 13.4.
Second.
13.4, seconded by Councillor Kent. Just want to make sure everybody's comfortable, and with that, ready for the motion, ready for the question.
Question?
I know there's some people waiting for a break, so but let's try to get these done.
Begin with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Sure.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
So that motion carries. Did somebody wish to try 13.5? Did I hear?
I'll do 13.5.
Councillor Smith, 13.5.
That Halifax Regional Council one adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private confidential staff report dated July 13, 2021, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated July 13, 2021 to be maintained private and confidential.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stoddard. Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Questions?
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yep.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard. Oh, thank you.
So that
Mayor, would you like me to lead 13.6 for you?
It doesn't really matter if it's, I don't think I'm going to be recused from voting on it. But if somebody wants to move it, I'll just sit it out.
I'm happy to move 13.6 then. That Halifax Regional Council 1, adopt recommendation as outlined in the private confidential staff report dated July 13th, 2021, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated July 13th, 2021 to be named private and confidential. So move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Question.
Ready for the question?
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yep.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's carried. If there's nobody else that wants to try anything else.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Stoddard?
I have a question on 14.2, the ratification of the Committee of the Whole July 20th, effectiveness of the front-end processor and waste stabilization facility. I believe when this was decided upon, or I could be wrong, that they were going to do a 1-year trial. Was that still on the table?
No, that wasn't, no amendments were passed in discussion.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Does somebody want to move we go in camera?
So moved. Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Stoddart. All those in favor?
Aye.
It is 8:34. We'll just take 6 minutes and we will resume in camera, give people a chance to get rid of any animals in the house that they don't want and anything else they might need. 6 minutes, 8:40 back in camera, different session, right, Ian?
Yes, there is a calendar invitation in your calendars that you can go to that'll have the Teams link to you for the meeting.
Thank you. 6 minutes.